Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's TrailheaDX Phoenix Watch Party. Excited to have you all, and excited for to see what Salesforce has in store for all of us wonderful Ohana. If you have any questions, or if want to leave any comments, please utilize the chat on the right side of the YouTube channel here.
Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Woo! Thank you, Fitz and the Tantrums. What a way to kick off Trailhead DX. I am Jillian Bruce, and I have the honor of being your guide for Trailhead DX 2021. I am coming to you live here from Salesforce Studios in San Francisco, and I gotta tell you, it feels amazing to be here in a studio instead of at my desk in my basement, which is where we did this from last year. So we have a lot coming to you today. The main show will start momentarily, but I wanted to check in with you and make sure you have an idea of what to expect for the day. So after the main show, we're gonna have 5 channels of content. That's right, people, 5. We've got a channel for developers, administrators, architects, community and ecosystem and IT leaders. So no matter what you do in the Salesforce ecosystem, we have got a channel for you. Now, Trailhead DX is all about learning, connecting, having fun, giving back. And we've already had a lot of fun. We're going to have so much learning in store for you on those channels I mentioned. We are going to have amazing episodes thoughtfully created for you by product leaders here at Salesforce and trailblazers like you who have done incredible things in the last year to really overcome some unique challenges and really drive customer success. Now, this main show that's coming up, let me tell you, this is going to rock your world. We have the incredible Parker Harris, our CTO and co-founder, and the unmistakable Leah McGowan-Hare, who are going to host you and take you through some amazing product innovations, share some really inspiring customer trailblazer stories. And we're here to connect with you. So we've got a ton of great surprises coming your way throughout each break. You're going to come back with me, and you're going to want to stay tuned because we have a lot of fun that we're going to have here. You might be tuned in last year, you're going to recognize Lego Cody. So definitely make sure you are interacting with us on Twitter at #TDX'21. We cannot wait to have an amazing time with you today, and we will see you at the next break. Enjoy the main show.
We're almost ready to begin. Before we do that, I want you to know that we will be sharing some exciting news and announcements today. Please make all of your purchasing decisions based on commercially available products.
Being a trailblazer is that ability to enable success from anywhere.
Even though we're actually in the pandemic, being in the Salesforce ecosystem makes us so much more valuable.
We knew that we'd already migrated so much of our traffic onto Salesforce, that it was cloud-based, that people could work from anywhere.
We were spread out all over the world.
We were able to pivot just on a dime.
I could do some transformations with MuleSoft,
dynamic forms,
digital marketing, building apps,
quick actions.
Most of it was actually Apex powered.
Telehealth, remote learning.
All of this totally interconnected wherever I was, wherever my team was.
We did deploy confetti just because you can.
I'm like, you can be Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. That drives them crazy. They're like,
we as developers on the Salesforce platform actually created a system to help people get back to work because so many people were displaced, and that's innovation at scale.
Somos trailblazers. Podemos triunfar desde cualquier lugar del mundo.
വിജയം കൈപ്പിടിയിൽ ഒതുക്കാൻ നമ്മളെ എവിടെ നിന്നാണെങ്കിലും സഹായിക്കും.
That's
that is where you can see a success from anywhere, is because it's across borders and it's across backgrounds and it's across gender. Like it's across everything.
All right, please welcome co-founder and CTO Parker Harris.
All right, hey everybody! Woo! Here we are at Salesforce Park, but I think today I kind of want to call it Trailblazer Park. What do you think? Yeah. Well, I'm talking to the audience here, but I want to talk to all of you online. Good morning. A lot of you are streaming from around the globe, from a watch party or online from home. Today, we're here to celebrate your success, all of you here and all of you online, to share how you have helped innovate anywhere, automate anything, scale everything, and empower everyone through the last year. That's why today is called Trailblazer Success from Anywhere. Well, we have a full day to deep dive across 5 channels, 27 episodes, and over 35 product demos. And join me later and a few of my friends today at True to the Core. That's going to be live with our product leaders. Oh, and by the way, don't miss our luminary speaker, Mindy Kaling. She's going to be incredible. Join the fun, connect with others on Twitter using the hashtag TDX'21. For me, this past year has been hard, and I think for many of you out there it's been hard, and around the world, people are still facing challenges, especially for our communities. And our hearts are with you. And more than ever, I'm full of gratitude for you and what this Trailblazer community has been able to accomplish through adversity. You adapted, you evolved, you created the technologies that are helping us reopen the world. You're building today's digital-first world while being beacons of hope and encouragement for everyone around you. You know, this is a community that's united around a core set of values. And you remind us why our values matter more than ever. In this year of change, you've trusted us to support you and give you the tools you need to succeed. You've looked to us for people and programs and technology, for that matter, that power customer success. You've relied on our innovation to create impact for your business. You've also brought equality to the forefront. This pandemic has been hard on all of us, but it's been especially hard for our most vulnerable communities. And we want to help. That's why we're committed to closing the opportunity gap for underrepresented groups. As we all know, business is truly the greatest platform for change. That is why today, we're building on the $30 million that we've already invested in workforce development by giving a $700,000 grant to Year Up. Let's hear it for Year Up. Year Up is an incredible organization that serves young people and underrepresented communities through valuable corporate internships. Here at Salesforce, we've welcomed nearly 700 Year Up interns in our own offices, and we continue to partner with them to empower new trailblazers. And this is the Trailblazer community, including all of you here, all of you online, that has created something we call the Salesforce economy. You know, the work you've done will create 4.2 million new jobs. That's right, 4.2 million. 1.2 trillion, that's trillion, new dollars in business revenue through 2024. It's trailblazers like all of you online, all of you here in Trailblazer Park who help us innovate and create opportunity together. You know, today the community has over 11 million trailblazers across 90 countries, and I'm sure many of you are online from those countries today. And you're part of 1,300 community groups. From our awesome admins, let's hear it for the awesome admins, yeah. To our Salesforce MVPs, we love them. To hundreds of groups like Salesforce admins in Albania, in Cape Town, Buenos Aires. To developer groups in Latvia, Australia, Germany, and so many more. Trailblazers like you inspire us. And today, we're joined by someone who does just that. Everyone, please welcome Kehinde Osini. You're ready. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm ready for you.
Kehinde, welcome to Salesforce Park, Trailblazer Park. You are a trailblazer, and I just want to thank you for being here with us.
Such a pleasure to be here.
I want to hear about your trailblazer journey. I want to hear how Salesforce has been part of your path, because I'm just meeting you now. I want to hear your story.
Yeah, I'm just meeting you too.
Okay. And I'd love to give you a hug and do a selfie, but I'm told I can't approach you more. So
yeah, we have to
please.
Okay.
Tell us your story.
Yeah, 5 years ago, I moved to the United States from Nigeria to reunite with my family. I had high hopes of getting an IT job within a short time, but my wife thought I was overly optimistic. I faced several rejections, and I wasn't making progress with my job search. I got to know about the Salesforce admin training at JVS through a nonprofit called Upward Global. I applied and got accepted into the training. I immediately took ownership of my learning. I engaged with the community, and I earned 3 certifications at the end of the training. I got my first full-time role at a nonprofit 4 months later through the influence of a community member. And I was yearning for more, so I earned the 4th certification and wanted to join a SaaS company. So I got a referral to another community member and I joined PagerDuty. Today I have 8 certifications, have been promoted twice, and I'm doing my dream career at PagerDuty. So my optimism eventually paid off.
Wow. What does your wife think now?
She's so proud of me. Yeah.
I'm sure she's, but well, we are all proud of you, and your story is an inspiration to all of us and to all of the trailblazers online and everyone here. They're listening to us right now. So what advice do you have for the trailblazers that are listening to us right now?
Yeah, 1, be committed to lifelong learning.
Yep.
Engage with the Trailblazer community and bring others to get along with you as you climb the ladder. Yep.
Wonderful.
Inspire
wow.
others. Yep.
It's amazing. Not only have you succeeded, but you have great advice for all of us. So thank you. But I'm not going to let you go.
Why?
I'm not going to let you go. There's one more thing. This is my favorite thing in my job. The favorite thing at these events, we have an award to give people like you who grow their careers and help others. So I want to recognize you, Kehinde, for all the great work that you do, for making your wife proud, for making all of us proud, for inspiring other trailblazers. And I want to give you a special golden hoodie. Let's bring out the golden hoodie. All right, it's right there.
Awesome.
Yeah. Doesn't he look great? Look at him. All right, let's hear it for Kehinde. Congratulations, Kehinde. You're an inspiration to us all. Thank you. All right, it's trailblazers like Kehinde that remind us that we can overcome anything with a beginner's mind. You know, which is more important than ever because technology is changing and you are all at the forefront. We call this shift Cloud 3.0. But first, let me take you back. First, there was Cloud 1.0. This was the rise of the World Wide Web. Remember that? It was amazing. Remember the days of building desktop-based applications with point and click? Buying and selling through new online storefronts like Amazon? Well, that's what led Mark and myself to create Salesforce. That was the inspiration. But you know what? Technology kept moving forward. Along came Cloud 2.0 with the advent of social and mobile. And with that, you know what you did? You added feeds to your apps, and you took those apps to those mobile devices. You rebuilt them for the phone. And now today, It's all about Trailblazer success from anywhere in Cloud 3.0. You are innovating anywhere. You're automating anything, scaling everything, and empowering everyone across technologies like AI, chat, and video. And you know what? This digital-first world we're seeing is built by you. You're building the apps, you're building the processes, and you're building the solutions that make this new world possible. You are embracing a new model for work, which is what we call the success from anywhere imperative. It's the idea that to be successful in this world of accelerated digital transformation, we have to be able to innovate anywhere, automate anything, scale everything, and empower everyone. But we know that there are new challenges that we all face. Digital transformation is happening quickly, and it's hard. You know, you've got to rethink your employee experiences and customer experiences. You've got to reskill all overnight. And we've heard a few common themes from you. First, you're being asked to deliver new innovations, but developing on inflexible systems that don't support modern tools and languages or the ability to release remotely when you're sitting in your home. It makes it near impossible to deliver new apps from anywhere. Second, while everyone wants to build AI and automation into their apps, you know, the truth is they're difficult to implement. Often they require special skills like data science knowledge. That's hard. Third, with everything moving digital, it's hard enough to scale with that demand, but more importantly, to scale securely. And lastly, with the lack of low-code functionality, not everyone is empowered to build apps quickly, creating a huge developer gap. That's why we built the Customer 360, to help you solve these challenges and deliver at the pace of digital transformation. This is how you find success from anywhere in the world's #1 CRM, the Customer 360. The Customer 360 platform helps you bring all of your data into one unified platform with flexibility and scale, and of course, trusted security and privacy throughout to protect your business and your customers. And with Einstein, the apps you're building are even smarter with automation and AI. And finally, the platform provides the tools that empower everyone to build low-code, smart apps and experiences. And today, we're bringing you even more innovation. That's why you're all here, to hear about our new innovation. The Salesforce platform is the world's most trusted low-code platform, powering innovation anywhere. Today, you need to deliver business apps fast. And now, with Salesforce Functions, you can deliver event-driven, connected experiences super fast with native access to all of that Salesforce data and languages you know and love, like Node.js and Java. You also need a platform that allows you to scale with confidence, which is why we're introducing Einstein DataSense. Well, what's that? Well, Einstein DataSense scales with you to automatically find and protect sensitive data using intelligence. And of course, you need to empower any team to build. Well, now with Einstein Automate, you can automate anything, integrate everything, and transform any industry. This platform is empowering Trailblazers to develop apps and experiences 68% faster. This is the world's most trusted low-code platform that enables you to innovate anywhere and is trusted by Trailblazers everywhere, every day. Just look at what you built. You know, every day on the platform, we see more than 25 billion API invocations, more than 10 billion flows, and more than 34 billion process automations. That's 34 billion things that you don't have to do manually. But it doesn't stop there. Let's talk about what you've built with intelligence. You know, Einstein now makes 99 billion AI predictions every single day. It's also important to us that we build AI in the right way. It's not just about 99 billion, but it's about doing that in a trusted way. You know, our low-code platform is powered by Hyperforce. As we showed you at Dreamforce, Hyperforce is our new public cloud infrastructure, which means you, as customers, can run Salesforce on the public cloud from anywhere. Anywhere. You know, for me, this is one of the biggest innovations the team has built to date. First, Hyperforce brings hyperscale for both B2B and B2C companies. So as you grow, we'll scale with you. Second, Hyperforce comes with built-in trust and compliance, so you can easily comply with relevant data standards like GDPR. And this is true of all industries, even the most regulated ones like public sector. Third, Salesforce supports local data storage. Customers around the world can choose to store data in a particular location to support compliance and regulations specific to their company, their industry, and their country. And lastly, for you developers, for you admins, architects, partners, Hyperforce, don't worry, Hyperforce is backward compatible. Every single app that you've built, every customization, every integration that you have built will work on Hyperforce no matter which Salesforce clouds you use. Hyperforce is available today in India and Germany, but we're not stopping there. We have 7 other countries coming this year, and it will be GA in 2022 for every single customer. Now, all of this is the foundation for your operating system for success. On top of Hyperforce and the Customer 360, you can extend what you build with apps from the App Exchange. And I just want to send a thank you to all of our partners out there, many of whom are watching today. You know, the amazing apps that you have built amounted to over 6,500 listings on the App Exchange. That's amazing. And finally, your engagement layer, Slack, which we announced our intent to acquire last year. Slack is your HQ in the cloud. You know, remember when we used to collaborate in the conference rooms? And it's kind of hard to remember that. Well, now we collaborate in Slack. This is your operating system to build experiences and apps for the success from anywhere world. But we don't create success alone. Our partner ecosystem is really, frankly, our secret sauce for success. They help extend the capabilities of the Customer 360, and our strategic technology partners like Google and Apple and more are critical for innovations like Hyperforce, which is why today, for all of you here and all of you online, I'm so excited to announce an expansion of our strategic partnership with AWS. We kicked off our partnership with AWS back in 2016, which seems like a lifetime ago. Last year, we launched Service Cloud Voice that had Amazon Connect embedded right inside, powering an intelligent voice experience. Now, today's expansion allows our customers to build apps together. So what does that mean? Well, it means that you can now seamlessly integrate data and AI and cloud services across the Salesforce Customer 360 platform and AWS, enabling rapid digital transformation. This is a huge, huge announcement. So let's hear a shout out to that. I couldn't be more excited. But you know what? You're probably saying, Parker, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean Salesforce Customer 360 and AWS? Well, let's see this in action with our customer, Novartis. Their vision is to become one of the most valued and trusted medicine companies in the world. They are embracing digital technologies, advanced analytics, and artificial intelligence to help drive innovation and improve efficiency. Now, let's see a demo of their vision to transform the virtual healthcare experience using the Salesforce Customer 360 platform and AWS together. Please welcome Senior Vice President of Trailblazer Ecosystem, Chris Landy.
Thank you, Parker, and hello, Trailblazers. Let's see the power of the new Salesforce and AWS partnership through the vision of Novartis. Novartis is one of our many customers who use both Salesforce and AWS. They have an HCP portal built on AWS. HCP stands for Healthcare Professionals. And they're also using Service Cloud to provide great customer service to these healthcare professionals. But looking at this case, you can see that the support agent doesn't have a complete view of this doctor because the HCP data is stored on AWS. So let's go to setup and see how easy it is to integrate AWS data into Salesforce. Here you can see the new AWS integration featured front and center. So let's set up our first AWS integration. We'll authenticate using an existing name credential. And next, we'll choose the AWS service that we want to integrate with. We'll choose Amazon RDS because the HCP data is stored in a managed MySQL database. And we'll virtualize the data so we can use AWS tables just like native objects in Salesforce without copying them over. We'll select the HCP database, and we want the HCP and the enrollment tables. We'll also create a relationship between the case object in Salesforce and the HCP table in AWS. And that's it. It is that easy to integrate AWS data without writing or maintaining any code. And now we can use that AWS data with all of our Salesforce low-code tools, like my personal favorite, App Builder. Here we are. We can easily add that doctor information from AWS to the case page. We'll add a related record component connected to the HCP table and a related list component connected to the enrollment table. And now, when we go back to the record page, there we go. The support agent now has all of the data in one place and a complete view of this doctor. And this gets even better. You can also modify the AWS data here too. So let's add that missing phone number. Now we can go to the AWS Management Console and run a simple query to retrieve this doctor information. And there it is. You can see that phone number that we just entered in Salesforce. Now, integrating data is just the beginning. You can also integrate events. So business processes and automations work seamlessly across both platforms. For example, let's take a look at this flow. It starts when AWS publishes the closed by user platform event, which means that the case was closed by a doctor in the AWS portal. That's right. With this integration, AWS can publish Salesforce platform events. And when that event is fired, the status of the case will update automatically. Okay, let's try it. On the left, we are going to publish the closed by user event in the EventBridge console. Now keep an eye on that case. Boom, there it is. The status of the case changed to closed by user. Now that is what tight integration looks like. So whether you're working with data, events, or documents, it has never been easier with Salesforce and AWS together. Back to you, Parker.
All right, thank you, Chris. Well, a big shout out for Chris. I couldn't be more excited about the power of Salesforce Customer 360 and AWS coming together. Talk about game-changing innovation. Next, we've got stories of customer success and even more product announcements to share that bring these themes to life. Let's start with the story of Royal Bank of Canada. This year, they had to shift their service experience from in-person to virtual, like every other single company. They had to automate anything from workflows to processes to data integrations. Let's roll the film.
When you think about someone that has to deal with a lot of data, that's a talent. That's an art. That's why I need Rohit.
My inspiration for technology comes from my mom. She made sure that joysticks and keyboards were my early toys.
His ability to understand the nuances of the data, he's a master at it. I always love to give him the toughest problems because I just want to see how he's going to solve it.
I get my ideas out in two ways. One is long hot showers and second one would be playing tennis. So as I'm on the court, I'm thinking out of the box.
So when I came to RBC US Wealth, I knew I needed a co-pilot to do that large digital transformation.
Prior to us implementing Customer 360, our advisors used to swivel around different monitors to gather their clients' data.
Up to 26 different systems to pull that data. It's tying together that information that's critical.
Previous technologies would take months or years. In Salesforce, within weeks, we are ready with a solution. Incredible.
Before, it would take easily 3 to 7 days to open up a new account. And now the advisor, with basically one click, that's what Salesforce helps to enable.
All the automation that we can build for them, we can make their lives easier.
We have close to 5,000 employees, and everyone's on Salesforce. We're all on one platform, so everyone's looking at the same information.
Be open to learn. Be open to learning new things. My name is Rohit Gupta, and I'm a trailblazer.
Wow, developer trailblazers are driving digital transformation in every industry. Here to tell us more, I'd like to welcome to the stage Head of Technology for RBC U.S. Wealth Management, Greg Belzer. Greg, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Parker. Appreciate it.
All right, Greg. Well, I love the film. That was amazing.
Thank you.
You know, but I thank you for being here in person because I want to hear how automation's helped RBC become a digital-first business.
Yeah, you know, automation for us has transformed the way our advisors look at their business at RBC. You know, we have where the advisors used to be able to have to go to up to 20 systems.
Ooh.
I said 20 systems to be able to piece together just to be able to meet with their clients. Today, they're now able to take that energy, refocus it, deepen those relationships with those clients, and strategically look for new opportunities within the business.
Amazing, amazing. What a story. Well, I want to know how data integration and solutions like Salesforce have enabled you to serve your digital clientele.
Well, when we rolled out Salesforce, you know, our highest priority was to make sure that our advisors could securely access their household, their client, their account information, wherever they wanted and when they needed it, right? So, you know, obviously with the pandemic, we needed them to be able to access it from home, the office.
From anywhere.
From anywhere, right? And luckily, we rolled out in late 2019, early 2020, just in time for this. And they were able to access the information they needed to be able to service their clients. Especially early on when our branches were closed, right? They were all at home.
I think that's the power of the platform, you know, that your business kept going and, you know, good thing you rolled it out before this pandemic happened, you know, brilliant in hindsight. But, you know, congrats to all your success. I want to thank you for joining us here on stage and congrats to all the success at RBC Canada.
Thank you, Parker, for having me.
Thank you. Now, I don't know about you, but I would personally love to see some of this automation in action. To tell us more, please give a big round of applause and help me welcome Principal Solutions Engineer, Monica Roberts.
Thanks, Parker, and hello, everyone. Let's dive in so I can show you how you can automate anything with a story inspired by the RBC vision. We'll start in the RBC Partner Portal. Here, RBC partners like wealth managers can plan their day, visualize the status of their client portfolio, and much more. This is an awesome experience, and RBC built it all with Experience Cloud and Tableau CRM. Wealth managers can also create service requests or cases. For example, let's say the wealth manager wants to request a credit advance for a customer who needs cash for a home improvement project. First, we'll select the customer. Then we'll provide the details for the credit advance. It's a home improvement project at about $80,000. But wait, before we submit, I want to show you what happens behind the scenes when a service request is submitted, because this is the kind of process that may require different levels of reviews and approvals involving different people at different times. That's why today we'll use Flow Orchestrator, an incredible innovation that makes it easy to automate complex processes. Let's see it in action. First, you see that the orchestration starts when a service request record is created. An orchestration is made of multiple stages. The very first stage is called Verify Eligibility, and it's performed by an operations supervisor. A stage can have multiple steps, and each step is implemented by a flow. In this case, we have a single step implemented by the verification screen flow. If the customer is not eligible, we'll go to the second stage, called Override Exception, where branch directors have the opportunity to override the exception and approve the credit advance. Okay, now we're ready to see all of this in action. So let's go back to the service request and let's submit it. That's it. Now remember, the first stage of the orchestration will route this request to the operations supervisor. So let's go to the RBC app, logged in as Kevin, the operations supervisor. We're on the service request and you can see a new standard component called Work Guide. That's where Orchestrator will load the screen flow for this particular user at the current stage of the orchestration. Here, Kevin needs to verify documents and a few other things. Next, he'll run a credit availability check. Ouch! The credit available came $10,000 short of the requested amount. Okay, let's click Next to complete the first stage of the orchestration. Now remember that because of the credit exception, the service request will now go to the branch director. So let's take a look at the service request logged in as Linda, the branch director. In the Work Guide component, she can see the service request and the credit availability exception. On the next screen, she can decide to override the exception and approve the credit advance. So let's approve it. And that's it. The credit advance is now approved and we completed the second stage of the orchestration. Okay, there's one more thing we'd like to automate. RBC works with an affiliate bank, and they may want to synchronize these service requests between orgs so that everybody always has up-to-date information. That's the kind of integration that's super easy to automate with MuleSoft Composer. Let's see how to do it. First, we start this integration when a service request is created or updated in the RBC org. Create an equivalent service request in the affiliate org and populate the fields from the original record. That's it. Now, we'd like to add one more step to this integration. We'd like to notify the wealth manager when the credit advance is approved. So let's add that step. You see that Composer offers many connectors: Workday, Stripe, Tableau. In this case, let's select the Slack connector. We specify the channel and the message using fields from the service request. Now we can save and activate this integration. Okay, time to see all of this in action. On the left, we're logged in to Slack as the wealth manager. And on the right, we have the service request. Let's close it. And there you go. The wealth manager is notified in real time. Credit advance approved. And that's how Salesforce helps companies like RBC to automate anything from anywhere. Back to you, Parker.
Thank you, Monica. Great job. All right. So now, before we get into more stories of customer success, we've got someone here in Salesforce or Trailblazer Park with a special sneak peek to share. Join me in welcoming back Vice President of Trailblazer Community and Engagement, Leah McGowan-Hare.
All right. Thank you, Parker. I'm joined by one of my dev students from way back. Now, this is a very proud teacher moment for me. Salesforce Practice Lead at Robots and Pencils, Daniel Peter. Look at you out in the world making your teacher proud.
Oh, thanks. Great to see you, Leah.
Good seeing you. So you had a question for us.
I do. So we have lots of customers using sales, using service, but how can we create them a commerce experience where they can have a simple way to easily sell to their customers directly?
Well, you know, Daniel, that's a great question, and you always did have really good questions. But I've got someone here who can help answer. Let's throw it over to the Senior Director of Admin Evangelism, Leanne Reimel.
Thank you, Leah. Yes, with our brand new B2B2C product, you can build commerce experiences fast and sell directly to your customers. Let's take a sneak peek and go build a storefront in 3 minutes. We start in our commerce app. Just like sales and service, there's now a commerce app right in Salesforce. And that's important because it means you're working on the same objects with the same tools. It's a single source of truth with a single building experience. Let's create a new store. Here, we'll choose to create a B2C experience. We'll call the store Alpine Nutrition, the name of our fictional company for this demo. Now let's click Create. Now we have our store, but we need products. And whether you manage your products in a legacy system, a sheet, or are just starting something new, we have got you covered. You can add your products and price books manually or use this handy import tool and import products from an existing spreadsheet. And when you do that, your price book, product catalog, categories, and images are automatically imported. Okay, so now we've created our store, we added our products. It is time to focus on the user experience. And for that, we're going to use Experience Builder. Yes, that's the same Experience Builder you may already be using to build sites with Experience Cloud. In the center of the screen, we see a preview of the storefront. And in the left panel, we can see all of the components available, including powerful built-in commerce components. And you can also bring in components from the App Exchange. Partners are already creating all sorts of awesome commerce components. Okay, now for this demo, we'll just add our standard Shop by Category component to the homepage. There you go. And you can see the categories and images coming from the product catalog that we just imported. Now let's take a look at the checkout page that's also available out of the box. This page includes this super powerful checkout component that manages the entire checkout process, including delivery options and secure payment. That is a ton of I add it to my shopping cart. Here I can view my cart and I can start the checkout process. I'll enter my shipping address, select my delivery option, specify my payment information, and place my order. That's it. My order is on the way. Now let's take that order ID and go take a look at order management back in Salesforce. Let's refresh our list here. And here's the order that we just placed. And you can see the order details, products, customer information. This is your single source of truth. And you can work on your storefront with the power of all of our Salesforce tools. And that's how you create a complete commerce experience in 3 minutes on Salesforce. Back to you, Parker.
Thank you, Leah. Big shout out to Leah and Leanne. Great job. All right, thank you. Okay, now you've seen how to automate anything. Next, let's look at scaling everything. Take CarMax, for example. You know, they're the largest used car retailer in the United States. You probably didn't know that. This year, they moved from in-person test drives to curbside service and contactless pickup. Let's roll the film to see more.
Customers are changing, and they're changing fast. They are wanting to do more online on their own. Service Cloud allowed us to have a single source of truth. It's giving us insight into every single interaction of the customer and made it available to every associate who needs to support that customer. We also leveraged it to schedule the appointments so that our delivery folks at the store knew who was coming and when they're coming to a test drive, and the car was ready for them. Salesforce has been an unbelievable partner for us. They gave us tools and capabilities that are intuitive, simple, easy to use. Being able to surprise and delight and really provide an outstanding and iconic experience is really enabled by this 360 view of the customer.
This is how you scale everything. Please welcome CIO and CTO of CarMax, Shamim Mohammed. Well, Shamim, tell us, how has Salesforce enabled you to scale everything over the past year?
We have a 360-degree view of our customers. Over the pandemic, customers are looking for more personalization. They're looking for more tailored experience. With 360, our associates know exactly where the customer is in this shopping journey so that we can provide a tailored experience. For example, our associates know when a customer is expecting a baby or is a new mom, so that when we deliver a car, we can deliver a toy with the car. So those type of tailored experience is possible because of a platform like Salesforce.
Now, Shamim, what's next for you at CarMax? How do you see your service operations evolving?
Parker, the last year has been a great year of learning. Through omni-channel, we learn a lot. And we now have the industry-leading, best-in-class omni-channel experience for buying and selling a car. We'd like to continue to innovate on that, innovate with the customers, so that we can continue to drive the awesome experience for them. Some of the changes we've seen last year, it's not going to slow down. So we need to really position ourselves for rapid change. Salesforce platform allows us to do that.
Shamim, thank you so much for joining us today and sharing the CarMax story. It was really inspirational for me and all of the Trailblazers online and here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Parker. Looking forward to seeing you in person next time.
Okay, now CarMax is able to scale everything because of modern developer tools that enhance autonomy, speed, and collaboration. To dive deeper, let's welcome Principal Software Engineer, Stella Cotton.
Thank you, Parker, and hello, everyone. I'm Stella, a software engineer working on Salesforce functions, and I'll show you some new and exciting features in the Salesforce developer experience through a story inspired by the CarMax vision. In the new normal, CarMax uses field service to manage home deliveries. Let's take a look at how they do it. I'll play the role of a customer experience consultant that schedules a home delivery. First, I'll select a car, and I can review the details of the car and confirm that it's available. On the next screen, I can select a delivery option, traditional, curbside pickup, or home delivery. Let's choose home delivery. Next, I can enter the delivery address. Now that address has to be within 60 miles of the store. So here we're going to have some custom business logic that proactively finds the shortest route from the store to the home address and calculates the number of miles. It looks like we're good, 14 miles. We'll see how you can implement that in a moment. Next, we can choose one of the available time slots for a delivery. This is a custom Lightning Web component that pulls the information from field service. We'll choose Friday, 1:30. Okay, we're all done. The home delivery is scheduled, and field service has automatically scheduled all of the resources involved. Awesome. A few things in this process required custom business logic, and that's the type of business logic that CarMax could implement with Salesforce functions. So why functions? For two main reasons. First, you can use the language of your choice and leverage third-party libraries. And second, you can scale elastically without limits. Before we look at the function code, let's talk about how you create a function. As you probably already know, you create functions using the CLI. And today I'm so excited to show you the new evolution of the Salesforce CLI. It's super exciting because it brings together Salesforce and Heroku in an integrated developer experience. Let's look at a few commands. First, we have a list of commands to manage your Heroku environments. And here's a list of commands to deploy code to a Scratch org. But here's what's really awesome. With a single command, SF project deploy, you can deploy all the parts of your project, core metadata, functions, and Heroku. How cool is that? One CLI, one developer experience across the entire platform. And in the future, you'll use this same CLI to develop on all of our clouds. Okay, now let's take a look at the existing calculate distance function. As you can see, this function is written in Node.js, and it computes the shortest route from the store to the delivery address and makes sure it's within 60 miles. Now, I want to show you a couple of things that make Salesforce functions awesome. First, as you can see here, the function is aware of the Salesforce context, which means you don't have to manually set up authentication for the function. Then you can natively access your Salesforce data. You don't need a third-party library. Now, functions also supports local development. That means you run your function locally without doing a full deploy every time you make a change. So let's try this with our calculate distance function. All you have to do is use this command with a simple payload that includes the store address and the delivery address. Let's run it. I can see the result here is 14 miles. Awesome. So now I want to show you a second function. This one is called update inventory. And as you can see, it's written in Java. And just like in the Node.js function, you have access to the Salesforce context and Salesforce data. This function updates the product inventory. It calls a few APIs, and it'll run a pretty large number of DML operations. And that's the kind of task that may traditionally expose you to limits. But with functions, this process can scale elastically. Now, one more thing. Today, I'm excited to announce Functions Manager. Functions Manager simplifies how you manage, debug, and optimize functions across your Salesforce environments. This is something I'm really excited about because I've been a part of the functions development team for the last few months. Let me show it to you. So here we are in Functions Manager. Let's click on the sandbox to see the compute environments the team is using. We'll click the field service compute environment. And here I can see all the functions in that environment, including calculate distance and update inventory. We'll click the streaming logs tab. Here we can see the execution log for the function we just ran. This is an incredible example of combining Salesforce apps like field service with the power of the platform and its new developer experience. And that's how CarMax scales everything. Back to you, Parker.
All right, thank you, Stella. Big shout out to Stella. Great job. Love that demo, and I love seeing that innovation in action. Now I think Leah's back for another sneak peek. Leah.
Yes. Hey, Parker. That's right. You know I got all the sneaks and the peaks. So we're reimagining the dev experience for today's Success from Anywhere world. And it's all because of you, our trailblazers, all over. Speaking of, let's welcome a dev who wants to know what's next. Director of Operations for Kind Cause, Sheba Tukral.
Thanks, Leah.
Well, thank you for being here. So you had a question for us, yes?
Yes. So in App Builder, I'd love to be able to define interactions between components using drag and drop. Is that something you're working on?
What a great question. And don't go anywhere because we've got someone who can answer that for you. Please welcome Director of Product Management, Eric Shai.
Thank you, Leah. This was the #1 enhancement request for App Builder, and we heard you. You can now wire components in App Builder to communicate with each other. We call this feature Dynamic Interactions. Let me show you how it works. Here, we are on a Lightning page and we have two components, a list of contacts on the left and a map component in the middle to show the location of a selected contact. However, the components are not wired with each other yet. So when I try and click on a contact, nothing happens to the map. That's because until now, communication between components had to be pre-planned and written with custom components and code. But now, with dynamic interactions, you can wire up components to communicate with each other using App Builder. So let's open App Builder and complete our experience. First, let's select the contact list component. On the right, let's click the New Events tab. We can see there are two events we can wire, contacts loaded and contacts selected. But where do these events come from? In standard components, they are available by default. In custom components, they are just standard events the developer fires from within the component. Here we are looking at the contact list component, which fires a contact selected event and sends the selected contact ID as part of the event payload. Now let's go back to App Builder and add an interaction for the contact selected event. Let's keep targeted component as the interaction and select the map component as the target. Now we see a list of public properties that can be set for the map. We're going to set the record ID to the selected contact ID that is sent with the event. That's it. The components are now wired. This was a great example using a custom component, but you can also wire standard components with no code at all. For example, let's add a standard flow component to the page. Now let's select the contact list component again and add a second interaction for the contact selected event to target the flow component. Again, we see the properties that can be set for the target component. So let's pick update contact as the flow to use and set the flow record ID to the selected contact ID from the event. We have just created multiple interactions for the contact selected event. Now let's save and see our experience in action. Now when we click on a contact, boom, The map and flow components update auto-magically. This is incredible. With dynamic interactions, you can now rapidly build powerful interactive experiences with just clicks. Think about what you can do with this. Let's head back to Salesforce Park.
Thank you, Eric. Now, before I hand things back to you, Parker, I've got one more thing to share with our Trailblazers. Because this isn't Trailhead DX unless we're empowering everyone. Now, I need you all to pay close attention. Put your phones down. I need you to really focus. Okay, here it is. The community has spoken and we've listened. We know you want a learning experience that is connected to your community experience. And we want to empower you to stay connected wherever you learn, your desktop, your phone, from anywhere. That's why we're thrilled to introduce the reimagined Trailblazer community. This is one modern platform to learn, earn, give back with Trailblazers from anywhere. With our new Trailblazer community, you'll learn relevant skills. You can connect with Trailblazers across the ecosystem and groups, and you can give back, sharing tips and guidance all in one platform. Listen, we're empowering everyone, everywhere. This is what the Trailblazer community is all about. And you're going to want to take part of this movement. So head on over to trailblazer.salesforce.com. With that, back to you, Parker.
Thank you, Leah. Great job. Great job. Okay, now because data is key to success, we're asking all of you to give us some data in the form of feedback. Please tell us what you thought in a quick survey using the link you see on the screen right now. All right, now you've seen a lot today from the platform, from our expanded AWS partnership to functions, to dynamic interactions, and so much more. Now, if you're watching us on social right now, the stream is going to conclude. It's going to shut down, but don't worry. Join us over on TrailheaDX.com for today's full show, including me and all my best friends at True to the Core. Thank you for joining Leah and myself and all of us here in the park today. Thank you all the Trailblazers here in the park today. And over to you, Jillian.
Hello, Trailblazers. Thank you, Parker, Leah, all the incredible people who were part of that amazing main show, especially our customer Trailblazers. Wow, a lot. I can't say dynamic interactions is probably the thing I'm the most excited about. I know the awesome admin community. Woo! Shout out to awesome admins, as Parker said. That is huge. It's game changing. So excited to see what you all do with that. I'm Jillian Bruce. I'm coming to you live from the Salesforce studios here in San Francisco. I gotta tell you, it feels so amazing to be out of my basement and here in the studio live with all of you. And I am so pumped for TrailheaDX'21. Woohoo! I brought Cody with me here today. Lego Cody was debuted at, actually built during TrailheaDX 2020 last year. I get to be your guide for the rest of the broadcast. Now we have amazing things lined up for you today. We've got 5 channels, yes, 5 channels of content for you. We've got a channel for developers, for architects, for administrators, for community and ecosystem, and for IT leaders. So make sure you check out all the channels. They should be right over here, my Vanna White moment. And we've also got amazing demos and discussions. So above me, you'll see a tab called Demos and Discussions. That's where you're going to find circles of success, certification prep sessions, and expert-led demos. Whew, that's a lot. And don't worry, if you miss anything today, any of the episodes, they'll be available right here at TrailheaDX.com after the event. So You're not going to have to miss anything, but make sure you tune in. You've got a lot to choose from today. So we are going to have some fun here at the Salesforce studio, and I feel a little lonely. I feel like I could, maybe get some friends to help me out. So let's see here. Oh my goodness. Hello, Trailblazers. This is the Trailblazer Lounge, everyone, and I am joined by Trailblazers from all over the world. They are incredible. We are going to get the chance to get to know them a little bit at each break, which will be so fun and so exciting. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. For some of you, I know it's very late in the day / very early, so thank you. And, there is a special Trailblazer here in the lounge that I'd love to get to know. So let's roll a little film and get to know a little bit more about him before we talk to him.
Like most of us, Aaron started creating with Legos at a young age. The difference is, he never stopped. Casual hobby gave way to lifelong passion, as he's worked to perfect his technique while weaving storytelling and character into his creations. His work has been featured all over the web and television, and today, he's helping us have a little fun.
So I love Legos. Clearly, I have had the fortune of having Lego Cody join me for the last year in my house. But Aaron, you're joining us today. You actually built Lego Cody last year, and you're joining us again for TrailheaDX 2021, and you got a little something new up your sleeves. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're building today?
Yeah, Jillian, it's a real pleasure to be back. I had so much fun building Cody last year. So much fun, in fact, that I thought for this year, we have to keep the characters coming. We, this year, are going to be building our very favorite Astro on top of a pedestal, just like last year. But this year, we're going to have also even bigger and better than last time, a little bit of a technical lighting component in the pedestal as well. So it should be a really striking piece. I'm so excited to get to share it. And of course, to build it over the course of the event, which is going to be a quick turnaround.
I was going to say, I don't see any Lego bricks or anything looking like Astro in front of you right now. So you've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair if I had anything on the table before I got started, would it?
No, that's true. That's true. Well, Aaron, you did such an amazing job last year. One of the reasons we love having you and a master Lego builder here joining us is the Lego bricks are very similar to the Salesforce platform, right? Customer Trailblazers, amazing people like the ones in the lounge, are able to kind of piece together custom solutions to help drive customer success. So we're really excited to see how you come up with an amazing Astro using Lego blocks. Now, we do need some help from the audience, though, don't we?
Yeah. That's right. Once again, part of the build is going to be in your hands, and I think Jillian can tell you a little bit more about that.
So we need your help, viewers everywhere who are watching. I need you to go to sforce.co/buildastro to help decide what goes on Astro's base. Now, last year you chose the Trailhead logo to go on Cody's base, but this year you have some new options, and as Aaron said, they're going to glow. They're going to light up. How cool is that? So make sure you go to sforce.co/buildastro. Vote early. We have to give Aaron the results so he has time to actually build the base before the end of the broadcast. So make sure you go there. Aaron, we look forward to watching you build.
Yeah, I'm excited to get started.
That's great. Well, we are going to get started. In fact, we're getting ready to kick off our 5-channel broadcast. Now, again, viewers, make sure you pick your channel. You'll see the full lineup for each channel over here to the left. And we've got the demos and discussions going on. So don't miss out. Make sure you check out the whole experience. We're very excited to have fun with you. Aren't we, Trailblazers? And we'll catch you at the next break.
We're almost ready to begin. Before we do that, I want you to know that we will be sharing some exciting news and announcements today. Please make all of your purchasing decisions based on commercially available products.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to TrailheaDX 2021. My name is David Louie, and joining me today is my wonderful colleague, Ashley Simons. Hooray! Both of us are on the product management team at MuleSoft. We're here to talk about how you, our awesome admins, can better support your business's connectivity needs using clicks, not code, with MuleSoft Composer for Salesforce. We'll start today's session with level setting on integration challenges admins face today, provide a quick overview of Composer, then demo the product. We'll wrap up with some back and forth Q&A banter between Ashley and me, where we discuss key questions that we've heard from admins so that we can help you really understand the value of Composer and how you can get started today. Let's begin. I'd like to tell you a story about my friend Amanda. Much like you, Amanda is a Trailforce trailblazer who is crucial to her company's digital transformation. With her keen understanding of Salesforce in her business, she's an expert at translating business requirements to streamline processes fast. She has an important deadline coming up, the end of a big quarter for the company. Their quote-to-cash process requires data, not just from Salesforce, but also from external apps and systems like Workday, NetSuite, Stripe. So she files a ticket with the IT team to get access to those systems. She waits days or weeks for the IT request to be fulfilled. In the meantime, she tries to stitch together the systems by herself, which is outside of her wheelhouse. Oftentimes, these systems require writing complex code or learning new skills, and many of the tools available in the market today just aren't designed for Salesforce admins like herself. Before you know it, she's past her deadline and feels helpless. She wishes that she had an integration solution built for Salesforce admins like herself. Amanda isn't alone. Our research at MuleSoft shows that a vast majority of line of business users agree that they need easy access to data and IT capabilities to deliver projects faster. 54% of them are frustrated with how challenging it can be to stitch together disparate systems. So how can Salesforce admins connect data in a simple yet intuitive way without having to involve IT integration specialists? Meet MuleSoft Composer for Salesforce. It enables Salesforce admins like yourself to connect apps and data to Salesforce and automate integrations quickly and easily with clicks, not code, all inside of the Salesforce UI. This means Salesforce admins no longer have to wait for development resources to complete their high priority projects. Instead, you can jump right in and build the integrations you need, whether it's in service of improving the customer experience, gaining deeper insights into business performance, or automating everyday manual tasks. What we've done with Composer is taken our key learnings from the integration industry, simplified it, and made it easier for you to innovate, improve, and create new ways of working. Again, without waiting on development resources or knowing how to code. What's exciting is that we're already seeing how our awesome trailblazers are using Composer in various use cases, like sales ops use cases, where Composer can be used to build automation workflows between Salesforce and NetSuite to streamline order-to-cash activities and boost efficiencies across sales operations. We've seen customer use cases where Composer can help maximize agent productivity and streamline case handling and resolution with real-time data. We've helped with team collaboration use cases where Composer can connect data from systems like Sales Cloud, Slack, and Google Sheets to ensure that teams have access to timely updates on sales reports and are notified immediately when an action needs to be taken. Finally, there's HR use cases to enhance employee customer experience by speeding up onboarding. With Composer, you can build automation workflows to update employee profiles and payroll attributes across Salesforce, Workday, and NetSuite. Now that I've introduced you to all of these use cases, Ashley, can you show us a demo of what one of these use cases looks like in Composer for Salesforce?
Of course, Dave. Let's pick up with our friend Amanda. Her sales team works in Salesforce and manages their opportunities from there. But the back office work, processing those sales orders, handling the revenue, handling the billing, all happens in NetSuite. The sales reps don't have a NetSuite license or honestly the NetSuite knowledge. So currently sales ops is tasked with ensuring that the proper sales orders are created. And this isn't just an issue that only Amanda is facing. In fact, the flow that she's about to build is one of the most common scenarios that we've seen Composer solve for our early admin customers. So let's watch Amanda build out a Composer flow that will trigger every time an opportunity is marked as closed won in Salesforce, fetch the corresponding opportunity products, and create a sales order in NetSuite. To top it off, it will also automatically send a Slack notification to the sales ops team with that order ID from NetSuite so that they're one, informed that the sales order has been created successfully, and two, have a reference number in case they need to follow up. So how does she build this flow? Amanda has now opened her Salesforce org. Looks familiar, huh? And she can navigate easily to Composer from the app launcher. Here, she's landed in the Composer canvas, and she notices that it's directly embedded in her Salesforce instance and is going to be leveraging Salesforce builder patterns with which she's familiar, making it easier to get started. So she's going to click to create a new flow, and she sees all of the ways that she can start her flow, including by connecting to a variety of different systems. In her case, she wants to start the flow when opportunities are closed in Salesforce, so she selects the Salesforce trigger, gives the connection a name, and then she can connect easily and securely to her environment using OAuth, just entering her username and password and allowing the permissions. Now she's ready to build her first step. She selects new or updated record as her trigger and then selects the record type opportunity from the dropdown. Notice that this is a list of all the objects that she can act on. It supports all the standard and custom Salesforce objects. Her favorite part is on the right-hand side, in the sample output section. This shows her the structure of the data being returned by this step, which will be usable in subsequent steps, and sample values of each field pulled directly from her account. Next, she has the ability to add conditional logic to her flow, specifying that she only wants the subsequent steps to execute if the stage of the opportunity updated is closed won. Amanda now has a closed won opportunity, but she needs to fetch additional data to use in later steps of her flow. First, the corresponding account, and second, the associated opportunity products in order to create that sales order. She reuses her Salesforce connection and selects the Get Records action in order to build the first query. She wants the account whose ID is equal to the account ID returned from the first step in the flow. She's then going to repeat this process, again connecting to Salesforce, because she wants to query for the opportunity products by selecting Get Records again. She wants all the opportunity products whose ID is equal to the opportunity ID returned from the first step of the flow. From the sample output section, she knows that this will return a list of all the products that match this criteria. Because she has a list of accounts, she's going to put the rest of the steps in a loop. And the next step's where she's a bit nervous because she's not a NetSuite expert. But she quickly realizes that it's the exact same experience. She can select the action she wants, create record, and the object type, sales order. She can quickly select all the fields that she wants to update on this sales order. Next, completing each field with the correct data is simple. She's fast-forwarded through some of the fields. But here, Amanda says that she wants the NetSuite sales order items to be populated with the list of opportunity line items returned in step 3. She then completes the field mappings, quantity from step 3 mapped to quantity, description to description, and list price of the opportunity product to amount. Because it's the same guided and data pill mapping experience, she's able to finish the step without knowing much about NetSuite. To seal the deal, she adds a final step and connects to her existing Slack connection. She sets it up to send a message to the sales ops team, and then she goes on to configure the message to explain that the opportunity, called opportunity name, just closed and that the sales order has then been created in NetSuite with the corresponding ID. Now that she's finished designing the final step, she's ready to test her flow to confirm that it's working as anticipated. She puts it in test mode, and then she goes off to trigger it by navigating to Salesforce to mark this opportunity for Burlington Textiles as closed won. Navigating back to Composer, she sees that the data is processing. And voila! A Slack notification coming in that the NetSuite order with ID 32689 has been created. She can then use that ID to go to NetSuite and confirm that it's there. Sure enough, there's the corresponding sales order with each item mapped appropriately. By building this flow, Amanda has empowered herself to be a superhero for her business. Sales ops no longer needs to worry about creating the sales order, and everyone down the supply chain benefits, including the finance teams that want to do revenue recognition, and even the end customers who are now getting their orders faster and more reliably. Perhaps this is a scenario that you've seen play out. It's honestly a lot more common than we expected. We've heard some of our earliest customers talk about how they currently have custom code built to handle this scenario. In one case, the owner left, and with him, his expertise. In another, they talked about how one field that they wanted mapped was missing from the integration, and therefore it could take months to get it added. With Composer now, they can log in themselves, add it with one click, and ensure that the data is flowing as they expect it. This puts the power in the hands of the end user and removes the reliance on developers, which drastically reduces the time it takes to build and maintain these flows. All right, now that you've seen the demo, David and I are going to look under the hood and show you what was actually happening.
All right, Ashley, I have the first question for you. You showed us how to create a Composer flow from within Salesforce Lightning itself. You know, since we have a Salesforce admin audience here, can you touch on how you set up Composer within Salesforce?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's a good place to start. So let's take a step back. We'll talk about some of the nuts and bolts. Before we go into setup, let's just talk a bit more generically. And that's first, Composer is delivered as a managed package. And we are automatically then provisioning a MuleSoft Anypoint Platform account behind the scenes. The managed package portion of it is what's embedding the Composer experience within Salesforce, like you saw. And then there's also an OData gateway using Salesforce Connect under the covers that allows us to put those Composer flows into Salesforce using external objects. Everything else, though, is part of Anypoint Platform, and those services are the ones that are powering it behind the scenes, which means that the integration expertise of MuleSoft, the scale, the stability of our runtime is baked into the tool. And when we think about it, the Composer flows, the connections, those are just Mule assets under the hood. They're running in a MuleSoft managed runtime, and it has the built-in security, built-in monitoring capabilities. But actually, Dave, to your actual question, more specifically, to get started, you want to first go to the setup page, and you're going to install the Composer managed package from the Composer page there. At that point, you're going to see a series of next few steps that are going to guide you through it. And second, you're going to click the button on that page to spin up the underlying net new Anypoint Platform account. And those are for the services that are going to underpin Composer. And third, you're going to assign the Composer perm set to those you want to have access to the tool. And it really is that straightforward from there. Composer is usage-based. It's not user-based. So there's no limit at that point to the number of people who are allowed access. So I have a question for you, throwing it back. How does a Composer flow get triggered?
Interesting. There are two ways that a Composer flow gets triggered. First, you can run it on a schedule. Second, Composer flows can be triggered based on a polling event, which is something that's happening in one of these end systems. Let me take the Salesforce connector as an example. In Salesforce, we'll check the system for updates to the record with which you started the Composer flow. We'll check for updates every 10 minutes. And so if there's a new or updated record, we'll go ahead, pick those up. If you've chosen to start your Composer flow based on those actions, we'll kick off the Composer flow.
Thank you. That's helpful. And so another question, sticking with behavior around Salesforce connector a bit. In Amanda's flow, that second step, when she was fetching opportunity products, what was happening there?
Pretty cool, huh? In Composer, we have a get record step that you saw. And so what's great is that for a user like Amanda with get records, we have Amanda come in through that interface in order to build up the types of data she's looking for. In the background, what we're actually doing is generating a SOQL query. Because we've built that layer of abstraction, Amanda doesn't need to know SOQL. And it's this type of abstraction that we're going to do for other systems as well. And so when you try to search for data in NetSuite or Jira, we're not going to ask you to understand the query languages for those as well. So now that I've covered some of the key design portions of Salesforce Composer, I have a question for you. Can you tell them about some of the best practices about testing and activating Composer flows?
Yeah, I think that's a good place to pick up. After you've designed, you're moving into testing and activating. So here are a few tips and tricks on how to be most successful. The first recommendation I would say, not to state the obvious to this audience, but always build using a sandbox or a trial connection. Taking a step back, Composer itself is installed into a production org, but from within Composer, you can create one or more connections to each of your systems, and that includes Salesforce. So you can have multiple Salesforce connections living within Composer. So start by building with test data from a sandbox org connection. And then as you build, test as you go along. Pressing test allows you to go off and trigger your flow. It's going to process a single record through your flow up to the point that you've designed. And this allows you to ensure that each field is mapped as expected. You haven't encountered any errors. And at that point, after you're confident in how you've designed your flow, you've tested it, you can create a connection to your production org and swap those connections out from sandbox to production. You're not going to lose any of the field mappings you've already done. And at that point, ready to activate it.
I want to focus on some higher level topics now and ask you a few questions that early prospects and users have asked us. First one, now that Composer has joined the Salesforce ecosystem, can you help me understand where Composer fits in with existing things like Flow Builder, Salesforce Connect, Heroku Connect, and even all the point-to-point integration solutions that are out there in the App Exchange?
I would say that the first thing to note is that Composer is by no means a replacement to any of these products. It's a complementary offering. And there are different use cases for why you might want to choose each one of these tools. So I can give you a couple of questions you might want to ask yourself when you're thinking about, should I choose Composer over one of these other solutions for my use case? So the first question is, do I want to be able to trigger events from a non-Salesforce system? Composer offers out-of-the-box, easy-to-configure connectors to our common cloud systems. And I'd say most importantly on that, Composer then handles triggering events that allow you to move data from external systems into Salesforce. And beyond that, you can also move data between external systems, meaning Salesforce doesn't even have to be included in the flow. So that's the first one. And then I think secondly, do I want data virtualization or do I want data synchronization? This one's a bit more targeted just at Salesforce Connect, but Connect, for example, is designed for data virtualization use cases. The data is virtualized within Salesforce, but it's still continuing to reside elsewhere. Composer, on the other hand, is designed to enable data synchronization, this automation. And so this means the record data is actually being pumped into the Salesforce objects. And I'd say the third principle then is, do I need it to scale across multiple systems? Is this multi-legged automation that might touch Salesforce, NetSuite, Slack, like you saw in Amanda's use case? Do I also have Jira? Do I also have Tableau? Composer expands beyond basic point-to-point integrations and scales to support those other business systems that you also have at play. So I think hopefully that provides some high-level guidance, some questions to be thinking through. So I have another frequently asked question then for you, Dave, which is, does Composer consume my API limit?
Okay, I'm going to have to phone a friend on this one. Cloudy here. What's Cloudy telling me? Cloud is telling me that it does count against API limits. So in the background, Composer and these Composer connectors are indeed calling out to APIs into Salesforce. It'll call APIs for creating records, getting records, the get record step that we had been talking about. So it's counting against that 24-hour rolling API limit. But in the near future, we're going to work with the platform team so that API calls that are coming out of Composer are treated more like API calls that come out of things like Heroku Connect, where Heroku Connect calls don't count against the API limit. Let's wrap this up with one more question. What's your favorite feature in Composer and why?
Oh, I think that deserves a little. Let's see, drum roll for that. My favorite feature, I think you know it. I talk about it. I made sure it was in Amanda's demo, but it's the sample output feature. And on the right-hand side of every card, you can see what the sample output will be for that step. And even beyond that, real values from that system for what those fields will look like. And first of all, this just allows you to confirm that you've connected to the correct system. Does this data look familiar? Is this my data? But more importantly, it tells you information about the structure of the data that's being returned. And therefore, what am I going to be able to work with? What am I going to be able to use in later steps of my flow? And I have to say, I've always been a fan, obviously, but I'm even more of a believer now because I am by no means a NetSuite expert. But I've had to build, as you can imagine, a lot of different NetSuite demos over the past few months. And recently I had one for a customer that triggered off of inventory information in NetSuite. And so I relied heavily on that sample output section to understand which fields I was actually going to be able to work with and map in later steps of my flow. So that's mine. Throwing it back to you. Favorite feature?
I go rah over test mode. And so with test mode is something that comes right after your favorite feature, sample output. Because once you use sampled output to make sure that you're connecting to the right systems, data looks kind of okay. You want to hit test mode to go ahead and run that execution and see how data actually flows when you push it through. The other thing I like about test mode is that you can use that to validate what you've done. And if you need to make a change here and there on the field mappings, you can go ahead and do that, test again, and you can go through this nice create, modify, and test iterative cycle before going ahead and activating the flow, so that when you activate the flow, you have confidence that it's the flow that you want, that everybody wants.
I love it. I think I have a second favorite feature in the test mode there. So let's take a step back. Let's summarize what you've heard today. As awesome admins, connecting data, building automations, these are vital to the success in your role. But we know it. Data is hard to access. Automations, frequently wishful innovations. With Composer, however, you can connect your apps, your data into Salesforce using, clicks, not code. We brought this to life with a demo of how Amanda used Composer to build out sales automations. Then Dave and I went back and forth, shared some best practices on how you can actually use Composer. And it brings me to my main point. Using Composer, you can support your business's connectivity needs without waiting around on development resources. Composer and the connectors it offers are available now. So if we've piqued your interest a little bit, you're eager to learn more, first, reach out to your Salesforce or MuleSoft account teams if you want more of an in-depth overview. You can also check out the Integration for Admins resource page. It has more Composer content, including videos, other episodes, blog posts, and more. And also join the MuleSoft Composer Trailblazer community. This is where you can ask questions, offer answers as you become experts, and connect with other awesome admins in the low-code love communities. We're posting the latest updates, announcements, details in this group so you can stay easily informed. And if you just want to learn more now, tell your colleagues about it, you can use this link. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today for the TrailheaDX 2021 session. All episodes, all content, including this episode you just watched, will be recorded, will be shared on the TrailheaDX website. So keep an eye out for your email and other social channels to learn more. With that, thank you so much for attending.
Thank you.
Amazon AppFlow makes integrating SaaS applications with AWS simple and secure. Break down data silos by leveraging pre-built integrations, no coding needed. Securely transfer data between cloud applications and AWS, and quickly create data flows using the AppFlow console, CLI, API, or SDK. Check out Amazon AppFlow at aws.amazon.com to learn more.
Hey y'all, welcome to TDX from Clarksville, Tennessee.
Trailblazers.
Namaskaram.
Assalamu alaikum, Casablanca, Morocco, Ohana.
Namaste from India.
Hi, from Glasgow in Scotland.
Ohana, Brazil, obrigado.
Minasan, konnichiwa.
Welcome to TDX from Austin, Texas.
Yay.
Hootie and I were wondering, what is Appy's favorite food?
It's nachos. Abby loves her nachos. And of course, what does she like to put on her nachos? She puts applesauce on her nachos. Absolutely.
Welcome back, Trailblazers, to Salesforce Studios here in San Francisco. I'm Jillian Bruce. I am joined by the Trailblazer Lounge, which has Trailblazers from all around the world watching TrailheaDX with us. It's our own virtual watch party, which I'm sure some of you are having your own wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in from wherever you are around the world. Let's take a quick minute and get to know some of our incredible Trailblazers here in the Trailblazer Lounge. Let's go around real quick and say your name and where you're joining us from today. Let's start with Sika.
Hello, everyone. Shikha Beth here, and I'm joining in from
India. It is very late where you are, Sika. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you to everyone joining from India. All right, Josh, you're up next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joshua Bennett, and I'm joining from New York City.
Thank you for joining us. All right, Edith.
Hello, everybody. I'm Edith. I'm joining from the United Kingdom.
Jolly good from across the pond. I love it. Nadina.
Hey, y'all. I'm Nadina Lisbon, joining from Austin, Texas.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. All right, Will, you're up.
Hey, everyone. I'm Will Wright, joining from currently cloudy Seattle.
I love it. Thank you for joining us, Will. All right, Ankit, you're up.
Guten Tag. Hi, I'm Ankit. I'm joining from the German capital of Berlin.
Well, thank you for joining us. I will have to think of whatever German words I know to use during the broadcast. All right, and Bhavna, where are you coming from today?
Hello, Trailblazers. I'm Bhavna. I'm joining from Amsterdam, Netherlands.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us today again from another continent. I love it. And Nikki.
Hi, Nikki or Nicole Hansen, and I am joining you from my home office in Dyer, Indiana.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everybody, Trailblazers, for joining us here in the Trailblazer Lounge. Thank you, everyone, for joining us from wherever you are from today. Hey, if you're joining us from somewhere really cool, shout it out on Twitter. Use the hashtag TrailheaDX'21 and tell us where you're joining from. We'd love to see where you are tuning in from. Now, we're going to get a chance to get to know some of these Trailblazers in the lounge a little bit more. So since Sika, you're joining us from all the way in India, let's take this opportunity to learn a little bit more about you. So Sika, can you tell us a little bit about the community in India, the Trailblazer community, and how you participate?
Yeah, sure. So if I get it into a word, it's just awesome. I mean, I just love the community. It's a big family of, I don't know the number of Trailblazers, and they give me a feel of family. It's the Ohana. We get that feeling there with knowledge sharing, learning, networking. It's a lot of things that the Trailblazer community has been providing us, and also the opportunity to give back through various ways that we do. About my interaction with the community, it started in 2017, where I started as a volunteer in one of the dev conferences and went to become a core team member of another conference happening over the India. I've been speaking across the world dev conferences and also lead the Surat Women in Tech.
I love that. Well, let's talk about Women in Tech. You mentioned that. Can you tell me a little bit more about what Women in Tech is and kind of more about that program?
Yeah, sure. So again, the Women in Tech journey for me also started in 2017, where I became the Surat Tech leader. And Women in Tech is all about supporting, understanding each other. And as someone said, I don't know the name for sure, when women supports women, things just go incredible. So yeah, the Trailblazer community, Salesforce as an organization, and the male allies that are around us help us, bridge all the gap that has been into the IT industry for this long. There is a way to go, but now at least the pay gap, the technology gap, and the representation gap has been bridged.
That's awesome, Sika. Thank you so much for sharing that. I believe when women support women, anything is possible. It's amazing. Everyone, get ready for your next episode. Remember, we've got 5 channels for you to choose from, and we look forward to catching you at the next break, where we're going to continue having more fun and getting to know more of our Trailblazers here in the Trailblazer Lounge. All right, everybody, pick your channel, have fun, and enjoy TDX.
Ready to begin. Before we do that, I want you to know that we will be sharing some exciting news and announcements today. Please make all of your purchasing decisions based on commercially available products.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our TrailheaDX episode on how to return to work with Work.com. My name is Leanne Reimel, and I'm joined here today by Sonia Flam, Executive Director at ATG. I'm really excited to be able to bring you the story of how ATG used Work.com to get back to work and return to the office. As Salesforce admins, we're in this very unique position to help deliver tools for our organizations, for our colleagues, for our communities that can help them make major changes like this. And so I think today is going to be a really important time to learn more about how, as admins, you can be at the forefront of leading that change and delivering those technical solutions to help your companies return to work if that's something that's one of your goals and priorities at your workplace. So I am also really thrilled to be recording this live in person with Sonia. We are in Missoula, Montana. We are both vaccinated and tested, and we're filming on the patio here. So I'm really excited to have Sonia join us today, or rather, I should say, for me to join Sonia, because we are actually at the ATG offices, which I'm super thrilled about. Sonia, before we dive into how ATG used the Salesforce platform, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role at ATG and your participation in this project?
Yeah, thank you so much, Leanne, for having me. It's an honor. And as you said, actually, I'm hosting you at the ATG offices, and I'm honored to be speaking at TrailheaDX this year. So as you mentioned, I'm an executive director here at ATG Cognizant. My role within the company is to really focus on our strategy with Salesforce. So I started off as an admin and consultant, and I've been able to grow my career within the Salesforce ecosystem. Today, I'm really running our Salesforce Revenue Cloud implementation practice. But I'm excited to be here today to actually talk about how we as a practice or as a company use Salesforce to power our return to office effort as well as engaging with our employees. So thank you again for having me.
Yay. Well, no, thank you for having me. So you mentioned employee engagement. I think that that's a really good place for us to dive in and to learn more about how ATG is managing return to work. Can you tell us a little bit of the details and some of the tools you're using at ATG to manage employee engagement?
Of course. So as you mentioned, we're using Work.com to return to the office as well as engage with our employees. We're using various features and parts of Work.com to accomplish that. The main thing that we're using right now is Salesforce surveys. Salesforce surveys allows us to customize different surveys based off of our needs and then send those out on a recurring basis. Right now, we're surveying our employees at least on a weekly basis to understand who wants to return to the office. And based off of some opt-in health questionnaire, we also determine who is safe to return to the office based off of different guidelines that we're getting from the local government, CDC, and different various things as well as Cognizant. We're also using Tableau dashboards to take all that information from Salesforce surveys, put it into succinct one place to look at all that information and be able to view that information over time. And that really gives us a lot of insight into our employees, their wellness, and the return to office effort.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. So there's a suite of tools that you're using to manage that employee engagement. And I know something that's really important to yourself at ATG and to leadership at ATG is employee wellness. Can you share a little bit about how is ATG using some of these tools to engage with employee wellness and what has that wellness data really meant for ATG?
Yeah, great question. So as I just mentioned, one of the things that we're doing is we call them our return to office, RTO, and wellness surveys. So those again are the surveys that we send out on a weekly and daily basis to gauge employees' interest for returning to the office and are safe to do so. We also have another survey that we like to call employee engagement or employee sentiment. This is a little different and it's set out on a more quarterly basis to be able to gauge how are employees doing. How are they doing in their personal lives? How are they doing in their work lives? Are there things that we can be doing better as their employer? Are there things that they need as individuals? And so that gives us a really good gauge on just the individuals that are within our company, especially since we're scaling and growing. We want to be able to have those one-on-one touch points to really see how everybody's doing because we're all going through some hard times right now. And again, we use all that information, we collect it, and we put it into Tableau dashboards to be able to drive better insights, and we share that information across our executive leadership team. We also work very closely with our HR and security team to put all that information together and make sure it's compliant.
So this is a really big project, and this is also a brand new project. So I know at ATG you're very experienced with leading all different types of projects, but this was a new one, right? I imagine for you and for everyone involved. And we have a lot of admins that are in the audience right now that are potentially going to be embarking on a similar project, and it's going to be brand new for them as well. What is some tips and insight you have for how you gathered engagement from your stakeholders, how you worked with your stakeholders, how you really, put one foot in front of the other for a project like this?
Yeah, there's really kind of three key areas that we focused on. One was discovery, so really understanding and talking with our employees. I think that's one of the number one things I'll provide as advice is make sure you talk to your employees and understand what they need right now. You don't want to go full throttle building a solution and deciding something out and then come to find out that it's actually not going to solve the problem that your employees need. So talk with your employees first, listen to them, hear them, and figure out what things you need to start planning for. The second thing is educate yourself. As we've alluded to, there's a lot of really cool things within work.com. One of my favorite things about being part of this engagement was being able to tinker with all the cool stuff. You look at work.com and it has all these different components of different Salesforce clouds, different features, and they're all put together for this very cohesive, thoughtful solution in the end. But that creates a challenge for admins. We need to be able to understand all those nuts and bolts and pieces to be able to educate ourselves on what we can potentially do with all that cool stuff. So again, communicate and talk to your employees, educate yourself, and then once you've done those, you're ready to start communicating with your executive leadership or whoever your stakeholders are for this engagement. A lot of the people that we were working with and our leadership, they knew of Salesforce, but they had no idea that work.com could solve these different problems that we had. And so we were able to work with those stakeholders and educate them on the stuff that we educated ourselves. And we were able to work together to build a cohesive roadmap and plan for the solution that we were going to build, and had that feedback process with those stakeholders as well to make sure that we were continually iterating on the process as we moved forward.
So Sonia, as you were, getting started with this project and getting ready to move forward, tell me a little bit about some of the steps that you took to get engagement with your stakeholders for such a big project.
The first thing we did was identify our scope. It's obviously very important to us to make sure that we build a solution that makes sense. And because we were in Missoula, Montana, and lucky enough a year ago that our cases were limited, we were able to open the office at a limited capacity. Because of that, we decided to stick with Missoula, Montana as our scope for our initial implementation. So once we defined our scope, we then moved on to defining our stakeholders. Our stakeholders in this case, obviously, are our employees, but also our leadership team, our HR team, our security team. So we worked with all those individuals to make sure that we were gathering insights from each of them and what we needed to accomplish, as well as for their separate teams. And then last but not least, we really looked at our technical strategy. Work.com has lots of different components, different pieces from different Salesforce clouds. And so we looked at the different technology stack that was available to us, and then we made a very strategic decision on which tools and features we were going to use for our specific business use cases. It's important to remember that every business is going to be different, and maybe in our case, maybe every office is going to be different. So we were able to define our scope, our stakeholders, and the technical strategy for the Missoula, Montana office.
Well, and that's just the perfect segue to dive in and actually take a look at a demo of an example of some of the tools ATG is using. Sonia was very gracious and is going to explain some of those to us. So this can be your first step, admins out there that maybe haven't gotten hands-on with work.com yet, to see it in action. So let's go take a look at the demo.
I want to show you 3 areas of ATG's Return to Work app that were really impactful. So I'll start by saying, first of all, that this is a demo environment that we are showing today just to show some of the tools that we're using at ATG. But because we're serving our employees, we want to respect our employees' privacy. So again, this is a demo environment that we're using. And I also want to give a major kudos to our Salesforce admin team at ATG. They are absolutely instrumental in our ability to get back to the office. And I'm extremely grateful excited and honored to be showing you some of the tools that they use to get us back to the office. The first tool that I want to talk about here is Salesforce surveys. We are surveying our employees to understand on any given week who might want to come in that week, how they're feeling about return to work, and surface any questions or issues they may have. The employee experience starts with this. They go through a couple of questions that steps them through COVID screening. We then gather some details around if they want to work in the office and how urgent it is for them. We understand on a daily basis it's going to change. And so we want to make sure that those who really need to get into the office have that ability. We also give them the ability to provide some open text feedback from the employees, just to share thoughts around how they're doing return to office wise, as well as collect any additional feedback. A lot of times we simply hear that they're really glad that they have this touch point on a daily basis. We also have some logic built into our surveys that helps us guide users through a specific process and get them the right information that they need. This includes helping decide, we'll see in a bit, if they are a first time return to office or if they have already returned to the office before. We customize the surveys with our branding and our language and survey builder here. Pretty snazzy. As we went through our return to work learning process, the information we needed to gather changed and grew. So using Survey Builder really allowed us to be iterative in our process, update surveys quickly, and it also helped us understand what we need to do to support our company as well as support the command center. So looking now at our command center, we can see a lot of different information, but starting at the top, we'll focus on the Salesforce Tableau widgets. This allows us to get an overall view of COVID cases, but also we can localize them for where we're at. And in this case, we're in Montana. Taking a look over at tasks, this is how we manage what we need to do related to return to office. That could be anything from onboarding an employee who's coming to the office for the first time, as I mentioned. It could also be reviewing wellness surveys. We're using all this data in one place to make informed decisions around our office protocols and office planning, especially as we're growing and even building new buildings. Our Salesforce admins maintain this command center, including reviewing the Tableau components, working with our leadership to determine if we need to add additional survey points or analytics. And our admins are also really working closely with our HR team. That's to make sure that we're doing everything in compliance with our company policies and making sure that we are respecting employee privacy. It's incredibly important that as admins, we're helping lead this effort to return to office, but also partnering and working very closely with our security and HR teams, because we always want to make sure that we're on the same page throughout the entire journey. As we're going through these organizational changes, it's important to be transparent and inform colleagues. And we're doing that by using My Trailhead. We have a My Trailhead module for return to office, and we use it to ensure every ATG employee has the information that they need about our current office policies, what may have changed since they were last in the office, as well as our plans for the future. Our return to work module focuses on stabilize, reopen, and grow. And this is how we are ensuring no one at ATG gets left behind and that we are creating the conditions for everyone to thrive. So if I go back to my command center, I can see what teams and employees have completed this in My Trailhead. All of this, and probably much more, is managed by our Salesforce admin team. They're really at the forefront of ensuring that we have all the information that we need to return back to the office safely.
Great. Thank you so much for that demo, Sonia. That was really impactful. I love seeing the examples you shared with us, that Work.com command center, Salesforce surveys. I particularly love Salesforce surveys and the survey builder and being able to customize so quickly and really make it your look and feel. And of course, the Tableau widgets that are really powering that command center and giving you all of those insights and trends over time. Great demo. Thank you so much. So based on your experience with this Work.com pilot at ATG over the past year, Sonia, what are some ways that you think this is really going to impact employee engagement in the future?
That is a great question. Every company is going to need a solution similar to this. Whether you're big or small, you need to figure out a way to keep engaging with your employees. One of the things we acknowledged right away when COVID started and we started working from home was the potential for our company culture to really take a hit. One of the things we really enjoy here at ATG and we hold high standard is our company culture and the one-on-one engagement that we have as individual and as teams. So we wanted to make sure that we had a tool and a solution that would make sure we can grow our culture and not lose it while we're all working from home. And Work.com gave us that ability to do that. We also were really excited to work with Work.com because it gave us the flexibility and accessibility to quickly change when we need to, because our requirements have changed probably 100 times since we first implemented. So we've been able to really dynamically change based off of what our employees are actually needing. The employee sentiment survey that we talked about earlier, that was something we actually didn't initially implement. And then 4 or 5 months in, we recognized based off of the feedback that we were getting that we really needed something else in addition to our return to office survey. So again, this tool just gave us a lot of the flexibility that we didn't have before and gave us the ability to have that one-on-one connection with employees, keep that touch point, and make sure that not only do our employer have the opportunity to speak to employees, but the employees have a chance to give us the feedback. And one of the things that has been overwhelmingly positive through this effort is the feedback we've been getting from employees, letting us know that they really do appreciate that touch point and the ability to communicate us and to provide feedback.
That's great feedback. And you know, that's something that really resonated with me when I first started learning about the solution you had built out at ATG. And when I first, saw the demos and saw some insight into how you at ATG had built out this solution, was really that focus on the sentiment, that focus on sentiment over time, really understanding where people maybe needed assistance or were asking for help or where people were thriving, and really being able to look at that data and respond to it as a team. I think when we look at some of the things that we've learned throughout this past year, there's things that a lot of us want to keep that we learned. And I think one of those is definitely, better understanding how we can create a workplace in which everyone can thrive, right? And create those avenues for feedback, like you mentioned. And I love that you mentioned that, that was something that you added in. And with how easy it is to add into Salesforce Survey Builder, it makes it possible to iterate when you're getting that feedback in like the open text fields, right? And if you're getting that feedback, then that sounds like a good time to add those survey questions. So thank you for sharing that. So, I mentioned that ATG has been so innovative and really forward thinking. You're one of the first companies that I knew of that was really looking at how to thoughtfully return to the workplace and enable employees that wanted to be in office so they could work together if that's something that was important to them. For admins that are out there listening, what are some things that you're thinking about as you look forward to the next 8 to 10 months that maybe our admins should be thinking about as well? When you're kind of thinking about the future, what does the future look like for ATG? So I guess a question of two parts. Like, what does the future look like for ATG? And also, what are some lessons about future planning that you can share with our admins?
Things are changing constantly for us. And so for the next 8 to 10 months, we're really planning for change. And what that means is we're planning to probably iterate on our surveys many more times, potentially implement new solutions, but we're also planning to hopefully expand into other offices. We're hoping that we can increase our capacity here in Missoula, so we should plan for more people within the office and potentially needing to look at different surveys to support that. We're looking at expanding to our other offices, as I mentioned, not only regionally, but also globally. We're also scaling and hiring a ton. So because of that, we need to be able to figure out a way to have better touch points with brand new employees, making sure that their computer works on day one, and things that, seem kind of silly when you're in office, but are really critical when you're working from home and you're starting a new job. It can be very scary if you can't get into a laptop on day one. So we're looking at all these different ways to be able to expand what we have today to support those different use cases. And we're also looking at ways to be able to grow our company culture using Salesforce as well. Admins need to be nimble. We need to be watching out for release notes as we usually do. And we need to look out for the new features and functionality that can support our Work.com solution. We recognize that our tool is probably going to evolve over the next year, and no matter what, we're prepared for that internally, and we're going to look at blending probably some portion of return to office as well as work from home. So we know that employees probably aren't going to always return to the office or work from home consistently like they used to before COVID. So we're looking at ways to also use Salesforce to support those different use cases. And I think all other admins out there should probably look at the same thing too. It's important to be dynamic and be able to change, and also look out for the ways that you can use Salesforce to support those changes.
You know, I love that advice for our admins. I think now is a great time for admins to think about where can they be adding to their skill sets, where can they be maybe updating solutions, and what you said, you know, being nimble. Companies are changing really quickly. Company policies, who works where, technology stacks, things like that are changing really quickly at a lot of different companies. And as admins, we're really at the forefront of how we can help lead during times of change, how we can help enable our colleagues to be successful. And as Sonia said, you know, really be that knowledge center as well. You know, you're the ones that are going to be the most knowledgeable about the Salesforce solutions that are out there, that maybe you even already have access to, that are out there that you can build out for your companies. And so thinking about what are those areas, like Sonia said, to get educated, that you can find opportunities to build solutions, you can find opportunities to really solve problems and answer questions that might be coming up at your company. So I want to thank all of you so much for joining us today for our TrailheaDX'21 session. This was a really meaningful talk. I want to thank you so much, Sonia, for joining us and sharing those lessons learned and sharing the insight from ATG and more about kind of your process with leading such an innovative project. And you know, shout out to the ATG Salesforce admin team for building such an awesome solution and really being so nimble, so iterative, and working so closely with the team to, you know, build the right solution at the right time, because that's really what happened at ATG. Salesforce admin team built the right solution at the right time, and it enabled ATG to get back into the office, and that was I know a goal and a priority for you all. So thank you so much for joining us today and for hosting me here at the amazing ATG offices, soon to be even bigger offices. There's construction behind us where ATG is growing, and so I really appreciate being hosted here today and being able to meet in person. And for all of you, appreciate you joining this episode, and you'll be able to find the recording for this episode along with all of the other TrailheaDX episodes on the TrailheaDX website. We appreciate you joining us here today, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Helps admins and developers deliver value faster and more reliably on Salesforce and all your clouds. Bring information into one place and automate using flows, scripts, APIs, and more. Visualize your development process and make version control and deployments easy. Now use Capado to manage Heroku, MuleSoft, and other platforms. Check out Capado on AppExchange to learn more. At Scale takes your Salesforce developer experience to the next level. Orchestrate the delivery of your packages from start to finish with a few simple commands. Eliminate complexity and gain end-to-end traceability. Built together with the wider Salesforce Ohana, delivering continuously on Salesforce has never been easier. Visit dxatscale.io to learn more.
Did you know most of the time we all have positive intent, but sometimes it's the impact of our actions and words that can do harm to others? We all make mistakes, but we can commit to remembering it's the impact, not the intent, that matters. Skilling up on equality makes us a stronger community. Learn more on Trailhead and earn the Inclusive Marketing Practices Badge.
I was wondering, when is Ruth coming to the Trailhead store?
Ruth is up to her ears in building projects, and she's not quite ready to make her debut yet. But you can find her elephantastic friends in the Trailhead store. New items are added often, and you never know who might just pop up.
Welcome back, Trailblazers. I am Jillian Bruce, your guide today for Trailhead DX. We are having an amazing time so far in the Trailblazer Lounge. We've got people joining from all around the world right here in our Trailblazer Lounge viewing party, and I know you at home are tuning in as well, so thank you for joining us. We've already been through 2 whole episodes and a main show. I hope you are learning. You know what? I want to learn a little bit more about someone else in our Trailblazer Lounge, so I'm going to take the opportunity to talk to Ankit. Ankit?
Hello.
How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us for Trailhead DX.
You're very welcome. Thank you for inviting me.
Excellent. So I know you're joining us from Germany today. I would love to know a little bit more about the Salesforce community in Germany.
Well, the German community is vibrant as ever. I mean, we are in every major city: Berlin, Munich, Frankfurt, Hamburg, and Düsseldorf. And the community is very inclusive, as we call it over here, multi-kulti or multicultural. So there are a lot of people from all different parts of the world and Europe who are part of this community. I mean, look at me, I'm an Indian who's representing the German community. So they are very inclusive. And apart from that, I think we are the only community who have our own podcast. So it's called Wir sind Ohana, or We Are Ohana. And shout out to my partner in crime, so Christian Sandor, Menzinger, Daniel Stange, and Frau Caroline Hemming. So yeah, it's very inclusive.
That is awesome. I am so happy to talk to another fellow podcaster. As you know, we have the Salesforce Admins podcast that Mike Gerholt and I, we put out every Thursday, so shameless plug for that. So tell us a little bit more. I know when you're a podcaster, it's hard to just do one. So is there another podcast that you run as well?
Yeah, well, I call myself a forcepreneur, so I'm starting a Salesforce company, and I realized that I was speaking to a lot of entrepreneurs in the ecosystem, but this part was not covered, or there was not a lot of information out how to start a Salesforce company and what are different kinds of partnerships, ISVs, SIs, PDOs, nobody knew. So I was talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, and I said, wait a minute, I can press a record button, and then I can record all of this and just put it out so more people can benefit. So it's called forcepreneur.com, and it's a podcast about how to start a business in Salesforce ecosystem. And lately I have been talking to CTOs. Charlie Isaacs was on it. And recently I also did a COO series where I interviewed Archana. She's a COO for ANZ and ASEAN at Salesforce. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, keep the podcasting going. I love how you're giving back to the community, especially over there in Germany. Thank you for joining us today. Now, we also, thank you, Ankit. So we also have another Trailblazer that we need to check in with, because I have been looking at Twitter between the breaks and I have been seeing all the votes come in. Everyone's excited about this Lego build. Aaron, we want to check in with you. How is it going? How are things going with Astro over there?
Well, it's just like last year. We're sort of down to the wire here. A lot of building to do in a short amount of time, but things are coming apace. I'm currently actually right in the middle of adding some sculpted pieces to what is going to become Astro's head and face, which is super exciting. And I think it's coming out pretty well.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second, because you said sculpted pieces. We know that Astro is kind of round and fuzzy. It's not necessarily a rectangular brick shape, let's say, I don't think Astro has a blockhead. Can you talk to us a little bit of how you're making these rectangular Lego bricks look round and fuzzy for Astro's head?
Absolutely. So basically the technique I'm using, it's a technique that employs the SNOT, S-N-O-T, or studs not on top technique. Rather than, if you're building Lego normally, you might build pieces going up in a straight direction like this. But here I've got studs, or the connecting points, facing in all different directions, which allows me to create these sort of sculpted, almost round looking shapes just by virtue of making different step patterns with the Lego, with the regular plates going in all different directions. It creates a really cool and kind of fuzzy looking texture, like you said, which is perfect for Astro. Really makes the character cute, cuddly, and come to life in a whole new way.
That's awesome. Well, good luck. Keep going. You still got a ways to go.
Yes.
You've been making good progress. Yeah. Reminder, everyone tuning in, sforce.co/buildastro to vote what goes on Astro's base. We need your participation. The poll is going to close very soon, so this is your last opportunity. All right, everybody, get ready. We have tons more content coming your way. Make sure you check out one of our 5 channels, demos and discussions, and we'll catch you at the next break.
We're almost ready to begin. Before we do that, I want you to know that we will be sharing some exciting news and announcements today. Please make all of your purchasing decisions based on commercially available products.
Welcome to TrailheaDX and the live Meet the Teams episode in the admin channel. I'm Mike Gerholt, your host, Senior Director, Admin Evangelism here at Salesforce. And boy, do we have an episode lined up for you. So for this Meet the Teams, we will be talking automation, which is an admin's favorite topic. At least for me, it is. And shortly, I'll have all of our automation PMs introduce themselves. But first, I want to let you know how this episode will work and how you can participate. So first off, each of our PMs are going to introduce themselves and give a demo of some exciting features. Then we'll open it up for questions. Ooh, so how do you ask a question? Well, that's a great question. I want you to put those questions in the chat. And we have these wonderful moderators who are standing by that are going to take all those questions and funnel them to me so that we can ask our wonderful PMs. Now, I do ask one favor. Please take a minute and watch all the questions coming into the chat. There's a lot of you, and there's only a few of us. So we want to avoid duplication as much as possible. The other thing we're going to do, when possible, we're going to try and group some questions, perhaps into themes, and really address as many as we can. The goal is that we help you understand everything you wanted to get asked at TrailheaDX. Now, before I get started, let's kick everything off by having each of the PMs introduce themselves. And I'm going to start off with you, Diana.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Diana Jaffe. I am a product manager here at Salesforce, and I'm going to be talking about all things flow.
Fabulous. I can't wait. Alex, you're up next. Alex, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, Alex Edelstein, another product manager on the automation team. Today, I'm going to be focusing on our next best action decisioning.
Ooh, this is going to be exciting. Now, Antoine, bring it home.
Hi, Mike. My name is Antoine Cabot. I'm a product manager on the automation platform team, and I'm very excited to introduce Flow Orchestrator today.
So we're saving the best for last. Maybe. Let's get started with Diana. You have some amazing things that you're going to talk us through, so I'll have you kick off our Meet the Teams episode.
Thanks. We're starting with the best, I'd like to think.
Are you? Yes, I would agree. It's all the best.
It's all the best. So I'm going to start us off by talking about my personal area of expertise, record-triggered flows, and hopefully answer some of your burning questions there. But I'm also going to represent all of Flow and demo some of my other favorite new features, specifically around debugging and screen flows. But before we get to the demo, let's talk about record-triggered automation. If you haven't heard, Flow is the future of record-triggered automation here at Salesforce. So we are looking to combine the functionality in workflow rules and process builder to really make Flow your one-stop shop for all your automation needs. We've been doing a lot over the last few releases and are continuing to do a lot to pull all of those things into Flow. And then we're also at the same time leveraging some of the awesome powers of Flow, like debug, like sort of the visual editor, in order to give you the best of both worlds. So we know that any kind of migration, any kind of new tool is a challenge. This isn't the easiest thing, so definitely stay tuned. We are listening to you as you're starting to use Flow and hear what you like and don't like, and we'll be continuing to provide both more guidance as well as tools in the future to help you actually consolidate that automation and have it all in one place. But let's stop talking and looking at slides and see this in action. I'm going to start us off by using Flow to automate the most common use case we see our customers do, automatically updating a field on a record. Let's use case management as an example. I'm going to run this rule on my case object, and I'll use our newly added isChanged feature to make sure we are only running this automation when the priority field has changed. Using this criteria helps save me CPU time and ensures I'm only running the automation when something relevant has happened. I'm also going to set up my triggered flow to run using our before saved flows. This is a setting that's only available in Flow, not Process Builder or Workflow rules, and it allows you to do your same record updates earlier in the flow, avoiding recursion problems and improving the performance to be up to 10 times faster than our other declarative tools. We've added a new experience which makes it easier to configure these updates. We heard your feedback about variables, so now you don't need to worry about or learn more about variables or resources in Flow unless you're building out a more complex use case. You can just get to building your logic. We've preloaded that case record from setup, so I can immediately go in, find the status field, and set it to escalated. I can also use filter conditions here to further refine my logic. Let's look at a record triggered flow with a little more going on. I want to point out that I'm using our new auto layout canvas here, so I don't have to spend extra time making sure all my lines and connectors are perfectly symmetrical. This view is still in beta, but we're adding to it all the time, and in summer 21, we've added more feature support, made the overall potential canvas 5 times bigger, and we put in work to support our Flow friends who require accessibility tools. But the thing I'm most excited to show you is that I can now hit debug on my record triggered flows. This has been a pain point for a long time, and it's a great reason to start using Flow for record triggered automation. I can choose whether to test my start node entry criteria or skip it. I can pick different records to trigger, and after I hit debug, I'm able to see our fabulous path highlighting, now available in auto layout canvas as well as freeform, that can tell me exactly which direction my flow went and what each step did. But debugging doesn't just begin and end when I'm building a flow for the first time. If you've used flows a lot, then you are probably familiar with our flow error emails. Well, one of my favorite features of the last year is that we now include a link in those error emails that can take you right back to the debugger. You can see the path the user took highlighted and find out exactly where and why the error happened. We took it one step further, and we've also stored all the failed flow interviews in a list view in setup as well. Before we get to questions, I also want to highlight a few key new features in screen flows, truly the MVPs of the flow universe. Here I have a screen flow that I want to embed on my case record page. It takes a case object as input, and I've also done an additional get records to get the associated account information. As I go to create a screen, you'll notice that we have a new tab to easily add fields from those records we just defined. We are bringing the capabilities of dynamic forms to Flow. It's currently in beta, but there's already so much you can do. I'm going to start with my case record, and I can immediately see all of the available fields from the object definition. As I drag in subject, you'll see that the field label, data type, help text, and requiredness are all displayed and set automatically based on the field settings in Object Manager. It will connect to the data I've already declared. There's nothing else I have to configure. I can also mix and match these components. I want to display some information from the related account, which I can add here as well. And you'll notice that we also display when fields are required versus optional. There's a lot of information we can share on one screen, but that's going to get crowded quickly. So now it's time to take advantage of our other new feature in screen flows, sections and columns. This allows you to take better advantage of your screen real estate by allowing for rich multi-column layouts. I'm going to add a section component and then add 2 columns inside it so that I can lay out my name and phone number fields next to each other. I'm going to save it and run our handy debugger, and you'll see that it's automatically pulling all my data using dynamic forms and then sizing the layout to my screen using sections and columns. I'm completely ready to go.
Wow, Diana. So you weren't kidding. You were coming with the good stuff right off the bat. Now, before we even get to questions, I just have to pause because I think the entire Flownatic community is on chat. And so I want to make sure that we give a shout out to Brian Kwong, SFDC Wizard, admin Kelly K, let's see, Bree. All of these Flownatics are coming in. The questions are literally just listed as Flownatic. So buckle up, folks. We're in for a fun hour. Let's get started with the first question that I see, which is, are there plans to increase the number of records that Flow can create and update?
So that's an interesting question. I would say we do have users starting to hit limits or seeing more demands for higher bulk in some different scenarios. So it's a little hard to say yes globally, but I would say there are targeted areas that we're looking at, specifically scheduled flows we're looking at in the next few releases to try to increase your batch operations.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, answering globally is always hard. So let's talk about something called outbound messages. So when will Flow be able to send outbound messages?
Well, forward-looking statements aside, we are currently working on that. And my hope is that will be coming in a release readiness live to you soon. So,
so stay tuned.
So definitely stay tuned for that. We are looking, that is one of our remaining features that Workflow Rules supports and Flow doesn't. So it is on the list, and it's coming towards the top of the list.
It's that last little thing that Workflows is hanging on to. You still need me, don't you? No.
Right? No.
How about, let's talk debugging. Is that debugger highlight only available in Lightning?
That's a great question. I'm not sure, but I believe yes. So, or no, I believe it's available for all of our flow types. So we don't require Lightning to run the Flow Builder experience.
Gotcha. Okay. So this is a little bit of a long one. It'd be great to have one flow that could run when a record is created, updated, or deleted, with decisions to filter things down. That would save me from replicating a lot of my automation in multiple flows.
Absolutely. That is a great point. And that is something we're working on and thinking about. So one of the things that's also on that list, that checklist of things we still want to add to Flow, is subflows, which would allow you to call the same piece of logic from multiple places. And then we also do already have create and update together. I've heard less demand for create, update, and delete all in one flow, because delete is often a more specialized case. But if that is a desire, I would love to hear more about those use cases, because that's definitely something we could consider and prioritize as well.
Oh, I think the Flownatics will let you know if that should be a thing.
Yes, we love our Flownatic community.
Probably before the end of this episode. Charge your phone.
It's already blowing up. Yeah.
Okay. So Gaurav has a question. What if we want to mark a field as required that is required on a page layout, but not at the system level?
That's a good question.
They come with good questions.
They do.
Flownatics show up with, it's not easy softballs they throw.
Yeah, so we have some ability to set requiredness. I know it can be a little inconsistently applied. In some places, requiredness is easy to set, and in other places it's not, or it's inherited. So I do know overall that's an area that we are looking to clean up and make more consistent. I don't know the specifics on that question.
Great. Well, Diana, that is the questions we're going to run through for now, because Alex teased us with this amazing stuff that he's going to show us. So, Alex, you're up next. In the meantime, don't stop asking questions for Diana, because we have a 15-minute segment at the end where it's Katie bar the door for Diana, Antoine, and Alex to get questions. So if you didn't get your question answered from Diana or Alex in this segment, tail end is when it'll start. But Alex, you're on deck.
Great. Thanks. That was really good stuff, Diana. Very exciting to see all of that. trigger capability and the debugging capability. I'm going to focus a little on next best action. Let's talk about how next best action and flow are coming together. We now have, for Summer 21, we have a pilot that allows you to create your next best action strategies and do it from within Flow Builder. And that allows the creator of those decision strategies to leverage a lot of functionality that we haven't had time to add to Strategy Builder, but that already exist in Flow Builder. And it will also make it easier to merge the strengths of your decisioning logic and your action logic together to create more effective and more streamlined automations. So this is something that we're now piloting and planning for GA in the spring. Now, let's look at how this works in Flow. The process really stays the same. There are 5 different steps to how you will create a recommendation strategy. You define the recommendations, you create strategies, you integrate your insights, and then you present those recommendations to the right individual at the point of maximum impact. And then when the user selects one of those recommendations, you can take action because each of those recommendations is itself linked to another flow that can take care of that downstream activity that you want to trigger. So let's look at how this works in Flow itself. If we, you can see that the same 5 steps are used to, that I just mentioned, are used to create a recommendation strategy in Flow Builder. From the new Flow window, you can see a new recommendation strategy template that you're going to be able to use to start creating these focused decisioning strategies. And then when you go to place the next best action component on a record page, you can see in the lower left there that you're going to have the choice of whether you want to pull from strategies that are built using our traditional strategy builder or strategies built using this new Flow Builder capability. And this all ties in to our general goal of making it so that you can do more with fewer builders and have less different things that you need to learn to be able to get your work done. So we're really looking forward to delivering this decisioning capability in the Flow engine. And with that, I think we can show you a little bit of a demonstration.
So let's jump into the demo. Now, as discussed, the first step of creating an end-to-end NBA is to create recommendations using the recommendation S object. And this step remains unchanged whether the strategy is built on Flow Builder or Strategy Builder. So here are the recommendation records that I've already created in this org. Next, I'll take us through the process of launching the brand new process type. So we go over to Flow Builder, click New Flow, go to All Templates, select recommendation strategy on the model, which is the new process type we've created for creating NBA flows. Click Next, choose Auto Layout, and voila, here is your all familiar Flow Builder canvas, and now you can build out a recommendation strategy on it. Now, before illustrating how, it may be worth spending some time on these 2 automatic variables that are created on the canvas when you first launch the process type. First off is the record ID. For those familiar with creating NBAs on Strategy Builder, you may recollect that $record is an integral part of the strategy. So record ID is an input variable that holds the value of the ID of the context object or the record page on which the NBA will be displayed. In this case, we will be displaying it on the case record page. In the pilot experience, the user will need to use getRecords and this record ID variable to retrieve the context object. But in the beta and GA experience, we will have automatic access to the case object in the $record variable, much like how Strategy Builder operates. Secondly, you also see the output recommendations variable. This is an output collection variable that should hold the final collection of recommendations so that the runtime component can display these recommendations. So in the flow that I'll show you in a bit, you will see that we assign to this variable the recommendation collection as we keep building them. Now, in the interest of time, let me take you to a flow that I've already created to explain the various elements. Here's a flow that I've already created that spits out a bunch of recommendations to be displayed to the user based on the condition that if a customer CSAT is greater or less than 50. First off, we have get context record. Now, as mentioned before, we use get records to get the value of the context record, and we use the automatic input variable record ID to do so. This is further used downstream to retrieve the CSAT score of the customer. Also, to reiterate, this step will be eliminated in the GUI experience, and you should be able to access the context record automatically in the $record variable without having to use get records. Next, we use the decision node to determine if the customer CSAT is greater than 50. If so, we load a few cross-sell and a few upsell offers, which are actually recommendation records. And we use get records to do so. We then assign them to this output collection variable as so. Now, if the CSAT is less than 50, we get a few retention offers and also assign them to the output collection variable. Finally, we use the sort element, which by the way is a brand new addition to Flow and is available to all other Flow process types. You can reorder the recommendations using recommendation fields up to 3 levels deep. You can choose whether you want to sort in an ascending or descending order and decide how many recommendations to allow through. You can also limit the number of recommendations passing through using this. So here we have sorted it by a custom field rating on the recommendation object. This could even be an Einstein score field that scores a recommendation based on an AI algorithm. So this flow is ready for prime time. It is already saved and activated. Next, let's see next best action in action. We navigate to the case page where it will be displayed. As mentioned earlier, the end user experience hasn't changed, so you display NBAs just as you would when powered by Strategy Builder. Let me illustrate real quick. In Lightning App Builder, edit the case record page or whichever record page you want the NBAs to be displayed. Drag the Einstein Next Best Action component to the desired location. Choose the strategy source as Flow Builder. In Summer 21, this option will be available to pilot users. And in the property editor, choose the action strategy. It's already chosen here, and the number of recommendations you want to be displayed. I'm choosing it as 4. You can also configure the component with these other options, but to reiterate, none of these have changed for pilot. So we save and go back to view the NBAs. And there you have it. So let's take a look at how you can tie the response to any automation using the Flow platform. If the user chooses to accept the recommendation, you can launch a flow and perform any automation step through flows. In this case, the line of credit offer details have been dispatched to the user. So as you can see, if you are familiar with Strategy Builder, recreating NBAs on Flow is simply a breeze. So this was a very quick demo of the pilot, but be sure to check out our blogs and pilot tutorials to get more details on what's included and to get started with NBA on Flow. And watch out this space for our beta and GA capabilities that's coming soon. Thank you.
Wow, Alex, that was a great demo. And shout out to Janani for putting that together, just in case anybody wondered if you had a really high-pitched demo voice.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That was Janani Narayanan, one of the product managers at your
She did a great job. So I do want to give a shout out to Dave Dudek, who is another Flownatic that posted on Twitter that they love to see everything flows and automation today at TrailheaDX. So thank you, Dave. He's also up in Boston, so maybe skipping a Boston game. Of course, there are questions coming in. So Alex, let's start with one for you. I really like next best action. So I think that would be our next best action is to ask you a question. What are some use cases for next best action?
Well, let's see. One that I've been working with lately is something we call Good Morning. And it can be Good Morning Salesperson or Good Morning Sales Agent. And the idea there is that every morning a user can come in and see recommendations as to how they can spend their day for maximum impact. And we've created a blog post where we show how you can schedule a trigger to fire during the night to collect information such as to look over all of the accounts of a particular salesperson, and then apply Einstein AI, predictive analysis, or rules or policies to come up with a determination of which of those accounts are really the accounts that person would most be wise to spend their time on. And when they come in the morning, they go to their homepage or their app page, and they see all of those recommendations. So that's a use case that we like a lot. It's also great for things like troubleshooting. As you gather information on a service case from a customer, you can have NBA dynamically and responsively making suggestions about everything from the next question to ask to whether you should approve a refund or not.
Oh, that's very cool. So your answer actually falls right in line with what another person's asking, which is any chance we'd be able to get the option in a screen flow to, let's see, hang on. Let me get this question right. Any chance we would be able to get the option in a screen flow based on the record types selected?
We in general have not done a good enough job in applying record type sensitivity to different parts of flow. That's something that's basically on our roadmap. For example, we want to make it so that pick lists can easily be populated and in a way that respects record type specific pick lists, something that Salesforce has had for a long time. Responding somewhat generally to that question, we do recognize that we have some work to do there. And there are, in the meantime, some open source extensions, such as Quick Choice, which you can take a look at on unofficialsf.com, which may be useful in addressing some of these gaps before we have a chance to solve them in the official product.
Gotcha. Okay, so I feel like this could be a question/feature request, and since I'm the host, I'm going to push it through. You talked about the good morning, and I love the idea of I like things on a schedule. I like to know when stuff's going to happen. I pre-plan out all of my vacations to know where we're going to eat and where we're going to stay. What about recommendations? Could we schedule recommendations so that maybe our users could get them at a certain time, or they could wake up? Good morning, have your coffee, and here's some Einstein.
Well, a lot of NBA can simply be done instantly. You wake up, you go to a page, and you see the immediate dynamic best recommendations. In the case I was talking about, Mike, you might want to do something that's very computationally dense, such as looking at each one of the accounts in the entire organization. So the power of schedule triggers, one of the things that Diana has driven the implementation of in Flow, allows you to sort of take some of the load that you would normally not be able to schedule and put it, during a period of time, such as the middle of the night, when you can crunch away without worrying about affecting anyone else in the org.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's equal amount work done at night while we sleep as during the day, right? So last question, and I think you've probably been asked this before, but how do you incorporate Einstein AI into recommendations?
That's a good question. The latest capability of Next Best Action is to easily incorporate Einstein Recommendation Builder. So Recommendation Builder is essentially packaged with Next Best Action and uses Next Best Action to connect Einstein predictive models to the last mile of delivering recommendations to the point of maximum impact. So I encourage you to go take a look at Recommendation Builder and Setup, and that allows you to basically create a predictive model with just a few clicks. So you select the fields and the objects in Salesforce that have the information that Einstein can use to generate predictions. And then those predictions can be incorporated easily into the Next Best Action strategy. You can also do this with Tableau CRM. The what was used to be called Einstein Discovery. And importantly, you can incorporate AI from non-Salesforce systems just as readily. So a lot of different ways to connect that serious AI to the actual processing of the recommendations.
Gotcha. Well, our recommended next best action is to go to Antoine and hear all about Orchestrator. So, Antoine, please introduce us.
Sure, Mike. Thank you for the intro. So, in summer 21, we're introducing a brand new product in the automation family, which is called Flow Orchestrator. With Flow Orchestrator, you will be able to unify your business processes like never before in Salesforce. And the cool thing is that we build it on top of Flow, so you will inherit all the amazing capabilities that Diana and Alex just shared, which makes Flow such a powerful platform. You will be able to assign flows to individual users and orchestrate execution across different parts of your organization. Flow Orchestrator will give you a unique perspective on your most sophisticated business processes and let you quickly identify bottlenecks to drive continuous improvement. If you are already using Flow, creating an orchestration will be a breeze because we are basically reusing what is existing today. So we are introducing two new elements that are called steps and stages to help you design your processes with clicks and not code. You will use steps to define the flow that needs to run, the assigned individual, and the context where the flow should appear. Keep in mind that steps can be executed sequentially or in parallel. It's up to you. And then you would use stages to group steps logically. Stages are executed sequentially, and they can be separated by a decision element, as you can see on this slide. The last piece is the visible part of the orchestration for your end users. We call it the work guide, and this is where you can visualize where you are in the workflow and what is required to be done directly from the record page. So to see all these pieces playing together, let's see a quick demo. Let's jump right in. I'm super excited to share with you today how you can use Flow Orchestrator to drive process automation in your business with clicks, not code. Let's create a record trigger orchestration, starting when the start date of a new hire has been set within 2 weeks. In order to do so, we have created a Boolean field that is using a formula to compare the employee's start date and the current date. We want to let our new employee adjust his personal information and also choose the equipment he would prefer. Then we'll go through manager approval to make sure that the requested equipment is accurate. Our next stage is IT review, where the IT manager will be notified to approve the equipment request based on inventory. Based on these two approvals, we will proceed with the provisioning of the equipment in our ERP. And for our final stage, we'll invite the manager to send a welcome message on Slack to our new employee, so that this is the very first message he sees on his first day. Now let's see it in action. Eric Ware is our new hire, and we need to update his start date in Salesforce. This action will automatically trigger our newly created orchestration. Eric has received an email with a link to an experience page that presents his personal information, position, and start date. He can now select his equipment. Eric confirms, and we let him know that his manager will be in touch soon. Now let's assume that I'm Eric's hiring manager. I just received an email from Flow Orchestrator asking me to review the information and assign a desk to Eric. I click on that link and I can instantly see Eric applicant record associated with our new work guide on the right side that gives me the information I need to confirm. It's great because I can also decide which desk Eric will use in case we return to the office in the future. And now let's see how this looks from the IT shop. As an IT team member, I see an email alerting me that there is an IT provisioning request. Let's click on that link. Now I can see on the work guide that Kat Lawrence has approved the provisioning of a MacBook. I can then approve the request based on the inventory. Let's provision this MacBook in ERP with Eric's name and his assigned desk. Now let's go back to Kat Lawrence's mailbox, where I can find a new email from Orchestrator inviting me to send a welcome message on Slack to our new employee. I'm happy to do that. But before I do that, I would love to see where we are in this orchestration. One of the biggest benefits of Orchestrator is that I can see where the choke points are in this process. On this page, I can see a full story of my orchestration execution and take action accordingly. Now that you have seen Flow Orchestrator in action, let's see how easy it is to configure all these interactions with click, not code. Let's zoom into our manager review stage. You can easily define when the step will start based on stage or previous step. Quickly select the screen flow you want to use. It will appear automatically in the work guide. Note that you can pass input variables and carry those variables along with your entire business process. Finally, provide a record ID to decide where the work guide needs to show up and assign the work to someone using their usernames. In this case, we are using the record that triggered the orchestration to access the hiring manager username. Flow orchestration lets you create different paths using the decision element that you might already be familiar with as a Flow user. You can use step statuses or output variables in conditions. So now you have seen how Flow Orchestrator drives process automation, collaboration, and accountability across individuals and teams. We can't wait to have you join the Orchestrator pilot to see how you can leverage this powerful new tool.
Wow. So I'm impressed, and there's a lot of questions coming in. But first, we have to settle a debate. Antoine, Flow Orchestrator needs to come with a baton. That's what everybody in the community is saying. So I think this would be a very cool baton. I also think this could be a very cool baton. You know, kind of, I'm doing Flow. So if you have an opinion, you can tweet that, put that in the questions. But in all seriousness, oh boy, do I have a lot of very good questions for you. So let's start with the first question, which is from our audience. And I just had it on screen. Of course, then I scrolled past it because I was picking up Cloudy. But I think I'm missing how Orchestrator helps. So Antoine, help me understand, what is the benefit when I'm already calling subflows today? Do we gain the ability to call non-subflows? Like, what are they missing?
Yeah, so I think the key thing here is the multi-user part of Orchestrator, right? When you use a flow, including subflows, usually this is something that is done by one individual, one person on the record page, and that's it, right? So with Orchestrator now, you can basically assign work to individuals and make sure that these individuals receive a notification, access the work they have to do, and kind of streamline this more sophisticated business process. That's the whole idea of Orchestrator.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, Brian Kwong always challenges us. And so he stepped up to the table with a far-reaching question, which he admits. That's great. But is Flow Orchestrator the start of replacing the current approval process system?
That's a great question. So approval processes has been there forever. I think it's something like 15 years on Salesforce. So we'll definitely not replace that tomorrow. That will still be there for a while. But that's the first step in that direction, because Orchestrator will give you a lot more flexibility than approval processes that exist today. You will be able to model your approval process in Flow Builder. You will be able to add multi-level approvals. So a lot more flexibility for our admins to actually create these approval processes than what exists today and what has always existed in Salesforce.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, this one's kind of near and dear to my heart, because if you think about it, for a long time now, we've been creating processes. Some of us have been creating flows. I would love to know, is Flow Orchestrator only supporting screen flows?
So currently, yes, in the pilot version, I mentioned that we are shipping a pilot in summer 21. For the winter release, where we will be going beta, we will support two types of flows, screen flows, obviously, and also auto-launch flows, which will make the capabilities a lot better, because you will be able to have a process that is a combination of interactive steps that are run by your users, and also what we call background steps, where everything will be automated behind the scenes. So think about someone that is doing some work in Salesforce on a record page, and then you want to trigger to Slack, for example, you will be able to do that within your orchestration.
Gotcha. Okay. And Antoine, last question before we open it up for everything. Is Flow Orchestrator GA now?
No, so Flow Orchestrator is in pilot right now, beta for the winter release, and hopefully we will go GA for the spring 22 release. That's the current plan.
Gotcha. So forward-looking statement.
Yes, absolutely.
Just recommending it as the next best action to say forward-looking statement. Trying to work all these things together. Maybe I'm failing horribly. So in the case of failing horribly, let's add everybody back to the screen and open it up and go back to all your questions. Diana, back to your segment. People just loved Record Debugger. Debugging record trigger flows is so very, very useful. Saved me hours trying to figure out what was wrong. That was a comment we got in. Had to share it with you because we saved people time. I thought it was great.
That's probably my favorite feature too.
Does the so then to a question, you get a positive comment and then now back to work. Does a get record operation have an object record limit?
So it will have the same limits as overall SOCL or your Apex governor limits will. So that's going to depend on your system and what else is going on. There aren't specific ones. However, if you have too broad of a get records, that's where usually you'll see some kind of exception message show up that says you need to narrow down that filter criteria. I'll also say we didn't get a chance to demo it because we're short on time, but we are adding sort in the summer 21 release as well. So once you do that get records, if you need to sort it some more or narrow it down further, we have that coming as well. You saw it in MBA, it's coming to Flow too.
I'd sort of say that's a big deal, wouldn't you?
I would sort of agree with you.
Yeah, sort of. Great. Diana, and you're getting the bulk of the questions. So don't forget, just in case, just to kind of reset while we have time, as we close out this segment, for questions for any of our PMs, for Diana, Alex, and Antoine, go ahead and put them in the chat. Our chat moderators who are off screen doing a wonderful job feeding me the questions. I will get them to our panelists as quickly as possible. And so that's how we're going to conclude this session. And there's a lot of you're the popular. It's probably because you went first. That's usually how it.
Also, I've been monitoring the chat, and it's great to see some of our Flownatics actually answering each other's questions.
Oh, are they?
So yeah, it's an awesome community when you see that kind of ask and answer before we even get to Q&A.
We probably should have had them on as a whole other.
Shout out to Brian and Jay Stedman and Jen Lee, who's now come over to our side of the world.
She has.
Yes,
she has
helping us out.
So how do you recommend we set up our flows? Is it like one per object or one per process or one per day of the week?
That's kind of the $1 million question when it comes to record triggered flows. So in Process Builder, we said one process builder per object type, keep everything in one place. And that was really around a couple things, but one of them was performance. And that was the way that you could optimize your performance. And we didn't want to make that a restriction in Flow. We want it to be performant no matter how you're going to slice and dice your automation, because there are some really good things about breaking your automation down into smaller pieces, kind of like we would recommend if you were programming it. So we've taken away those performance challenges, and now Flow can actually run a little more performantly if you break down your entry criteria. You break down your record triggers by independent entry criteria. But there's a catch, and we also heard from people that a lot of people actually like having all their automation in one place just for organizational purposes, just to kind of keep their head from exploding. So, and that's also the only way that you can control if some automation is dependent on some other automation, is to put it all in one flow. So we are looking going forward at how we can support those organizational needs. So you're not going to get a slap on the wrist for keeping all of your all your automation in one place, but we want to start giving you options to fit your org rather than prescribing options to fit our performance characteristics.
Sure. Well, that makes sense. Antoine, I want to spread some love to Orchestrator and some of the comments. First of all, Brian Kwong, who is apparently dominating our chat right now. Please note, happy dance. I love and hate the current approval process. It's in dire need of updating. So do a happy dance for prior.
Couldn't agree more.
Couldn't agree more. And as would say, Trailblazer Anita says, yay for updating the approval process. But I do want to ask, so as we're thinking through this, and I've seen this demo now 2 or 3 times, what are some use cases for Flow Orchestrator?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So approval processes obviously is one of them. Like if you require an approval for anyone, but think more about like a project that has multiple stakeholders, even potentially outside of your organization. You will be able to connect all these stakeholders together through an orchestration. So that will be one example. We have also some examples around case management. When you have a case that is created, you want to make sure that at some point there might be a work order or an invoice that is created as well. So these are the kind of what we call not complex, but like, sophisticated scenarios where you need something that is like a flow of flows, right? You already have your flows ready, but you don't know really how to connect them all together to have like this logical representation of your entire business process. That's where Flow Orchestrator come into place.
Okay. So you mentioned it's coming out spring 22, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Between now and spring 22, we have a lot of time to get ready. What suggestions would you have that admins do to get ready for Orchestrator?
Yeah. So first of all, you can sign up for the pilot, talk to your account executive, and we can sign you up for the pilot so that you can test it on a sandbox environment. That's already available as part of our summer 21 release. We will go beta in the winter release, so you will be able to start playing with Orchestrator with all the new capabilities at that time. I would recommend that you just start thinking about connecting your existing flows together, kind of drawing, doing some drawings to understand what needs to be connected. And then you will be able to do that as soon as we are, in beta status at the end of the year.
Gotcha. So, Alex, I don't want to forget about you. Trying to mix up the order a little bit here. I want to think of our admins asking the same question about next best action, which when you have to say it on camera seems suddenly really hard. What is the best way that admins should get started learning about next best action?
The answer to that, Mike, is almost always the same thing, Trailhead. So we've got a next best action Trailhead that you can go to that will lead you right. They'll lead you right through the basics. And then there is a node of demos and videos and blog posts about next best action specifically that's publicly available at the website unofficialsf.com. So there too you can, there too you can find a lot of things that would help you get started.
Of course. And let's stay on the next best action recommendation question theme. Can you enable, I'll just say MBA, recommendations to be prioritized by non-admin team managers?
Good question. Yes, it's one of the coolest things that we have built as a demonstration, and it's actually an installable package. Is we took the good morning idea, the idea that you could present your agents or your salespeople in the morning with recommendations, and then we asked, well, how would you enhance this to let team managers set the priority on the recommendations? We did that by creating a custom object that basically allows a team manager the opportunity to run a flow and sort the different types of recommendations that they wanted to prioritize, store that result in a record of their own, and then have the next best action strategy when the user asks for their custom recommendations, the strategy looks up their manager and then finds that manager's priorities and then runs the strategy applying those priorities. So very powerful, because one of the things we hear a lot of requests for is, how do I enable those people in my organization that don't necessarily have admin access or want to work in builders? How do we enable them to affect the course of the automation? So if you're interested in that, that's also available in the form of a blog post at unofficialsf.com.
Very cool. Diana, let's go back to you. And I'm going to stay on this theme of non-admins and permissions, because a question came in. Is there any permission users need to have for record trigger flows to fire? Such as, is there any circumstance that a record trigger flow would not fire?
So no specific permissions. Record triggers will always fire, except for kind of two reasons that I can think of. So one is, in the transaction can get canceled by something else. So your validation rule says no go and throws up an error, then your flow won't actually run because it's later on in the setup. Or if your governor limits are exceeded, I would say that's the main time that we see automation not fired, is if you've run into limits. But the automation runs in system mode, so it should be able to fire.
Cool. So along those lines, and I talked to Alex about scheduling next best action. Can we get the ability to schedule the flow monthly?
That's a great question. It's not available today. Right now, we only have daily and weekly options, but that is something that we'd like to add in the future. So it's a little more complicated because months don't have the same number of days the way weeks do. I'll be totally honest about that. So it's a little extra work. But yes, that is something on our future roadmap. That's the kind of thing, put in idea exchange, upvote it, and get it the attention it deserves.
Okay. So Diana, last question for you, because there's a ton coming in. We'll get them to you. Is there an easy way to convert a process builder process into a flow?
Well, somebody else on this call may have recently published an update on unofficial SF. So there is not an official tool today that is coming, but we have a great community with unofficial SF. And so there are some early prototypes of migration tools or kind of community sourced out there. So that's where we really try to work with our community, some of our friends who are on the chat, to be the cutting edge. So if you want to get on it first, check out unofficial SF.
Gee, I wonder who that was.
Wonder who it could possibly be, who else on this call.
Well, I may drive some of this, but the amount of work being done by members of the community, like Eric Smith and Adam White, and Jack Pond, is just huge. So to some degree, I just get to be the drum major at the head of the parade. But yes,
you need a baton, Alex. Got to have a baton.
Well, no, that's Antoine's now. He gets to do all the batoning. Because he's in charge of orchestrator. But we did just publish on Unofficial SF a updated version of Convert Process Builder processes to flows. Try it out. It doesn't actually modify your Process Builder processes. It creates a brand new flow. And definitely interested in some feedback on how well that works for you. And within a couple of weeks, we think we're also going to extend that tool to be able to convert workflow rules to flows. So it's open source. It's not official Salesforce. You have to use it at sort of your own risk, but it will give you some very interesting new tools that you might find very useful.
Wow. Well, you heard it here first. Diana, I want to thank you for fielding all the questions towards the end here. We got a ton that came in from you, and we'll get those to you. And Alex, the next best action keeps showing up in everything admin, and I love everything that you're working on. It's such a cool thing to show out. And Antoine, there is so much to be excited for Orchestrator. Is that what we're going with, the cloud one? Oh, that's right. We're going with the cloud one, right? Yes. This is our baton as we're orchestrating out. I can't wait to see more of this. I can't wait to see what admins are going to do with everything. Of course, as you mentioned, or if you've probably seen on the page, there is there's more resources that you can click on. Of course, you can go to the sites that Alex mentioned. Of course, I would just put in a plug for the Salesforce Admins podcast, where we've had a ton of resources and a ton of automation that you can listen to. And of course, follow everybody on the Trailblazer community. You just saw that got relaunched. That is a wonderful place. Thanks everyone for having automation meet the teams.
Welcome back, Trailblazers. I'm Jill Bruce, coming to you live here from Salesforce Studios, joined by my incredible Trailblazer Lounge. We're having an amazing time here at TrailheaDX. Hope you're having an amazing time too, from wherever you're tuning in from. And let's take an opportunity here to get to know one of our other Trailblazers in the lounge, Josh. Josh, welcome to TrailheaDX. So happy to have you here. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
So Josh, I know that you are a part of an amazing program called Pep Up Tech. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Well, Pep Up Tech is an amazing program. I joined when I had little to no experience about Salesforce. And what Pep Up Tech did, they explained to me the benefits of learning about Salesforce, introduced me to resources like Trailhead and the Trailblazer community, and also provided me with several different mentors that helped me pave my way into the tech field.
That's awesome. Well, I love Pep Up Tech. I have been so excited to see the amazing people who have come out of Pep Up Tech, like yourself, and the amazing programs like Pep Up Tech to get people involved with Salesforce careers. You know, one of those things that I think you accomplished as part of being a part of Pep Up Tech, that's a tongue twister, is becoming a Trailhead Ranger. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how you became a Ranger? Because 100 badges on Trailhead is a lot. So how did you make time for that?
Yeah, one of my mentors at Pep Up Tech, they told me, it would be good to become a Trailhead Ranger because, one, it would strengthen my skills and it would also give me exposure. And I think becoming a Trailhead Ranger was one of the best decisions I've made because even in my work today as an admin, I still turn to Trailhead, anytime I need a refresher or just want to learn something new. So Trailhead is the best.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, Josh, and thank you for joining us from New York today, the other coast. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of TDX. We're going to have fun here in the lounge. Let's talk to another one of our Trailblazers, Bhavna. Bhavna, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm feeling great to be part of this Trailblazer Lounge.
Excellent. Now, Bhavna, I know you're joining us from all the way over there in the Netherlands. Can you talk to us a little bit about the Trailblazer community around you?
So our community is very dynamic. We have people from various countries speaking different languages, from different backgrounds. Some are absolute Salesforce starters. And to cater all of them, we have various Salesforce group in all major regions. We have Salesforce Saturdays. We have self-driven groups like CTA group. We have Decode SF certification. We have Refugee Force. And on top of that, we have our own community-led event called Your Dreaming. And you all are welcome.
That's awesome. That's a lot going on. So, Bhavna, I also know you have about a zillion certifications. Is that a correct number?
Yes.
So talk to me. Being Salesforce certified is an amazing way to help you grow your career. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have gotten so many certifications?
So as we talked about community plus Trailhead, it's an absolute power. It's sure success thing. So you get to practice. You get to know the concepts, practice. You have projects, super badges, and if you have any doubt, you have online answer community. You have your own in-person community. So you are bound to, if you are even a little bit motivated, you are bound to get certification. So. Yeah, I'm very lucky. Yeah.
Well, that's great. I am so happy to hear about all of the amazing things happening in the Netherlands Trailblazer community. And I think you've motivated me to go get another certification. Great to know that all of those resources are available to everyone. Hey, everyone watching, go get a certification. You can do it. All right, we've got amazing content coming your way still. We've got episodes on, again, our 5 different channels. We've got demos and discussions. Make sure you check all of that goodness out. Get ready for your next episode because I know there's an amazing lineup. So again, make sure you check out the lineup that's coming up on your channel. Switch the channel if you want to go check out another type of episode. And we will catch you here at the next break. The Trailblazer Lounge and I are going to be having some fun. So, hey, Trailblazer Lounge, show us your favorite lollipop moves. We got some good ones here. Yep. I like the fan. That's good. All right, we're going to continue having fun here in the Trailblazer Lounge. Catch you next break.
Ready to begin. Before we do that, I want you to know that we will be sharing some exciting news announcements today. Please make all of your purchasing decisions based on commercially available products.
Hey everyone, welcome to Security for Admins. Today you'll be learning what it takes to become a security champion. I'm Laura Pelkey. I've been on the security team here at Salesforce for 4.5 years, working with our customers to spread awareness about how to keep your data secure. I'll be joined today by Carrie Shepley, one of our platform champions, to share how she approaches security as a Salesforce admin. Let's get started. Let's talk about what your main security priorities are as an admin. First on that list is protect data. Your Salesforce org is home to a plethora of valuable customer and user data. As an admin, your main priority should always be to protect your data. You can protect your data by restricting access from inside your org as well as from the outside. Next is following the principle of least privilege. One of the biggest challenges when it comes to protecting your data from inside your org is understanding the type of information each user needs access to. This is where the principle of least privilege, which is actually a fundamental tenet of information security, can be really helpful. Following this principle means that users should have the least number of permissions necessary to do their job. That means no extra admins. If you're wondering, why shouldn't everyone in my org have access to everything or just be an admin? Let me break it down for you. By limiting users' permissions to the things that are necessary for them to do their jobs, and only those things, it prevents unauthorized access of sensitive records and information. Ultimately, following the principle of least privilege can significantly reduce the amount of risk to your org, which is a great thing. Now that we've covered your top security priorities, let's dive into the 5 steps to secure your org checklist. Permission sets can be a powerful way to control access and increase security within your org. When creating permission sets, remember to always follow the principle of least privilege. First, identify the job functions, tasks, and processes critical to your users and define their permission sets appropriately. Remove high-risk permissions from profiles and add them back to users as necessary through permission sets. Before creating net new permission sets, see if you can reuse or recycle any existing permission set by adjusting it to match the job function. You can also use permission sets to grant temporary access when users need to fill in for another user or complete short-term projects. Conducting a user audit of the permissions that your users have is also a great way to prepare for your MFA rollout. There are dozens of security settings in your org, and it can be difficult to manage them all. That's why we created a tool that makes it easy to oversee all of your org security settings in one place called Health Check. You can find Health Check in the security section of your settings. In Health Check, the security settings in your org are measured against Salesforce's suggested baseline standards, And how closely your settings match these standards is what gives you your score of 0 to 100. Orgs are pretty secure out of the box, but there are certain things left up to the admin to configure based on the needs of your company. Things like setting up secure password policies, limiting session length, will increase and decrease your score depending on how you choose to configure them. Custom baseline standards are also available for companies who require a different set of standards. And you can upload as many as 5 in one org. Customers in highly regulated industries like healthcare and finance will find this pretty useful. We recommend that admins run health check after every release, so 3 times a year, to ensure that nothing has changed within their org and any new security settings are addressed right away. So as we're talking about different ways to protect your Salesforce data, it's important to highlight multi-factor authentication, or MFA. You've probably been hearing this phrase a lot in the Salesforce universe lately because we're asking all customers to implement MFA. And you might be wondering, what is MFA and why is it so great for security? Well, MFA adds an extra layer of security to your login process by requiring users to verify their identity with 2 or more pieces of evidence, or factors, as we call them, which helps prove they are who they say they are. So these factors are something that the user knows, which could be a username and password combination, plus something they have in their possession, like a code from an authentication app like Salesforce Authenticator. MFA is also a great way to put additional safeguards in place against phishing attacks. Hackers often target users' login credentials with phishing attacks, but by setting up MFA, it makes it extremely difficult for an attacker to get around that. Enabling MFA is really one of the easiest, most effective actions you can take to safeguard your business and customer data. So next up is Salesforce Optimizer. Optimizer is a powerful and free tool that takes a snapshot of your Salesforce org and looks for potential problems in your implementation. Salesforce Optimizer evaluates your implementation to determine how your company uses certain Salesforce features, like MFA, for example, and takes the guesswork out of how to best maintain those features. Salesforce Optimizer is especially helpful if you're rolling out MFA. So all of my admins out there who are thinking about doing this, pay attention. Admins can fine-tune their MFA implementation with Optimizer and check if any users are still logging in with non-MFA methods. Using Optimizer, you can identify the users who are logging in without MFA and then take actions to enable MFA for all your users. You can also use Optimizer to strengthen your org's overall security. If you can find users who haven't logged in for a while, for example, that could mean that they no longer need access to Salesforce and can be deactivated. And if you see a number of users with a system administrator profile, for example, it might be time to reassess their permissions. For org security, it's all
insights. Now, that's a huge problem. It's those customer insights that are going to help your sales reps build trust, build relationships, and ultimately close those deals. So how can you help your reps with this problem? Well, today Matthew and I are going to help you solve exactly that. We're going to show you how you can use AI and activity capture to help your sales reps work smarter and faster. I'm going to kick things off by showing you how features like opportunity scoring, lead scoring, account insights, and opportunity insights will help empower your reps to work smarter and not harder. Then Matthew will show you how you can use features like Einstein Activity Capture and layer that on to supercharge your reps to work faster. So we're going to kick things off with my favorite feature, opportunity scoring. And boy, do we have some great news for you. Opportunity scoring is now included in Sales Cloud Enterprise Edition and up. So it's a great way to take advantage of using our AI features and then understand if you want to add on even more features later in our add-on products like Sales Cloud Einstein. Opportunity scoring helps your sales reps focus on the right deals at the right time so that they can close more deals. Now let's take a look at how my favorite feature works.
Each opportunity is given a score from 1 to 99, which is available on both opportunity records and list views. We see here that Einstein has given this opportunity a score of an 82. If we hover over the score, we can see both the positive and negative factors that went into that score. Opportunity scores tell us the likelihood that an opportunity will be won, allowing sales reps to be more productive and prioritize their time so that they can close deals faster.
There you have it. Those are one of our amazing features of AI that's built right into Sales Cloud. As I mentioned earlier, we have other features that you can add on to Sales Cloud to supercharge your team. It's those such as our product that are going to help your sales reps. Sales Cloud Einstein is one of our AI relationships that was built specifically for the sales user in mind. So now we can take a look at how Sales Cloud Einstein works. Well, today Matthew and I
We
are
will
going to help
start
you solve
with Opportunity
exactly that.
Insights, which
We're gonna
complements
show you
opportunity
how you can
scoring
use
very
AI
well.
and activity
With
capture
Opportunity
to
Insights,
help your
each
sales
opportunity
reps
record
work
includes
smarter
predictions about
and
which
faster.
deals are likely to
I'm
be
gonna
won,
kick things off by
follow-up
showing you
reminders,
how features
and notifications
like
when key
opportunity
moments in a
scoring,
deal take
lead
place.
scoring, account
Each insight
insights,
offers details
and
about why
opportunity
it's shown,
insights
tying
will
it to
help
relevant
empower
metrics.
your reps
According
to
to the
work
insights,
smarter
it appears
and
that
not
there's
harder.
no open
Then Matthew will show you how you can use features like Einstein Activity Capture
We see here that Einstein has given this opportunity a score of an 82. If we hover over the score, we can see both the positive and negative factors that went into that score. Opportunity scores tell us the likelihood that an opportunity Just like opportunity scoring, Einstein lead scoring uses data science and machine learning to predict which of your current leads to prioritize. Here we have a list view for Einstein leads, which is sorted by the highest to lowest scored leads. Riley looks like a promising lead because he has the highest likelihood of conversion. Leads with higher scores have more in common with leads that have converted in the past.
Einstein has also highlighted the top positives and negative factors that have contributed to this score, such as seasonal trends that allow you to identify the best leads to go after. Now that you've seen the magic of Sales Cloud Einstein, it would be amiss not to show you how you can turn it on today for your users. Setup is super simple and easy. After this demo, where we show you how to set up Sales Cloud Einstein, you'll be joined by Matthew, who will show us how we can layer on Einstein Activity Capture. Luckily for us, Sales Cloud Einstein has multiple setup wizards. To begin, we'll start by searching Einstein. Here, we'll be greeted by the Assistant Setup Wizard. First, we need to assign permission sets to the users that we want to have access to our Einstein features. So going into Assign Permission Sets, we'll look up Sales Cloud Einstein. From there, we'll manage our assignments and add permission sets to the people in our organization, such as Michelle, who we want to give access to. If we go back to our assisted setup wizard, we can start to turn on the features of Sales Cloud Einstein, like Einstein lead scoring. Once we get started, we'll have to choose between either using default settings or custom settings. For the sake of this presentation, let's set up lead scoring with our default settings. These default settings work by looking for leads that have been converted to accounts and contacts and understanding the trends among these leads that led to conversion. All we have to do now is press Score Leads. It can take up to 48 hours to analyze your data, build a scoring model for each lead segment, and add scores to leads. Setting up Einstein Opportunity Insights is very similar to lead scoring. Once we click Set Up, we'll see a navigation page where there's a toggle to enable Opportunity Insights. Super simple and easy. Navigating back to Assisted Setup under Einstein Sales, we're going to move forward by clicking Setup for Einstein Account Insights. This will navigate you to another settings page specifically for account insights, and we will turn that toggle switch on as well. When using automated contacts, our users will have multiple options to choose from. You can select whether you want Einstein to automatically add new data or suggest it for new users. So when you're in Einstein Automated Contacts Setup, toggle both contacts and opportunity roles on. Now, for the last time, we're going to go back to the Setup Wizard to turn on Einstein Opportunity Scoring. Once we click Setup, Einstein will ask us if we want to 1. Consider all the opportunity records or just a subset, and then whether we want to consider all the opportunity fields when building our model. Once we click Start, it can take up to 48 hours to analyze your data, build a scoring model, and add scores to opportunities. The next step is going to be familiar to all of you, adding all of these great new components to the page layout. The process will be the same for every respective component, but let's do Einstein Insights together. Once you navigate to the Lightning Page Builder on your account record, find the component titled Einstein Insights in your page layout. Then proceed to save the layout and exit the builder. Now all you need to do is repeat this process for the components on your opportunity record and your lead record. Now you've enabled all the features within Sales Cloud Einstein.
Thanks, Krithika. Hi, I'm Matthew Barnhart from Sales Cloud Product Management. And so now you've seen that with Sales Cloud Einstein, you can help your sales reps prioritize their work with lead and opportunity scoring, and you can also give them insights into the next move to make thanks to opportunity and account insights. And it's easy and quick to set up, and it goes straight to work on all the data that's already in your Salesforce org. So how can you make Sales Cloud Einstein work even better? The answer is more data. And that's where Einstein Activity Capture comes in. Because your sales reps in their email inboxes, in their calendars, whether it's Google or Microsoft based, they just have a gold mine of information there, and you need to get it into Salesforce. So are you going to ask your sales reps to manually get all that data into Salesforce? Fortunately, you don't have to. That's where Einstein Activity Capture, or I'll call it EAC, helps, because it automatically grabs that data from the sales reps' inboxes and calendars, gets it into Salesforce. But it doesn't even stop there, because there's more to do, isn't there? That data ought to be associated with the correct CRM records, the correct opportunities, leads, contacts, etc. And it does it for the sales rep. So from the sales rep's point of view, it's goodbye busy work and hello smarter selling. So now what I'm going to do is show you how you can quickly and easily set up Einstein Activity Capture, and then I will show you what some of those benefits are that the sales reps will see immediately. So let's get some users ready for Einstein Activity Capture. As you saw before, we can go to permission set assignments. And if you already have users set up with Sales Cloud Einstein, like you saw previously, they are also set up for Einstein Activity Capture. But there's another option. This enables just Einstein Activity Capture. It's called Standard Einstein Activity Capture. And guess what? You get 100 free of these if you have a Salesforce Professional Edition, Enterprise Edition, On Up Edition. You have 100 free of these permission set assignments, so you can add them the way you did before. But let's proceed as if we already have our users with Sales Cloud Einstein. So we want to turn on Capture now. Go straight to Einstein Activity Capture, go to Settings, and what we want to do, we want to add Contact and Event Sync. We could have any of these three back-end servers for our email events and contacts. In our example, let's do Microsoft Office 365 in the cloud. Now we have to choose a way that EAC is going to authenticate and be authorized to talk to Microsoft Office 365. Now, when you set up EAC, users are always going to be prompted to authorize the connection to their email inboxes, because email is sensitive stuff. But there's the question of whether you're going to have them authorize also the contact and calendar connection, or just do a blanket authorization for them. If you like the idea of a blanket authorization where they don't have to intervene, go with org level OAuth 2.0. If you would like them to approve everything, and maybe your security folks really would like it to be that way, go with user level OAuth. Whichever you choose, consider it carefully, because to change it, you have to reset EAC. So let's go with user level OAuth. Now we're going to name our configuration. Think of this as a sync profile. You might want to be syncing one way for your sales users and another one for your marketing department. So let's name this one for the sales reps. Now, by default, everything's turned on. Emails getting captured, events and contacts are getting synced. You can turn these on and off in different combinations. You can also choose, do I want my events to sync in both directions? So I can do create and edit and delete on both ends and have it mirrored to the other side, or I can have it go one direction. Likewise with contacts. I'm just going to leave it all turned on both directions. Now we got to assign some users. Now, if you're just trying this out and you want to do it with one or two users, I recommend you do something like select your one or two and add them over to selected. Now, if this experiment goes great and you want to roll it out to your entire sales organization, you don't need to choose everyone by name. I recommend profiles. And look at this. Here's how we could roll it out to everyone in the sales profile. It's a nice dynamic list. But let's just stick with our one test person. So we go next, and this is the whole thing. I'm going to click finish, and now Einstein Activity Capture is going to get to work. It's going to start by notifying our first user there that he needs to authorize the connection. Now there are a couple more things. This is the configuration you just set up, sales reps. And so you can always go in there and edit it further. Now, a couple capture settings you might want to do is, for example, excluding addresses. This is a smart thing that you can do to your event capture, because you might think, look, I don't want to sync meetings that are just internal. I only want to sync the meetings that have someone external, like a lead. So for that, it's a good idea to say, let's do internal domain next, and we could say mycompany.com. So now any meeting that has only people from mycompany.com, only with email addresses like that, they will not get synced. Another great idea in capture settings is to look at your default activity sharing. This is a default, and it basically says, are all the users going to see all the detail for other users' events and emails? Or is it just going to say, look, there was an event, there was an email? But what you're doing here is just setting up a global default. Your individual users will be able to adjust this. And let's save. So that's the setup. Pretty straightforward. Now, the user that I just activated will be prompted to authorize the connection between EAC and Microsoft Office 365, and then EAC will go to work. So now we need to take a look at the benefits that the end users, your sales reps, are going to see with EAC. I'm going to show you things like the auto-populated activity timeline on records like contacts, accounts, opportunities, and more. AI-generated email insights that clue reps into the next move to take. And recommended connections so that your sales reps can get warm introductions to that hot new lead. Let's take a look. Here's the Lightning desktop for our sales rep, Taylor. We'll start by taking a look at his calendar. Now, Taylor prefers actually managing his calendar in the external Microsoft Office 365 system, and that's fine. But the problem has been that he then used to have to manually re-enter these event records into Salesforce, but not with Einstein Activity Capture. Now, instead, it takes care of mirroring his two calendars with each other. So when he edits or creates an event in Microsoft, it shows up in Salesforce, and vice versa. And the great thing about the events that show up now in Salesforce is that they get automatically associated with the correct CRM record. For example, a contact record. Let's take a look at a contact like Lauren Bailey. Now, right off the bat, we see what are called activity metrics. Here are just two of the available ones, and I've made them show up here on a contact record. So now, in the last 7 days, we see there's only been one activity. That's not a lot. That's a sign that maybe it's time for another phone call with Lauren Bailey. And in fact, we see that last activity was an email on May 20th. So Taylor should get to work. Now, let's imagine that he's actually new to talking to Lauren Bailey, and he doesn't want to just call her up cold. He would really like a warm introduction. Well, who could give him one? Einstein Activity Capture will help him find that recommended connection. It has analyzed hundreds of meetings and emails written by everyone in the company and discovered that Noah, Brad, and Jennifer here are the ones who actually already have a relationship with Lauren. And so any one of them could give Taylor that warm introduction that he needs. But in this case, actually, Taylor already knows Lauren. He's been in touch with her, but it's been a week or more, and he needs to refresh his memory on where that conversation stands. So by scrolling down into the activity timeline, we can see how Einstein Activity Capture has made it better than ever. First of all, we see all the tasks that are due, so he remembers what work he was already planning to do. But what have been the recent other kinds of activities? Not just completed tasks, but also emails that have been exchanged, calls that have been logged here, and an introduction meeting. Now, in order to get up to speed again, Taylor probably wants to reread all these emails, but that's going to take some time. But thanks to Einstein Activity Capture, it doesn't have to take a lot of time because EAC can do some of the reading for him. In fact, take a look at this email up here that Lauren Bailey herself wrote directly to Taylor about Model 2300. Einstein Activity Capture has made email insights. It has looked at the text of the email and realized that a request got made and pricing got discussed. Now that's interesting. So Taylor opens that right up and can read it in line and confirm, yes, Lauren is actually asking about pricing of Model 2300 right now. That's a buying sign, and Taylor knows it. So he knows exactly what to pick up the phone and talk to Lauren Bailey about next, and he knows he should do it urgently. Einstein Activity Capture helps in these and other ways, and it shows up not just on contact records, but others, including leads, accounts, and opportunities. So there it is. Krithika and I have shown you how to activate the power of Einstein right now. Sales Cloud Einstein's opportunity scoring and Einstein Activity Capture are available for immediate use in many Sales Cloud editions. Thank you very much for joining us for TrailheaDX 2021. This session and others will be available as recordings on the TrailheaDX website. Also, keep an eye on your email inbox and check us out on social to learn more.
Did you know most of the time we all have positive intent, but sometimes it's the impact of our actions and words that can do harm to others? We all make mistakes, but we can commit to remembering it's the impact, not the intent, that matters. Skilling up on equality makes us a stronger community. Learn more on Trailhead and earn the Inclusive Marketing Practices Badge.
Hello, Trailblazers.
Hi, from Glasgow in Scotland.
Hey, y'all. Salam alaikum.
Bonjour.
Oi, tudo bem?
Hello from Amsterdam, or as they say here in Dutch, goedemorgen, goedemiddag, goedenavond.
Namaste. Hello.
Samurai desu.
G'day everyone, and welcome to TDX.
Come on, Grace.
Welcome back, Trailblazers. Oh my goodness, what an amazing lineup of content we just experienced. We had 5 channels. Oh my goodness. But you know what? The fun doesn't stop. In fact, we're going to go back to our amazing Trailblazer Lounge. Hey, Trailblazers. And we're going to meet one more Trailblazer. Nadina, how are you? How's it going?
Hey, Jillian, I'm good. How are you?
I am great. It's TDX'21. Things are amazing. We're learning, connecting, having fun, and giving back. I would love to hear from you. What's going on with the Trailblazer community out there in Texas?
In Texas, we're amazing. We're thriving. We have Salesforce Saturday, many groups, including the Salesforce Administrator Group and the developer group that I co-lead.
Well, hey, I have partial to any Salesforce administrator group, as awesome admins are always near and dear to my heart. So that's great to hear. There's a vibrant community happening in Texas. Can you also talk about something else that I know you're involved with called Rad Women? Can you tell us a little bit more about what that is and what you do with them?
Yeah, so RAD, which stands for Radical Advanced Developer, is a group that helps Salesforce women Salesforce administrators learn programming. It's free and it's amazing. And as part of that group, I'm a coach. So I coached both the part 1 and the part 2.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for giving back in that way. I mean, I think everyone wants to be part of Rad Women, like totally rad. Anyway, lame Jillian joke, but thank you so much, Nadina, for everything that you do in the community. And thank you for joining us today. Trailblazers in the lounge, thank you so much. Before we let you go, Aaron, I see that you've got something under a cover there. You've been working hard this entire time building Lego Astro. Does that mean you've got something to show us?
Yeah, Jillian, I'm pleased to report that Lego Astro is ready to be revealed. I'll show it on your go.
All right, let's do it again. Imaginary drum roll. Everyone at home on your desks. Here we go. Let's see Lego Astro. Wow. Look at that.
Here we got Astro up on top of a beautiful textured purple pedestal. And best of all, that pedestal also illuminates.
Wow, mind blown. That's incredible. Aaron, I can't believe you built that within the last few hours. I know you've been working so hard. I've been watching you the whole time on the Zoom, just brick, 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 brick. So looks like Astro has some special customization going on there. I mean, that hoodie, that Trailblazer hoodie on Astro looks awful authentic. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you accomplished that?
Well, the Trailblazer hoodie is an icon in its own right. I mean, I couldn't not do it justice. So aside from a little micro Trailblazer badge here on the shoulder, Astro also has a custom cut sticker that says the Trailblazer text here along the front of the sweatshirt. I also actually had to cut some Lego pieces. Don't do this at home, but I cut some Lego Spider-Man webs to be the drawstrings for the front of the hoodie as well. So I almost had to create my own Lego elements to get this exactly the way that Astro deserves to be. But I think the final result is really worth it, and I'm super proud of how it turned out.
I mean, it looks incredible. You know, the customizing of the bricks that you are given reminds me again very much of our amazing Salesforce platform and what all of you Trailblazers have done to customize it to help solve your customers' needs. Now, Aaron, I'm sorry, I got to ask you more about that lighting effect. It looks so cool. Is there a special word for that in like Lego world?
I don't know about like a Lego world word for it, but I would describe it as like an illuminated mosaic effect, where basically I'm building again with studs facing out. It's a little bit more advanced and a little bit more sophisticated to get this impression. But each one of these little pieces of the heart, it's like a colored tile that you put on the front, and then with the light behind it, since I have those transparent surfaces, all of that shines through and brings whatever design I put on here to life.
I mean, it looks amazing. Aaron, huge round of applause. Everybody at home, clap your hands. Aaron, you did an amazing job.
So
Lego Cody has already told me how much he's looking forward to meeting Lego Astro. So, we're going to have to make that happen real soon. So thank you so much for joining us for TrailheaDX again. Trailblazers in the lounge. Everybody, thank you so much. It's been a joy to spend the last few hours with you. It's been a joy to spend the last few hours with you at home. TDX has been incredible so far. We had an amazing musical performance to kick us off with Fits and the Tantrums. I mean, come on, that was a party, right? And we had amazing product announcements in our main show. We had over 27 content episodes. Wow, over 5 channels. We had live Meet the Teams where you were able to get your product questions asked and answered by actual product experts. Product demos and discussions, which you can still access above me about an hour after the whole broadcast concludes. But we are not done yet because we have a lot more coming your way. You don't have to pick between channels because it's all going to be right here. Now, if you missed anything today that you said, oh, I wanted to watch this episode, but this was going on at the same time, don't worry. TrailheaDX.com, you'll be able to view all this content after the event. So if you missed an episode, you can come back and watch it. All right. So I don't know about you, but I've been carrying a little extra weight these days. COVID. I don't know. I think I'm going to go take a load off. Let's go have a seat. Oh, hello there,
hey, Ms.
Leah.
Jillian. How are you?
I am good. I think as much as I love these beautiful shoes, I think it's time to put on some slippers because I am ready to sit and chat. What have you got lined up for us?
Well, sit back and get your tea and popcorn because I'm about to have a wonderful conversation with an amazing individual.
Oh, yes. That's super exciting. I mean, it's TrailheaDX. That's what we do is we connect.
That's what we do, always. Ready?
I am ready. I am got my slippers on.
Baby's ready? All right.
We're ready.
Awesome. Well, Trailblazers, are you all having fun? What? Sorry, I can't hear you. Yes. Now that's better. I like it. We've seen some amazing sessions today that focus on AI, Tableau, MuleSoft, even from partners in our ecosystem. I loved it all. I loved watching the community channel and the unveiling of our community new platform and Emily's session on that. It was awesome. Now, part of our vision for TrailheaDX is not only learn and have fun, but to connect with each other. And connections can happen in many forms: physical, visual, verbal, and written. That's why I'm so excited to connect with our guest speaker virtually, Mindy Kaling. She combined her award-winning writing skills and her humor to create some of the best storytelling on televisions, hands down. Without further ado, please welcome Mindy. Hello, everybody, give it up. Yay.
What a nice introduction. And I just want to apologize in advance. I have this cough that I can't get rid of. So I have my tea, but in case I have a coughing fit, it's nothing more serious than a cough. In these times,
right?
You need to give that disclaimer so no one gets more worried.
Well, we'll do it as a drinking game. When you cough, we all drink. How's that?
Wonderful. I love that.
How are you? And thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm so excited. Both of my children are sleeping right now. So why I couldn't ask for more.
Oh, this is prime time. So let's get going because we know sleeping kids, that is prime time. So yes. I'm going to jump right in. Mindy, here at Salesforce, we talk a lot about the power of representation. So much so we have a whole show dedicated to representation called Representation Matters. Now, as a child growing up, do you remember seeing Indian American women actresses? Who was the first one you saw? I remember for me, the first one that I can remember was in Mississippi Marsala. I think it was Sarita Choudhury.
Yes, Sarita Choudhury.
Yes.
She was one of the very few. And that was a movie about identity politics. She was an Indian woman with a Black man. And I think so I was interested in comedy always, right? And growing up, this is kind of depressing to say, there just weren't any they weren't any Indian women in comedy. And actually there weren't really that many women of color. And if you were a woman itself making it in comedy, that was huge. So this is always a question that when people ask me now, I'm like, oh, that is a little bit shocking that when I think of who my comedy heroes are, it's not a long list of women and people of color. And I think that that's really changing now, which is nice. So my people that I used to love were people that seemed like they had, in some ways, broken the mold or had in some ways had to face a little bit more of an uphill battle to get on the air. So for me, it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus from Seinfeld. Yeah. I was she's so funny. She's as funny as the guys. No one ever thought she wasn't. And then one of my favorite shows growing up was In Living Color.
Yeah.
And to me, it was such a funny sketch show. And what I loved about it was that it had mainstream appeal. No one thought it was niche, although the cast was 95% Black.
Yes.
And, when you don't have your representation, you're just like, oh my gosh, Jamie Foxx, he's me.
You find anything.
You're he's brown. That seems great. And so, this is pre-internet. So you couldn't even look up and find out the stories about all of them. But I used to love people that seemed like they were not the conventional people that you see on TV.
Absolutely. And that show broke the mold on so many levels. I wanted to be a fly girl. I actually auditioned. That's another story for another time. But
and you and J-Lo could have been like that.
Oh, girl, long story for drinks after. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Now, listen, that's so funny you bring that up. Your mom was an accomplished doctor and your dad a very talented architect. Growing up, did you feel any pressure to have a similar career or career path?
I mean, for sure. I think I definitely, I did not, I'm Asian. So my parents definitely fulfill that kind of very, not so much strict, but had really high expectation Asian parents. And I think particularly because they didn't see a lot of Asian people making it besides Jackie Chan, they really were this is a fool's errand. But the one thing that they had was, and I actually think this is probably a lot of people of color in that generation, is it's hard to encourage your kids because you want them to succeed and be happy. So for them, they're she's not going to succeed. This is not a path that's going to lead to happiness. But one thing I did about them was how open-minded they were. So they wanted me to pay my own bills and be successful and for them to be proud of me, but they didn't care what I did. So even though I had a lot of Indian friends whose parents were doctors who were you have to be a doctor, you have to be an engineer, I think my parents really embraced this thing of okay, we moved from India, then to Africa, then to the United States, not to just have this tyrannical view of what our kids need to do, but they need to be able to pay their own bills and they need to get out of the house. So there were standards. It just, I would consider them stricter than some maybe of my white friends growing up, but they were very open to me doing TV because they used to watch like Seinfeld and The Cosby Show and all those other shows. They used to watch them and really enjoy them, you know? So I think they thought that was it would be really cool if you could do it. They weren't sure that there would be room for someone like me, but I just pushed my way in.
Look at that. I mean, they didn't see a path for you because there wasn't representation there.
There wasn't, yeah.
But now, I mean, your father must be so proud as you took him when you were cooking with, Vice President Kamala Harris. So it's like, hey, Dad, this career choice wasn't so bad now, was it?
It wasn't so bad. Oh my gosh, that day was like the fact that Kamala Harris called him uncle. He fainted.
Oh my gosh. Can we just jump to that day for a moment? Because I watched that. And while, yes, there was a bit of like, I'm so jelly that she got to meet. I was so jelly that Kamala Harris got to cook my favorite dish with you, dosas.
You like dosas?
I love dosas.
Hold on. You auditioned for Living Color as a dancer. You love dosas. You have to, we should be best friends.
Okay, you heard it, everybody. My new BFF. Next time we meet, we've got to make dosas together. Chana masala dosas. I would love it. They are my absolute favorite. So because
dosas are like a deep cut too. If you're Indian and the Indian people who are watching
it's a Southern Indian food, right? It's Southern India.
You're blowing my mind.
Girl, I think we're related.
Yeah, that Kamala thing. So for people who don't know, because like, why would you necessarily know this? When Kamala Harris was in the Senate and she was running for president before she dropped out of the race, she was trying to do I think it was kind of like to be like, hey, I'm Indian too.
Right. Getting her Indian cred too, yeah.
Yes. And I'm from California, obviously, and she has a place in LA. And so her team was like, hey, it'd be kind of fun if we like talked about, because we're both from the same region of South India, or on her mother's side anyway. And so it's like, I would love to have her over. So she cooked. The funniest thing about that though, is like, I'm not a good cook. She is an excellent cook.
I saw her cut those onions. And you were like, why are you showing off? Why are you showing off?
Yeah, and we didn't even show you the most of it. Like that woman can do anything. It's kind of annoying, actually.
Well, how did it feel though for you to see this woman now vice president of Southern Indian descent? Like, what did that mean for you?
I mean, it's incredible. My daughter is half Indian too, and I think it's incredible to see an incredibly strong Black woman, an incredibly strong Asian woman, and it's just, I don't know. But it's also the person she is too, right? So obviously it's thrilling that she happens to share the ethnicity, but like, I really believe in her. I think she's super tough on the kinds of things that I want her to be tough on. She's not universally liked, but I think she doesn't care about making friends. And I feel excited for her as a vice president because it feels like she can make the job even bigger than what it is. So I'm thrilled. And I love her family. I think they're a really unusual American family.
Yes.
Like she has a sister who had a daughter when she was still a teenager and then got remarried and is one of her advisors. It's just an unusual, cool family. And I have a very unusual familial situation, obviously. And so I'm psyched that my daughter gets to be like, okay, great. We don't have to look one exact way to reach the highest positions in this country. I think that's cool.
I think it's dismantling what normal families look like, right? We're all blended at some level and it's what you create it to be. And she's definitely showcased that. And
you said that perfectly. It was dismantling what a normal family looks like. That's exactly what it is.
It really is. And letting you define it for yourself, right? Creating what that is, what works for you.
I mean, honestly, the fact that she is not, her first marriage was when she was, I think, in her late 40s, and she doesn't have kids. It's like, I think there used to be a stigma to women who decided that they, didn't want to have kids. Like there was something wrong with them. And I think the fact that she's like, no, I'm so happy.
Exactly.
I think it's really, really exciting.
It's very empowering. And I think what she's doing is creating other choices and other options for women, right? We thought that this was the path you had to go, but she's like, you can be successful in whatever the path is that you choose to create.
Totally. And not to belabor this, because I know we have other stuff to talk about. What's so cool about it is it's the thing that you said. Everything is just about explaining something to your parents at Thanksgiving, right? You want to explain something to your parents and you're trying to like justify your life decisions. Now that we can be like, the vice president of the United States doesn't have kids, Mom. You don't have to tell me that I need to go get married and have kids, right?
Exactly.
She's doing fine. She's looking fly. She's the cover of Vogue. She's the vice president. She's fine. And they're kind of like, okay, you're right.
You're absolutely right. You know, speaking about kids and being a mom, you're a working mom, and we already know being a working mom is challenging within itself. I have twins and a 21-year-old. I have kids. I got a gaggle of kids, I tell people. So, and then being a parent during the pandemic on top of that and working, just super challenging. What was that like for you, and how did you balance that, if you did, and what did you do for your own self-care that you could be the best mom, best person that you could be?
I mean, for me, I wish I could say that I handled it great with grace, but my personality is so type A that if I don't have a plan for everything, and if I am not able to predict what's going to happen and have a plan B, but the problem was that like nobody had that, right? She wasn't going to school. She had no childcare. My job continued as a writer, except it was at home. And honestly, for me, what the best part was, for someone who needs such strict control and a tight grip on what their life is going to be like, I think it was, I wouldn't do it again, but I think it was really good to throw that in my face and have me deal with absolute uncertainty in almost every part of my life, right? My daughter isn't going to school anymore. My 2 of my productions shut down, and to just not be okay with it, because I don't think anyone was okay with it, but be like, okay, I can survive this,
right?
And I think I was pregnant. I gave birth during the pandemic, and they wouldn't let other people into the emergency room with me. I had my mask on, to give birth. So it's like, once you can go through all that stuff, it's like you do feel like, okay, I can do almost anything now. And it also makes me feel like I'm going to be the best grandma. I'm going to be the way that that you'd hear about the grandmas who'd be like, during the Depression.
You're back when I had in the pandemic.
Back when we were in the pandemic, and people will be like, oh my God, Grandma, shut up. We can't hear about it.
There was no toilet paper. You just don't know, right?
Okay, do you remember waiting in line? I remember waiting in line for 40 minutes outside of a Rite Aid.
Well, let me tell you, my husband had always bought extra, so we had some, but it was given out in rations. And then, because we got, like I said, we got gaggles of kids. I'm like, here you go. That's yours for the day. Make it work. So
that's so funny.
Oh my goodness. I love the idea of like how when you become a grandmother, like we are creating great stories, but your ability to sort of pivot and change, and it's amazing, like you're able to rise to the occasion and you surprise your own self, how strong you are, the grit you have. And, you're like, I am just one bad, shut your mouth, because look at this. I've worked in a pandemic, and you gave birth during a pandemic, and like you did it all. You experienced every form of parenthood through a pandemic.
Yeah, it was, the one thing I will say was to be on maternity leave during the pandemic was the best, because I didn't feel this guilt of like, when I had my daughter, I went back to work. I think like 2 weeks after I had her, I was like doing the meetings, doing whatever, I wasn't acting, but I was doing I was, going to set, doing meetings, because I just felt so scared and guilty about it. And what was great about this was everyone was kind of on leave. So it absolved me of any guilt I had.
Oh, yes. Well, 2 weeks, that's really pushing it. But okay, I see you. That's how you roll. Yeah, you did say earlier, you're like type A, you're going to get through it. So
I was the first kid. That was the second one.
How long did you have with your first one?
How long did I have at home?
Yeah.
Well, when I said like 2 weeks, I started like just attending meetings and doing things like that, but it wasn't like full time until it was like 8 or 9 weeks. And then I was like, okay, I gotta get going here. Gotta get going.
Well, listen, I wanted to jump on a question really quick about equality and allyship, because here at Salesforce, one of our main values is equality. And we actually developed the Racial Equality and Justice Task Force to focus on our pursuit to drive equality, because we know that it really bubbled up last year, as you know, with the whole, Black Lives Matter movement and George Floyd. And during that time, there were a lot of conversations about the role of allyships and the importance of allyships and explaining that. And I know that to be true within the tech industry. Were you having those same conversations in your industry, and how was it received?
Yeah, I would say that, it's so funny about change, right? Because it's not like a linear path. Right. It's like everything is one way. And then in a year and a half, everything is completely different. And behavior that was considered acceptable, 10 months beforehand is no longer acceptable. And that's exactly what it was like in Hollywood. I feel like when I started at the office in 2004, I was the only woman, I was the only minority writer, and that was for years. And that was normal, right? Like that was considered normal. And what that does to you is you start thinking like, okay, when you're the only person, you're like, there's only room for one. So you don't have this feeling in it when I was 24 of being like, hey, let's bring in all these other women and all these minorities. Right. In the back of your head, you're like, I'm going to be replaced. And I think a big thing with me was towards the end of my 20s was getting over that feeling and realizing that, and that's tough, right? Like, cause I want to be an ally, but I was also a person who came up through a certain circumstance, right? And I wanted to make it, and I didn't want to be replaced. I wanted to keep my job. And I think unlearning those behaviors that were instilled in me in my mid-20s, and changing them in my 30s when I had my own show, and realizing that when I hire a lot of Asian people, a lot of Indian women to come work on my shows, that it actually makes me feel more comfortable in my job. Yes. That was hugely eye-opening because nobody taught me that. I had to teach it to myself. Right.
Right.
And so, I mean, I think that with like, as you said, equality and opportunities, like I've noticed there's one thing for me to like talk about it. And then there's another thing of like, I have to just provide access. Right. To me, that's it. As an employer, I have to just provide access. And if that means that 75% of the people who direct my shows are either women or people of color, just like making a number and sticking to it.
Exactly.
That's been the way that I have been able to do it, and have been able to teach the people who work for me that I want my company to be. And the truth is, it's just made everything better. It's made my shows better. It's made me more successful. And that's been like the wonderful kind of surprise about it all. Yeah. Is sometimes that, you're doing good because you think it's the right thing to do. And then you're like, oh, I can monetize this.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, you hit on so many wonderful gems. I mean, one, it is changing your mindset and no longer subscribing to that fear, making moves on fear based, that there's only enough room for me, right? When you realize there's enough room for everybody, it completely changes your mindset, and you're focusing on the value add, and the money comes. But it takes a story of how you got there, and thank you for sharing that and being so honest and truthful in that. A lot of people always say, I always pulled people up when I was going up.
No, oh my God. I mean, because you were like there, I would look in the credits on shows when I was there at the office at the beginning, and there was maybe one other Asian woman. She's like on Modern Family. And I was like, okay, it's just the two of us. But that's one of the things I'm doing that was just announced this week, is that I'm with a couple other people in Hollywood are starting this new school in LA called the Roybal School of TV and Film. And
Kerry Washington's working with you on that too. I saw that. Yes.
Don Cheadle, Kerry Washington, George Clooney. And what's going to be awesome is we always are trying to hire people on our productions, because you see like most camera crew departments are all white.
Right.
And most script supervisors, everything, it's all white. And it's like, we want to create a school where people can train and learn about these jobs, like editors, camera people, because people only know about like, actors and writers pretty much, and directors maybe in high school. And so that they can get trained in those things. So when they're finished, we can hire them. Exactly. And again, it goes back to the thing I said. It feels really good, and we're giving back to a community, but ultimately we get to benefit from it, because then we're like, great, we've trained all these people, we can hire them, they're going to be great, they're not going to go into this work situation underprepared, which only makes things worse for representation. And I'm really hoping that will take off. So that's going to start in about a year, but we're really excited about that.
You know what you just explained you're doing, Mindy? You're being a trailblazer. That's what trailblazers do. You are blazing trails for other, but truly creating the vision you want to see, and not saying, well, that's how it was for me, so that's how it has to be for others. Like you're like, no, I want to create it so that there is representation, but more importantly, democratizing the information and access to these types of jobs, because a lot of people in the community don't strive to achieve it because they don't know about it. So much kudos to you.
Thank you.
All right. Before I close, I want to do some rapid fire questions. You ready?
Okay, ready.
Okay. Get your water, because I don't want you coughing during this. Like, I don't have an answer. All right. Rapid fire. Here we go. Favorite food?
Ethiopian food.
Oh, okay. Favorite travel destination?
Rome.
Oh, Rome. Nice. Okay. Me and my BFF will be going to Rome. Got it.
Yeah.
One item you cannot live without.
I cannot. My alarm clock.
Oh, your alarm clock. Okay. Favorite book of 2021?
Favorite book that came out in 2021?
Or what you read, or whatever that you read.
Oh, that I read in 2021. Gosh, NW by Zadie Smith. I love.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could meet one person that inspires you, who would that be? Dead or alive?
Dead or alive? Mike Nichols, the director.
Oh, okay. One piece of advice for our trailblazers on their own journey to success.
I think the biggest advice I can give is that I have heard no. I think on a scale probably of like 100 times to the times that I've heard yes. And I have just decided to ignore them. Have a thick skin is my advice to people. Fragile people tend not to reach the success that they are able to. It's like having that thick skin. I've been called so many terrible things on the internet as an actor and as a performer. People have really strong feelings about me trying to make my career, and the positive and the negative. And to me, it's having a thick skin.
Okay. One last one that I always like to close with. Something in this moment you're grateful for.
Something in this moment I'm grateful for. I am so grateful for the health of my children. I'm so grateful. There's so much suffering in the world, and especially now, and the fact that they get a cold, and it is my biggest fear right now makes me feel like one of the most blessed people in the world.
I second that. That's how I know you are my BFF, because we have the same belief. Like health of my kids. I go, long gone are the days of, you have a slight fever, let me give you some Tylenol, I'm going to send you to school. I can get an hour beforehand. But, the kids have been so very healthy. Now, last thing, I hear tomorrow is a special day for you. You'll be leaving your 20s, huh? You're no longer 20s.
I'll be leaving my 20s.
Yes.
Finally. Yes. It's my birthday tomorrow. I'm excited, mortified, all those things.
Well, let me tell you, I like to refer to birthdays as your personal new year. So happy new year to you. And I wish you abundance of blessings in your new year.
Thank you so much. I love that. And I am going to live by that. I absolutely love it. It's been such a joy talking to you. I love the questions. I loved meeting you. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The same for me. And I love that pink on you. I meant to tell you. And that painting behind you as well. I was checking all that out. But, thank you so much for taking the time out. And look, you didn't cough once. You didn't even think you were going to cough.
Now I'm going to bring it. It was like a yawn. Psychosomatic.
No. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us authentically and honestly and in such a fun and exuberant way. I want to thank you for joining us and with an amazing conversation and fantastic time to spend our day. Now, don't go away. Up next is True to the Core, and I promise you don't want to miss it.
What does True to the Core mean to me? It means being in the know. And it's also being led by Parker Harris, the Parker Harris.
I feel that True to the Core is a movement within our Salesforce Ohana where we as customers and the community gets an opportunity to contribute to the roadmap of the product. I came to know about the true to the core value of Salesforce also, where the Trailblazer community along with the different people will get chance to have a word with the Salesforce executives.
It's really a forum for you to talk to us about what you care most about and for us to listen and to answer questions and to kind of have the live version of the idea exchange.
An idea comes in or a scenario or a use case comes in, the next thing you know, there's like 11 years worth of work. That's when we need to hear your voices.
In this session, the community has opportunity to ask tough questions.
What are we doing? How are we moving things to get to the next? Like, when do admins get some love?
We don't staff every feature equally. This is your way of shaping that, though.
Even though we have like a lot of new ideas that we want to start working on, we're basically focusing on the true to the core ideas we've committed to.
If you vote it, we do it.
And so when you get that chance to vote, it's very, very important. Have a say. We just say that thing won, like Dynamics Forms that you're seeing us deliver now, which is huge, was voted at the top of the list.
It also gives Salesforce the opportunity to reply back. Maybe there's some legacy XYZ architecture that's making it impossible for them to create this feature that we think is basic, that we've been asking for 15 years, but it's really not basic. It's $1 billion problem or something like that.
They will give you the reason why something has or hasn't been done.
We debated in the apartment when we started the company for a long time, and you're going to curse with this, like, for performance reasons, we said address should be inline because we didn't want to do joins.
We shared the feedback, and definitely I got a response from the product owner, and that was quite nice. And she told us about the difficulties, why they couldn't deliver it. That was really nice from her.
So we're making progress, and we need your help to make sure that we know which teams I need to go yell at more.
It's just a great session, very authentic, kind of like me on vacation here.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you're having an amazing day at TrailheaDX, and we are so excited to close out the day with this last session, a very special edition of True to the Core, Meet the Executives. So as you heard in the video, this is your time to ask questions of our Salesforce leaders and learn how they're thinking about the strategic direction of our products and of our company. My name is Chris Landy. I lead the Trailblazer ecosystem team here at Salesforce, and I'll be your host today.
Woo, go Chris!
Woo, woo, woo. And we are coming to you live from the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco. And I think I speak on behalf of everyone. It is so good to safely be back together again.
My first time since 2020, February 2020. It's crazy.
Awesome.
Great to see everyone.
I'm wearing pants right now for the first time.
Fred's wearing pants.
Thank
This is
God for
amazing.
that.
He was wearing shorts before.
We wish you were here with us in the tower.
Yes, we
With
wish
pants.
you were here. So while you're watching online, start thinking about your product strategy questions for this bunch. So let's get around to introducing today's panel. We have a very special lineup today, and we're going to start with Parker Harris, or as Steph Herrera said in that video, the Parker Harris, our co-founder and CTO. Welcome, Parker.
Thanks for having me.
Woo! And next we have David Schmeier, our Chief Product Officer. Thanks, David, for joining. This is your first True to the Core session, right?
Couldn't be more excited to be here. Thank you, Chris.
Welcome.
He has no idea what to expect.
Give David all the hard questions.
And, you know, we talk a lot about success from anywhere, and we have Lidiane Jones, who is living this. Our GM for Commerce Cloud is joining us live from Boston. Lidiane, you want to say hello?
It's great to be here, and it's a beautiful space here in Boston.
Wonderful. Thanks for joining. And we have Srini Telepagrada. He is our Chief Engineering Officer. So good to have you here, Srini. And Patrick Stokes, our GM.
I was just nervous because
Guys, I feel like we lost energy with every single person. By the end of this, we're all just
Let's bring back the energy.
Let's bring it back.
You know, we should bring it back for Patrick.
All right.
Patrick Stokes, our GM of Platform. Welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Patrick.
I'm scared to death.
There's no question. Sarah Franklin, you are a veteran of True to the Core here. Sarah is our Chief Marketing Officer. Welcome, Sarah. Thank you.
Sarah with the flair.
The flair, the sparkles, her bedazzled shoes there.
I got the bedazzle.
And then, of course, we have another veteran of True to the Core, Brett Taylor, our Chief Operating Officer. Welcome, Brett.
Thank you for having me.
Woo!
Thank you, Chris. By the way, no one claps. Come on. Where's the love? Where's the love?
Okay, well, where's the confetti? Come on. We need some confetti in here. So before we jump into your questions, Parker, you're the co-founder not only of Salesforce, but of True to the Core, and this is your 10th True to the Core session. So for new folks and for some new trailblazers out there, can you give us a little bit of background about what this whole thing is?
Well, Chris, thank you for giving me credit for creating True to the Core, but actually, I'm sure some of you are out there who are with me in 2010. It was actually you guys who created True to the Core. It was a self-formed group, and it was because you were angry at us because we weren't listening. And you formed at Dreamforce. You said, hey, we're angry and we'd like to talk. And I'm like, oh shit. Sorry, I didn't say that. You said, Parker, I would politely like to meet with you. And so we found not a decorated room. It's at Dreamforce. We showed up. It was probably like 30 people. And that's how it all began. And it was basically, you called us on our lack of listening. We heard you. We listened. I know that part of this is you're going to tell us we're not listening enough. We're not doing enough. That's what this is all about. And I look forward to hearing all that you have to say. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Parker. So today we're going to be answering both pre-submitted questions that many of you all have sent in already, and we're going to be taking live questions. So you can start adding your questions to the chat on the right of your screen. And we have Jenny and Scott from the True to the Core team who are going to be taking those questions from chat and then bringing them into the studio to us. So start adding those questions. So, and if we don't get to your question today, never fear. We will track down the right person to answer your question, and we will answer that in the Trailblazer community, our new and improved Trailblazer community. So now that we're grounded on who's here today and our awesome panel and their roles, let's get started with some questions. So we're going to start with some pre-submitted questions. And David, this first one is actually for you. This is your first True to the Core session, so it seems fitting that the first question is for you.
I can't wait. It's a rite of passage.
It is a rite of passage. This is hazing. Welcome. So it's actually from two Trailblazers, Chris and Andrew. They both had questions around the idea exchange and specifically around how we're prioritizing ideas. So the new idea exchange prioritization cycles have helped get top ideas on the roadmap, but with thousands of open ideas, what are we doing to deliver more of these open ideas?
No, it's a great question, Chris, and it's great to be here. So to all the Trailblazers out there, hello. Excited to be part of this process. One of the keys we think to success is cross-cloud prioritization, and that's something I'm a big believer in. And we know we get our best ideas from you, and so we do this now 3 times a year. So in addition to the changes we've made to the idea exchange, we think this cross-cloud prioritization allows us to hit not just one, but many features in one fell swoop with a bigger initiative. Second thing we're doing is we're weaving in Chatter and maybe ultimately Slack into the idea exchange so that we can share information and forward it right to the product managers on the ground so they can hear from you directly about what you want.
The cool thing, they can now ask for things from Velocity as well.
That's true. That's true. Now that we're part of the fold.
Exactly.
That's right. Great to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. All right, Patrick, this next one's coming for you. So this one is from Kenneth. The question is, love for admins is always a top priority for the community. We love our awesome admins, but how are you prioritizing the admin experience on the roadmap?
Great question. So I think one thing you're going to start to see from platform is this drive towards coherence. We have a very disconnected platform experience today. We have a lot of things scattered around through setup. I think we all know that. We haven't shown enough love to setup in the admin experience. And so the one driving force that I really have for the platform and for the future of platform is how do we bring this all together into a coherent experience, really based on the job to be done that you all have as admin. So we know there's a few things that you all do every day. How do we make that experience really self-serve for those specific features? So it's a little forward-looking at the moment, but we're really excited about that concept.
But don't we have the unified CLI we just announced at TDX today? I mean, we're already doing it, right?
Great example. Great example. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lidiane, we're coming to you over in Boston. Great. All right, this question comes from the community. Are there plans to create a Commerce Cloud Developer Edition for training and practice purposes, especially to help with putting Trailhead skills into action?
Chris, thank you for the question. And thank you, Trailblazers. It's my first time to True to the Core as well, so it's great to be here. We actually are investing quite a bit in Commerce Cloud Developer experiences. We launched the Commerce Cloud Developer Center last year and have added a whole lot of new tools. I do know, though, that there's more that we need to do to make the trial experience and learning our APIs and skill set better. So that's going to be a big part of our investments in the coming months that you can expect to see from us. But again, centralized on that Commerce Cloud Developer Center as a central hub for learning and building your skills. But great question, and definitely an area that we need to focus on.
Great, thanks, Lidiane. Okay, Srini, coming over for you. So this question is from Adam Olshansky, one of our local Trailblazers, and Adam asked, Salesforce has had 3 different disruptions in the last month or so. What is being done to help make sure that these are the last ones for a while?
Oh, hi, Adam. I miss seeing you in person. We meet every year. Coming to the outage question, first of all, let me apologize on behalf of Salesforce and my team and myself. This is not what we usually do, as you know. We haven't met our trust standards. For those of people, you know this, but for everybody, whenever an incident happens, what we do is we do what we call an RCA, root cause analysis, and we try to fix the issue fundamentally. Either sometimes it's a process, sometimes it's architecture, sometimes it's tooling. Whenever a couple of incidents happen in a close proximity, we step back even further and we create a program. Right now, we have a program what we call Graceful Hall, and what we are looking at it is fundamentally looking at different aspects. Did we communicate well? Was the communication clear, and did it help you? Are there any tier 1 services which had dependencies? Are any of our providers, did we have to reevaluate? Fundamental architecture issues, any tooling issues, any other training, any other processes we have to fix it. This is a comprehensive look at it, and me and my management team and all the top engineers were on it day in and day out. And I hope that at the end of this, we'll come out much stronger. Thank you for your patience with us. And I'm very confident that we'll get past this.
Great, thank you, Srini. Sarah, got a question for you. So there's a lot of excitement around the new Trailblazer community that's been integrated with Trailhead, and our Trailblazers are super stoked about this. So they want to know, Sarah, what are you planning? Are you going to integrate more things with the community and Trailhead coming together? What is next?
Is that a hashtag for more things?
More things.
Yes. So the short answer is yes. And when I took on this role in January, one of the charters, and Brett, you and I chatted, was around how we bring Trailhead and how we bring our Trailblazers together more with our Salesforce, across all of Salesforce, whether it's with our core products or, with Commerce Cloud with Lidiane or with MuleSoft and Tableau. And so it's so important that Trailblazers in our community, yes, it's an incredible experience in Trailhead, and we want to bring that to Dub and invest in Trailblazer identity so that we can know more about you and your skills and offer you better customer service and support and, a lot better stuff. So short answer is yes.
Hashtag more stuff.
Hashtag more things.
Stuff. Yes.
It's also called a plus sign.
Oh.
Plus sign more stuff.
But hashtag's more modern.
Okay, let's see. Next one, coming for Patrick. This one is from Andrew Core, and Andrew asks, how do you determine which features are included in the Platform EE license? Why are things like mobile security treated as paid-ons?
It's fun. This will be a fun one. Are you ready for an unsatisfying answer? Here comes one. So, I mean, look, we when we build new features, we have two ways to introduce them. We can introduce them into the additions that we have, where it's kind of a value add into the addition that you already have, or we can introduce them as an entirely new SKU. And what we do is we look at that particular feature, we run a bunch of research, and part of that research is there a willingness to buy this feature? It's certainly something that we look at, and we also look at competitive. So we look at what are the other companies out there doing in this particular space, and then we make a decision. And sometimes that decision is going to work out really well. It's going to be put into an addition that you have, and in other cases, it's going to become an add-on. I think one thing that we can do a better job of, though, just to speak somewhat frankly and forward thinking, is we can do a better job of going back and reevaluating those decisions from some time. Because I think a big element of this is there's a time element, right? And the market changes, competitive changes, and we may not do as good enough job going back and reevaluating those decisions as we should.
Great, thank you, Patrick. So I mentioned we're doing things a little different today, a little special, and we actually had some Trailblazers submit video questions for you all, so you can look in their eyes and answer the questions. So we have our first video coming up. Let's go ahead and roll that video.
So, same question to the executive panel. What does true to the core mean to the executives? What do the executives at Salesforce get out of true to the core? Do they like doing it, or do they feel like they have to do it?
All right, who wants to take that question?
Can I take
Cheryl,
this
Brett?
one, Chris? Yeah, so for me, I love, Parker, your story earlier about being cornered by our trailblazing administrators and developers saying, hey, you're not listening. And for me, it's a few things. One is, I think it really represents that spirit of Salesforce, which is we are driven by our Trailblazer community. You are the heart and soul of what Salesforce does. And for me, true to the core is that annual, and actually we've been doing it more than annually this year, but an annual reminder that we're here to serve you. And we can't forget it. And this is just a way of really commemorating that and making sure that we don't forget it, that we're bringing out our executives, our product managers, and our engineers. And we're always having a conversation with you about not just our big vision for the future, but actually fixing the stuff we've already released, making sure that we're listening to you directly. And I think it's become one of the most fun parts of my year. I remember learning about it from Parker when I became Chief Product Officer, the role that David's in now, and hearing how people dress up, and it's crazy, and the energy. And when I showed up, I really got it, because we're actually having a real conversation. Some of it's complaining, some of it's, us sort of making excuses for some bad decisions we made a few years ago, but it's all constructive. And I really do feel like it just represents that all of you are kind of product managers at Salesforce too, and we can't forget it. So I think it's fun, and I actually think it's something that has become a huge part of our culture. So thank you for making true to the core, and I don't know, it's my favorite time of the year, honestly.
Wonderful. Anyone else want to add anything?
I'll chime in quickly and just say that from 2010 to 21 today, we are a much, much larger company. And what true to the core represents for me is everything that Brett said, that you keep us tethered to the ground. You keep us tethered to reality. You keep us tethered to what we need to do for you to make you successful. And I want to make sure we never forget that, and in 2010, we were kind of drifting a little bit. And sometimes we need you to keep us back there with you every day. And so it's just an annual checkpoint to see, where are we in that relationship? Are we pulling away a little bit? Are we getting too close? I know there's no such thing as too close, but I love it. I love it every year. And please keep doing it with us.
All right. So next question, David, I think this one would be great for you. This is from Peter Bender. I'd like to hear a commitment to increasing usability and consistency for the admin UX. It seems that there are often new features launched that are inefficiently designed for people who actually use it all day, every day.
Yeah, Chris, I think that's a great question. And we have a new initiative within the company we call the Easy Initiative. And I think it's very much in line with what you're asking for. So the standards in the cloud have gone up, and we've heard you loud and clear of what you want to see from the administrative experience. We use what's called the jobs to be done framework to look at the jobs to be done from an administrative point of view. And we think that that's a great way to, a great lens, if you will, to look at what you want to make that easier and easier and easier. And who doesn't want their cloud software to be easier? And so that's something we take to heart. I also just say back to what does true to the core mean to me as a new person. I believe in this concept called Kaizen, which is continuous improvement. So we get our best ideas from you. So keep telling us, keep slacking us, keep emailing us, and we are listening. We are reading every single one of them, and you have our commitment that we're going to respond and make things better.
Thank you, David. All right, thanks. This one is either for Patrick or Sarah. Y'all can choose who wants to take this one. This is from Arky. Yes, paper, rock, scissors. Okay, you ready for this
the
one?
question or after?
Let's do it before. This will be a good little
ready?
roll here.
Go.
Wait, does that mean I get
That means I get the question.
I think that means you're taking it.
wait,
Well,
all right.
Oh, no, I'm
what's the
excited.
definition of win? Do you want? Yeah,
Okay.
let's go for it.
Let's go.
Okay, so this is from Arky. When are you going to fix your broken Trailblazer.me identity verification? It feels super broken right now.
Oh, so this is, we're like not separate. We're like locked.
Yeah, we're locked
this
in
is
ours
why.
We're
on
locked on this one.
Yeah.
This is, and Brett knows this, and everybody knows, this is very important to me, and to Patrick, and to everyone, because Trailblazer Identity is the door into everything that's awesome for learning Trailhead and learning our products and having a great experience. There's too many fields on it. We had problems at one of our events. We actually had to cancel it because of it. And we're making investments now, and we've pivoted the roadmap. And there's the service, there's the implementation, and then there's also the profile. And so not just the service, but also making the implementation better, and also just making sure it scales as well. So Trailblazer Identity, and Patrick, I think you can probably add on too, but it is definitely a top priority for us.
I mean, I'll just say this is absolutely one of our top priorities. We have an event coming up. You may have heard of it. It's called Dreamforce.
Very important
and
one.
The way that you will get into Dreamforce is with Trailblazer ID, and so there is no bigger forcing function for me. If I am not in this seat next year, it's because we screwed it up. So we're going to make that work. It's going to be a great experience. It's not just going to work. We really want it to be an awesome experience. We have some amazing vision and some plans for what that Trailblazer ID can be in the future, and how you can take that identity around all of your Salesforce products, and expect really great things here. It's a huge priority for us.
Chris, can I add something to this? You've heard us talk a lot about our strategy as a company, and talking a lot about this idea of finding success from anywhere. This past year, we've connected with all of you digitally, and the center of our digital events and digital learning is the Trailblazer identity. And when we talk about success from anywhere, that's really what we think is going forward. We're so excited that we get 5,000 Trailblazers in San Francisco, but that's not 200,000. And we really realized that last year, being able to connect digitally, worse in some ways. I'm looking forward to the family reunion this year in San Francisco, New York, London, and Paris. But we can't lose sight of the fact that we were able to reach millions more people last year digitally. So it is really important. The experience you had with the flakiness of Trailblazer.me is unacceptable. But on top of that, we're really thinking about is the future of how we connect with each other, and really recognizing that we can connect with each other globally. Always, we don't need to wait just to have our events. And so it's really the centerpiece of how we're thinking of bringing the Trailblazer community forward.
Awesome, thank you. And we hope you are in this seat next year, Patrick.
Me too.
Because if you're not, they won't be in their seats.
Okay, next question is for Lidiane. Do you have plans to continue to expand the B2C commerce script engine? We've seen some progress in expanding supported language functions, but developers want more.
Yeah, one of the most exciting things about Commerce Cloud is that the scripting language really gives us the flexibility and developers flexibility to build incredible commerce experiences, which has been great. One of the challenges with the scripting language is that sometimes it lacks boundaries, and you can get your website to have performance challenges or experience challenges. So we're really expanding not only the scripting capabilities, but also eventing mechanisms and API surface that have better protection for your experience to perform at its best. So our entire developer experience, scripting, APIs, eventing, monitoring are all getting a big boost of investment this year. And I'm really excited. I can't wait to hear your feedback as you get more of it.
Thank you, Lidiane. Okay, so we have another Trailblazer video. Can we go ahead and get that question rolled?
Hi, my name is Amir Sayag, and I am from CRM Science, a Salesforce consultancy. I think True to the Core is a great thing for the Salesforce ecosystem because it provides transparency and some idea of where Salesforce is going to go. My question is about Slack. I think that everybody were excited and surprised to see Slack being acquired, and I'm wondering how it will be further integrated into the platform itself.
That is a great question. And Brett, I'm looking over at you.
I would love to take it. Well, first, technically Slack and Salesforce are not one company yet, so it's still under review. So we're still two separate companies. So what I can do, I can't really tell you how the platform's going to be integrated because we're not one company yet, but I can tell you why we're so excited about Slack potentially joining Salesforce in the future. When I look back at the past year, it's been defined by Zoom and Slack. You know, we've all learned that despite the fact that many of us have been working from home, we can still be productive. We can still connect digitally. And I think when I look at all the things that Salesforce does, our Customer 360 across digital sales, digital customer service, digital marketing, digital commerce, what a powerful combination in the Customer 360 and Slack to help enable that new way of working, the way we're all going to work in this all digital work from anywhere world. Whether you're a selling team that's getting on airplanes less, you know, because you realize you can connect with your customers digitally, or you're maybe a contact center who went from being in a building to being in the cloud. How do you do things like case swarming? How do you actually get faster time to resolution? I saw so many customers this past Cyber Week using our Marketing Cloud and our Commerce Cloud, but really using Slack as almost their digital command center for how they run, you know, their web store. So when I look forward, I really think about Slack as really representing that future of work that candidly hasn't been written yet. I think we're all figuring this out as we go, but we really want to help all of you be successful in this all digital work from anywhere world. So that's our vision. We're really excited as we announced our earnings call. If all goes according to plan, we expect it to close at the end of July, and we'll have a lot more to share then.
Great, thanks, Brett. And there's actually an add-on question here from Jenny, and she asks, can the panelists give us an idea, Safe Harbor, of course, can the panelists give us an idea of what a Slack-forward version of Salesforce would be like for users?
You know, here's the way. You've heard Mark talk a lot about this idea of a systems of record and then systems of intelligence and sort of all these different iterations on enterprise software. When I think of Slack, I like to think of it as a system of engagement. You know, how do you reach all the different stakeholders in your business when you're building a business workflow? You know, maybe it's a sales team asking for a discount approval. Maybe it's a customer service team escalating an issue to a subject matter expert. So you think about all the different people you need to do to make your Customer 360 implementation successful. It's all about engagement. How do you bring everyone in the business together to make your team members and your customers successful? And in the digital world, it's just such a powerful opportunity to think about digital tools to facilitate that. So think about Salesforce as kind of the system of record and system of intelligence, and Slack as a system of engagement. What a powerful combination.
You know, I'll just add one quick point. It's more of a teasing point. Imagine that you're using Salesforce, but you never log into Salesforce. And what would that world be like? That's what you're going to see.
Great. Thank you, Parker. So we have actually an annual question for you. Do you want to guess what it is?
For me, no, I'm not going to dress up at Dreamforce.
It is not about costumes, but it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
It is about S controls. When can we have S controls back? Is that going to happen?
Have S controls.
You do get the S controls question every single year.
I think we launched our platform on S controls.
Yeah.
And that's all we had. why do you want S controls back? I think that's what I ask every year. Like, what's so valuable? Can somebody explain why they want them? I have no idea. They're not coming back. I'm not giving them to you. Move on to the modern stuff we have, or tell me what you're missing, and I will give it to you.
Next, they're going to ask for JavaScript buttons.
JavaScript buttons. Yeah, exactly.
Let me explain cross-site scripting.
Okay, Srini, I have another tough one for you. This comes from Amber. It's a bit of a running joke to not trust trust. Is there an effort afoot to make trust more trustworthy? And say that 3 times fast.
I agree, 100%. Srini, what are you doing about that?
Yes. One of the things we've learned as part of the Graceful Hall discussion that I mentioned before was, even though our trust site is all separated, it's still, there were some dependencies. It was not fully out of band, as we call it. If everything else in Salesforce goes down, including our identity systems, our security systems, can we still operate trust? We didn't take such a hard look. We separated it out enough, but not deep into the bowels. So one of the things we are doing is moving the trust side totally out of band, totally different providers with no connection. And the team has been hard at work on this. You will not see it. It will still look like the same trust site, maybe with some better improvements and stuff like that. But the underlying where it runs is all going to be changed. And hopefully, in another 2-3 months, it'll all be done. They're already starting to move a lot of things.
So we won't have to get updates from Parker's Twitter account?
Right.
Yes.
That's separate kind of stuff.
Exactly.
No, we may still want to do that because Parker connects to a lot of people. That is different.
I have a vested interest in solving this. And I will say also with Lidiani's team, when we think about the trust site, we think, oh, the scale is like B2B, it's not high scale. But in a moment of crisis like we had recently, it's very high scale, and we're going to lean on the expertise from Lidiani's team. I mean, they're serving some of the highest volume e-commerce sites in the world, and we're going to let her teach us how do we scale trust, and it's going to be just as scalable as when you buy a pair of sneakers on Adidas.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of really great work together to take those learnings, as Parker mentioned, and bring them to core. So I'm really excited about that. As Parker said, it should be as straightforward as getting a very sought after Adidas shoes.
Great, thanks, Lidiani.
Though I would say, our hope is you don't need to go to the trust site. The system just works.
Yeah, you may go to Slack instead.
Okay, Patrick. So this question comes from Heiko Kramer. What are the advantages of the Omni Studio elements above the Salesforce core technologies, LWC and Flow? And what is your outlook for Omni Studio?
Good.
Wow. If you understood all those acronyms, you're awesome.
He does.
We were literally just talking about this.
Roughly half of them. Yeah, no, this is really good timing for the question, because I think one of the things that we learned from Omni Studio is that, and we're learning a lot from it, and from David, I have to get this question right, because David, my new boss, has created a lot of this.
He created a mess, and he's telling you to fix it.
No, he's telling me to fix it. Yeah, no, not a mess, but we have a bit of a mess. But what we're learning is that Omni Studio really enables you to create really pixel perfect, what I would call consumer grade applications or components. And that's something that we really have to learn is how do we create screens, how do we create applications and screen flows that can just be put out into the consumer world as opposed to, within the context of a B2B application. So we're really excited about that. And I think what you'll see over time is that will come together with Flow and screen flows and Lightning Web Components. And ultimately, I think one of the like stress tests that I'd like to be able to use is you should never see a Trailhead again relative to platform where it's like when you should use this versus when you should use that. That's one of the things that we really want to solve for, kind of coming back to that coherence conversation that I had earlier. So lots to learn there, and it's another example of something that we could have used or could use as we think about what does trust become, right? Really these consumer-facing applications that can stand up to that type of scale.
Great, thanks, Patrick. All right, Sarah, this one's coming for you. You know, it wouldn't be long before people want to know about Dreamforce. What is going on? Who gets to attend in person? What's up with Dreamforce?
Who do I have to bribe?
Margie wants to know.
Who's the band?
Yeah.
Tell us everything.
It's my life. Everybody wants like famous bands and speakers in London and Paris and San Francisco. So we're so excited for Dreamforce this year. And later in September, we are going to have in-person Dreamforce in San Francisco and globally, London, Paris, and it's so exciting for us to be able to come together in person. We do need to be mindful of COVID guidelines, and we're adhering to the guidelines by the local places where we're going, so that will limit our in-person capabilities. And so stay tuned is what I can tell you, and you'll hear very soon about how you can come to Dreamforce, but it's going to be incredible, and it's going to be not just in person. It is, of course, going to be accessible in the digital world, which we want to elevate the digital experience. It's kind of like when you think of when you watch the Super Bowl or watch the Olympics, you actually get sometimes a better experience even in the digital world, because you get some behind the scenes motions, like maybe after the keynote we can get conversation with Brett and Parker and people, and so there's a lot that we can do more in the digital world. So I wish I could tell you exactly right now, but just stay tuned, and it's going to be incredible.
I think it's really. I'm sorry, Chris.
I was going to say, where can they find out more? Dreamforce.
Oh, just go to dreamforce.com. See, what?
One thing that Sarah said that I just want to emphasize is just how important the digital Dreamforce experience is. And I love that analogy of the Olympics, because I'm so excited to watch the Olympics this year. It's so exciting to have it back. It feels like a just global celebration that the pandemic is waning. But I do think, I wish we could have more than, a handful of thousands of people in each of these cities. We'll get there eventually. But I do think one of the things we've been reflecting on in that theme of success from anywhere is we don't want to go backwards on the digital experience. And actually, I would like to aspire that the digital Dreamforce is actually a better experience in a lot of ways. You don't get some of the fun after parties, but maybe you get more access to training, more direct access to subject matter experts, more access to each other. And so as you have ideas, whether you have them now or you're watching the Olympics and you want us to replicate it, send us our way, because we recognize that we can reach so many more trailblazers around the world digitally than we could ever reach for the people who have the privilege to fly into San Francisco. So we're really, really committed to that. We're very open-minded as well. So please push us on that and send us your best ideas.
Yeah, and let's not forget at Salesforce, we always say that tactics dictate strategy. So we did an event in Singapore. You were in Singapore. We did an event in New York, in LA. By the way, we're doing an event right now, in case anybody didn't notice. And there were people live at what I call Trailblazer Park or Salesforce Park. We're doing this not with people in the studio here, but you're online. And so each time we do it, we're practicing and we're learning. And so, by the way, give us feedback on this experience, and you might actually impact the Dreamforce experience.
And I'll add one more thing quickly to everybody, because this is a little call to action for you all. We're evolving our marketing. And we're going from being a tactical events, like moment in time kind of a company, to being an always on trusted media channel with content that is relevant for you. And that is so important to us. And that's not just content that we're going to be creating, but you as well. So we're starting it, we're creating some little episodes and everything, but we used to do call for presentations. Like, imagine what the new world can be when we're looking for you to create like original series together with us and just go into this new world. And so get that in your head, start thinking about what creativity we can do together.
That's a little scary thought, letting these people do original series. But no offense, it's going to be
Brian
awesome.
Kwong, I can't wait to see the wizard hat and
Wizard series.
Real world Trailblazer edition.
I mean, come on.
Just your ideas.
It's going to be incredible.
Real world was a very dated example.
Oh, yeah. Are we aging ourselves?
Yeah.
MTV, VH1, or whichever one.
Anyone else want to chime in on Dreamforce while we're on this? Okay. All right. We'll move on. So this is for David Lidiani. You can rock, paper, scissors, or you can both speak to this one. As the leader of what started as an acquisition cloud, how do you think about consistency of cross-cloud user experiences?
Great question.
Great question, David. Lidiani, maybe I'll start and then I'll pass it to you to get your take. But we really think of these acquisitions as part of the family, and so we want them to be integrated, and there's a number of key services. We were talking about this
You're
this morning.
part of the family, Dave. Welcome to the family.
I hope so. Do I get to wear a costume?
Lidiane, you as well.
I heard a volunteer for a costume.
I
heard a volunteer for a costume.
I love the lightning outfit, by the way.
Yeah.
Looks kind of like our old Velocity logo.
We can resize it for you.
Yeah, Patrick's one too.
Change it a little
Brett, Patrick, David, Lidiane. There's more acquired executives on this.
We're outnumbered.
Yeah.
None.
That is true. That is true, and it's really it's really been a very effective strategy for us. And it's not only the code, but it's the people, and it's the inspiration to do great things, and it's the entrepreneurial spirit, and it's the beginner's mind. And so we were lucky and fortunate at Velocity that we were already built on the platform. So it was like the fastest technology integration I've ever seen. I mean, literally it was done before it started, so it's already part of the platform. So maybe that was a simple example, but now as part of Salesforce Industries, it's become an integral part of, that rapidly growing business at Salesforce. So we're super excited about it. We're trying to get better and better in how we integrate the products across identity, across the data models, across the process models, and I think you'll see more and more integration from us.
Yeah, maybe not so simple, because you heard the OmniStip question. So there's more work to do is my only point.
Certainly not all done. Certainly not all done. So Lidiane, what's your perspective?
I took me a second there, as Chris said, acquired, because I already feel like commerce is part of the family. And Parker, I'm coming over for dinner at your house this summer at some point. So
yes, definitely. I look forward to it.
I do think, the more that we build native experiences, the better we can have all of our trailblazers enjoy the full power of the customer 360 that Salesforce has to offer. So that's been a paramount strategy for us in commerce. And at Connections, we really announced a set of those products that are coming GA this summer. The B2B2C product is a new commerce direct-to-consumer experience built natively on the Salesforce platform. So that's very exciting to unlock, the entire journey of order management, service, marketing, all connected. We've also integrated to the Salesforce CDP, really to bring that true customer journey. So we have to be intentional about what these experiences are and really create out-of-the-box experiences. And that's a huge part of how we deliver better experiences for our community. Parker, you said it well, like the job is not done. Like we have a lot to do, but it's just great to bring those to life this year.
And if I could just take a moment to express gratitude to the engineers and product managers at Salesforce. This past year with the Salesforce CDP, the customer data platform, it's on core. Marketing Cloud, the data platform is on core. With the announcement that Lidiane mentioned, which we announced at Connections, is going GA this summer, Commerce Cloud is on core. And so, when you think about the customer 360, just how integrated commerce and marketing now, if you haven't seen those, go check out the trails. I'll tweet links to some of the talks at Connections, but this is huge. If you're a developer in core, you can now do B2C scale customer data platform. You can deploy B2B2C direct-to-consumer commerce experiences all from core. It's an incredible milestone, so definitely check it out.
Great. That's awesome news for our Salesforce developers. All right, Patrick. This is from Xander. Why the sudden rush to MFA? What's going on?
Well, the sudden rush is because our number one value is trust, and we want to help protect the data that you have as well. So that's really what this is all about, is we want to help you protect your data. At the same time, though, we don't want to stop your business. So I want to be clear about this. We have a mandate where we're trying to get to MFA adoption across all of our customers, but we're not going to stop your business as well. So for those of you that are concerned about those incoming deadlines or concerned about what happens after those deadlines, are we going to turn off your business or come track you down and say you're violating the terms of service? We're going to be in contact, but we're not going to turn anything off, right? We are going to put some solutions forward. We know there's some tricky implementations in things like call centers where people aren't allowed to bring phones in and things like that, or with our partners where you have things like user account sharing. We're not going to stop your business, but we are going to try to get you implemented on MFA or some suitable secondary solution. So it's really, really important to protect your data, and if you have concerns about that or have concerns about that deadline, please contact your AE. They're going to put you in touch with my team, and we're going to get it sorted out for you.
One thing I'll say is it's just so important. And so if you need help, we have content. If you need to make sure all of your stakeholders know how important multi-factor authentication is. When we talk about trust, it's not just our systems, it's all the operations around it. And we've had, customers who, essentially revealed data to people they unintentionally because of weak password protection. So we're really just trying to make sure we're building defense in depth and helping you secure your Salesforce data. It's so important. So I'm really proud that we're taking a firm stand on this. As Patrick said, we're not going to disrupt your business, but for us to say trust is our highest value, we need to make sure that you're doing everything operationally to secure it as well. So if you need any help, we have all these materials so we can convince all your other business stakeholders how important this is.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. Multi-factor authentication is the easiest way to protect yourself. And so we're talking about our service, but hey, if you've got online banking, you're not using multi-factor authentication, turn it on. If your Amazon account, everything that you do, you should be using multi-factor authentication. It's the one thing that will protect you more than anything in the world. So.
Great, thank you. So we have one more Trailblazer video question. Let's go ahead and get that question rolled.
Hello, my name is Gaurav Ketrapal, and my question is for Sarah Franklin, who's the President and Chief Marketing Officer of Salesforce. Sarah, I have followed your journey over the years, and you have taken on different roles within Salesforce. At one point of time, you ran Trailhead, you ran Platform, you ran Developer Relations, and now you are the Chief Marketing Officer. And your story has been very inspirational. Your rise within Salesforce and in the technology industry is an inspiration for a lot of people. What advice would you have for all the aspiring women leaders who are looking to make a dent in the industry, and how can they do so by sticking to the same organization? Because typically people switch jobs and then they grow, and you have done it phenomenally well within the same organization. So what is the piece of advice that you would want to share with all the aspiring leaders on how they can grow within the organization and in turn also help the organization grow?
Wow.
Wow, that was some nice kudos.
That's the best question.
Yeah. You should save that and watch that when you're feeling sad.
I need to show it to my children so they are like proud of me.
To your children, to your husband.
That's a great question and very near and dear to my heart, because it's very important to me and to everyone here at Salesforce that we make a difference and that we empower everyone, no matter your walk of life, to have an incredible career, life, opportunity, everything. And we talk a lot about core values. One of my core values is courage. And so for everyone, whether you're a woman, whether you're a man, no matter, your gender, race, location, socioeconomic situation, sexual orientation, the thing that I would say is to have courage and to always bring your best and have your courage to stand up, say your mind, say your thoughts, bring your ideas. And if somebody tells you no, that's okay. Try again. And I've been told no. I've been told I have dumb ideas. I have
Who told you that?
I mean, some guy.
That would be a gift.
But, also embrace the people that are around you. I am so lucky right now to be with this group of people and with all of you online and in Lidiani there in Boston. Just embrace the people that you're around. And so have the courage, and we're here for all of you because your success is our success, and in life and in work. And so thank you so much, and just have the courage is my advice.
Thank you, Sarah.
We're all proud of you, Sarah.
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing.
So I'm told we have time for one more question. So everyone's excited about the AWS integration that we announced this morning in the keynote. So this question comes from Jury. What is the Heroku strategy right now if AWS is available directly within Salesforce? Patrick, I think this question should be for you.
I read the briefing doc. The briefing doc said Parker was
Parker?
but I'm happy to answer.
Rock, paper, scissors again?
Sure, I'll take a shot at this. First of all, what I love is that AWS and Salesforce are coming together not only as strategic partners, but as platforms. And so that you can seamlessly work between the two platforms. If you have workloads on Amazon, you can also connect them seamlessly with the workloads at Salesforce. I know that all of our customers are doing things on both, or many of them are. And Heroku is an incredible platform for writing more pro code. I love Heroku. It's probably the fastest way. If I'm on AWS, to write code, I'd much rather jump on the Heroku platform and do it quickly, not have to worry about all the work to deploy that code, to scale those dynos, and I would say that Heroku also is seamlessly integrated. So, pick the tools that you want. We're in a low-code world, so ideally you're not writing a lot of code. That's why I love Salesforce Functions that just came out. Congrats, Patrick, on that announcement. That's actually leveraging the Heroku platform. So, when you're using Functions, you're using Heroku. So Heroku is not going away. And then for all of you who love Heroku or using the database services, who have great workloads on Heroku, those are also seamlessly integrated. And those will also work, by the way, even better with everything else on Amazon. So, it's one cohesive world, to use a term that Patrick used earlier. We want all these workloads to work together. We want the right tool for the job. But again, don't write code if you don't have to.
And if I may just add one thing, when you think about this Amazon partnership, we're just trying to make it easier for you to integrate all the systems at your company. Not everything is a new project where you get to choose between Heroku and another Amazon Web Service. You have a lot of different systems. Maybe you have a custom machine learning pipeline using something like SageMaker, and you want to incorporate that model into Service Cloud or Sales Cloud. We want to make it easy. And when I look at modern enterprises, they have so many different systems where you're lifting and shifting some on-premises system to the cloud, and you want to connect it to Salesforce. We just want to make that easier for all of you. And so this is just one step in that direction. And we just want to make sure that every single piece of code or system you operate can really integrate in this customer 360. Because when we say you have a single source of truth, that's what we mean. We know not all this data lives in Salesforce. We just need to make it really easy to connect.
Integrate all of the things. I think our Trailblazers are going to be so excited with that message. So that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much to all of the Trailblazers who submitted questions both in advance, on video, and live in the chat today. And of course, a big thank you to our executive panel. Thanks for being in the hot seats today.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. And of course, if we didn't get to your question, we will answer it in the new and improved Trailblazer community at trailblazer.salesforce.com. You can join the True to the Core group. We will put a link in the chat, and we will answer questions we didn't get to there, and you can also give us feedback on this session. So thank you so much. We hope you had an amazing day at TrailheaDX. We will see you at Dreamforce, and Leah and Jillian, back to you in the studio.
Wow, what a day, Jillian. Amazing. Today you learned about Flow Orchestrator, dynamic interactions, and the new developer experience with the CLI unification. We also launched our new and improved Trailblazer community site where you can learn relevant skills, connect with Trailblazers, and give back all in one place. We launched a 700,000, that's right, 700,000 grant to workforce development program Year Up to help young underrepresented minorities gain career skills through corporate internships that will help close the opportunity gap. We also had the honor of learning from Trailblazers like Kehinde Osini, who demonstrated the commitment of lifelong learning and the impact that Trailhead and the Trailblazer community can have on an individual. We had the opportunity for some truly authentic and fun conversations with folks like Mindy Kaling and all of our True to the Core panelists. Wow. And even though our broadcast is concluding, remember the demos and discussion areas will be open until 3 p.m. Pacific. So stop watching me. Get over there now. And finally, you are the reason we are here. So thank you for joining us today. So much Trail Heart from me to you, from all of us to you. We look forward to seeing you at Dreamforce, September 21st through the 23rd. Take care of yourself and each other.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Flow and Orchestrator demo. We'll be getting going in just 1 minute as we let you guys filter into the room. We're excited to have our product experts Sam and Alex here with us today. to answer some of your questions in the Q&A control. And after we play the demo, they'll go live into a virtual, they'll go into the Q&A for you all so that we can get your questions answered. Hope everyone's TDX is going well so far. Sam, Alex, did you guys have a chance to check out Mindy Kaling?
Unfortunately not. I was really bummed to miss that.
Yeah, me too. It was like,
but all Twitter exploded about it, so it sounds like it was a good session. She was talking with Leah, right? Leah McGowan-Hare, who is one of my heroes. I love her so much.
Oh my gosh, gold, seriously.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I see people trickling in, and try to play this demo this time. Hopefully it works.
Hello, my name is Mark DeLurgio, and I'm super excited to share with you today how you can use Salesforce Flow and Flow Orchestrator to drive process automation in your business with clicks, not code.
The way we work and live has changed dramatically. Zooms are the new conference rooms, kitchens the new call centers. We're in an all-digital work-from-anywhere world. Overnight, we reimagined how we collaborate with our teams, how we connect with our customers and our communities. And Trailblazers are leading the way, working through challenges and searching for ways to make a difference. And this all-digital work-from-anywhere world is the new norm. That's why we're launching Einstein Automate, your one-stop shop to build end-to-end workflows for every industry. With Einstein Automate, you can use customer insights to compose intelligent workflows. You can integrate any data across any system, and you can leverage digital best practices to go fast. Einstein Automate integrates our automation capabilities across Platform, Einstein, MuleSoft, Industries, and the App Exchange to deliver the most competitive end-to-end workflow platform in the market. The future of automation is human. It's all about empowering your employees to do their best work. Salesforce Flow is our automation platform that makes it easy to streamline business processes with clicks and reusable building blocks without writing a line of code. Flow also makes it easy to integrate data to and from third-party services. And beyond just back-end process automation, Flow makes it easy to build front-end user experiences for your employees, partners, and customers. And that's not all. To make it easier to get started, we have a wide array of pre-built automation solutions on the App Exchange, so you don't have to build things from scratch. Flow Orchestrator unifies business processes across your organization, including multiple individuals and roles, such as complex quote approvals that span sales, finance, and professional services. It increases productivity with work queues to ensure that your team is working on the highest priority tasks. And it helps identify bottlenecks in your cross-team processes to help you determine where to focus your improvement efforts.
And now let's see this in action so you can see how easy it is to automate your business processes. Employee onboarding is a big challenge for companies where they need to coordinate across HR, payroll, and IT to ensure that every employee is ready to go on their first day of work. At Brightbank, we want to give new employees the chance to specify the name that's associated with all their accounts and to select their preferred computer equipment. Let's see how this will look to new hires, and then I'll show you how easy it is to build this process automation using Flow.
The HR team manages applicants in Salesforce. They just hired a new employee named Eric Ware, and here they set the start date on his applicant record. I have a record-triggered flow set up that will automatically send the confirmation email to new hires. The email links to a screen flow on an Experience Cloud page, so new hires can access it before they have an internal login. So now I'll play Eric, and I see this email from Brightbank. I see that they address me as Erickson. Why didn't my parents just name me Eric? But it's cool that my new employer lets me specify what name I'd like to use on my Brightbank accounts. So I click on the new hire confirmation link. This screen is populated with values from my applicant record. And I'll set my name to Eric. Even cooler, they let me specify whether I want a desktop or a laptop. I'll go with a laptop, of course, in this work from home world. And based on selecting a laptop, I see that it shows me an option to select what kind. I'll pick a MacBook. I click Next and then Finish, and that's it for Eric.
So now the applicant record is updated and the IT provisioning information is sent to the IT team. Looks simple, right? Well, it actually is simple to build this process in Salesforce Flow, and that's what I'm going to show you next.
First, we're going to create a screen flow for the new hire to specify their information. We've already added a Get Records element to the flow, which grabs the information we already have about the applicant. Then we add a screen for the applicant to complete their information. Screens include canned components like text fields, checkboxes, and radio buttons, and you can extend these components with partner solutions from the AppExchange and extensions from our open source developer community. Screens also includes dynamic forms for Flow, a new beta feature in the summer release that we find on the Fields tab that lets you easily add fields from your CRM objects onto screens. First, we select the applicant record variable that was created in our Get Records element. We choose the fields to add from the applicant record to this screen. Let's add the first name field first. With dynamic forms for Flow, field configuration is done for you. The field label, data type, and requiredness are all based on the field settings in Object Manager. And when the screen flow runs to update a record, existing field values are automatically set based on current record data. Now we'll add the other fields we need: last name, position, and start date. Now the IT team also needs to collect information from the new hire regarding their desired equipment. Not only can you add record fields to the screen, you can collect information that isn't stored in your CRM objects. Here's where we'll add radio buttons for new hires to select whether they want a desktop or a laptop. If they select a desktop, we let them request a second monitor, so we'll add a checkbox for this. Now the second monitor request is only available for desktop computers, so we set component visibility for this checkbox to only show for the desktop option. And if they select a laptop, they can select a MacBook or Dell, so we'll add radio buttons for this too. We'll only show the MacBook or Dell selection if the user selects the laptop option. So that's all the fields we want on the screen, but now let's lay it out in a nicer format. With the new section component, you can divvy up your fields and components into multi-column layouts. I'll add one section for my HR fields and another for IT provisioning. I'll add multiple columns to take advantage of available space and drag the fields into whichever column I want. Each section can be divided in up to 4 columns, and you can customize the column width. Columns are responsive. In small form factors like phones, the columns stack vertically. All right, it's that easy to create a screen. We'll click Done. Now, after the user completes the screen with their HR information, we need to save those changes to the applicant record. To do so, we use Update Records. In the screen, we got the fields from our record variable, and that's where the user's entries are stored. So we simply point the update records to the same applicant variable. We also want to send an email to the IT team for a provisioning request. First, we create an assignment to map the user's screen flow into flow variables. Now we'll add an action and select Send Email. I'll create a text template and bring in the new hire's name as well as their selected IT equipment. I save and activate our screen flow, and now it's ready to go.
But how do new hires get to this screen? We want to automatically send them an email and get them to complete this form when HR sets their start date. I'll show you how to create a record-triggered flow to do this.
Here I'll create a new record-triggered flow. I'll use auto layout mode, which makes flow building easier than ever. Your connections are drawn for you, and your flow elements are organized and lined up automatically. We want this flow to run anytime an applicant record is created or updated. I select the applicant object and specify conditions for this flow to run. We only want it to run when the start date is populated, so I'll set a condition to run this flow when the start date field is not null. We want our new hires to submit this information not too early and not too late, as it involves IT provisioning, so I'll set up a scheduled path to send the email 14 days prior to the new hire's start date. And now we'll add an action to send the email, so I search and select Send Email Action. For the email body, we'll create a new text template resource, which allows me to format the email body and include field values from the triggering record. And I'll add the subject and email address from the main record variable in this flow, which is tied to the applicant object. And that's it. I'll save the flow and activate.
So you saw here how in just a few minutes I was able to automate this process to send new employees the email at the right time, which leads them to the new hire information form so we can use their preferred name and get provisioning started with IT. And all of this with clicks, not code. Next up, I'll show you how Flow Orchestrator can drive collaboration across multiple teams, notify users, and track tasks. Working in concert with the flows you just saw, Flow Orchestrator brings it all together to drive efficiency and accountability.
You saw earlier how our new hire, Eric, specified his IT equipment request on the Experience Cloud page. This orchestration starts there and routes the request to the hiring manager to review and approve it. The hiring manager also receives a task to assign Eric a desk. Once the hiring manager approves their tasks, the next stage is IT provisioning, where IT team members are notified to review and approve provisioning requests. We add a decision element in order to execute specific actions depending on the equipment requested. Once approved, a provisioning request is sent to our ERP system using an Apex action. And our final stage is the new hire welcome message, where we'll send the new hire a welcome message on Slack. Now let's see it in action. Let's say that I'm the hiring manager. I receive an email alerting me to this IT equipment approval task based on the flow where Eric completed the new hire information form. I click on this link and Orchestrator displays his IT selections. I see that he selected a Mac for his laptop. It looks like everything is fine, so I'll approve the IT request and also assign him a desk. And now let's see how this looks from the IT shop. As an IT team member, I see an email alerting me that there's an IT provisioning request. I approve this request, which triggers an Apex action that sends the provisioning request to our ERP system. So now we've seen how Salesforce Flow and Flow Orchestrator drive process automation, collaboration, and accountability across individuals and teams. Please jot down the following links to learn more. Read the Flow playbook to get the most out of Flow. Join the Orchestrator pilot to see how you can leverage this powerful new tool, and take the Flow Trail to become an expert trailblazer.
All right, you guys. Thanks so much. Looks like we've got some questions coming in. Particularly, there are a couple around when these demo recordings will be available and where. We've heard that they'll be available on Friday, and they should be up on the TrailheaDX site. So I dropped that into the Q&A just in case you guys don't remember the link. Okay. Let's get to these questions. There's some exciting ones. Okay, here's one from Willow. How is Orchestrator different from one flow triggering another flow? I take it the latter is free for enterprise users versus Orchestrator will be a purchasable add-on, it sounds like.
Alex, do you want to take that one? And you're muted.
Oh, Alex, if you go to the top left of your screen, I think you should be able to unmute. No? Uh-oh.
Would you mind repeating the question, Stephanie?
Sure, it's no problem. How is Orchestrator different from one flow triggering another flow? I take it the latter is free from enterprise for enterprise users versus Orchestrator. Will it be a purchasable add-on? It sounds like it will be.
Yeah, so Alex has been responding a bit in the chat about the pricing question, and maybe when he comes back, he can give more detail, but we're still working out exactly whether it'll be paid or part of a subscription or somewhere in between what the packaging is. So we don't have a solid answer for you there. As far as the differentiators, yes, there is some level of you can orchestrate flows by doing a chain of subflows potentially, but something that Orchestrator adds on top of that is the ability to manage flows that are going to be run by different people. So approvals is a really good use case to think about. Like you have, I'm going to submit a PTO request, and then that's going to be sent to my manager, and now my manager is the person running this part. And then, you might, PTO is a bad example, but you might then need another person to approve something. Alex, are you with us now?
Yes, you answered that well. Orchestrations solve problems that tend to be hard to solve with flows because they're spread out over time, or they involve multiple people. They involve delays waiting for something to happen. That something could be work that needs to get done. So think of orchestrations as sort of the power of flow, but spread out in those dimensions.
Awesome. Thanks. So glad you got your mic working. I was a little worried for a second there.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, totally fine. All right. Question from Douglas. Will this be available in Experience Cloud? Can Experience users be recipients of approval requests?
As a matter of fact, one of the lead customer sort of internal teams that are working with us to develop Orchestrator is the content management team that's part of Experience Cloud. And they are using Orchestrator for exactly that, for approvals in the content publishing cycle. So it's a great use case, absolutely. And all of the work items that are designed to be used by humans, some of the steps can be auto-launched flows. They can just be automatic. Other steps can be designed to involve a screen flow that's run by an individual. And that can be done right in a experience page.
That's great. Thanks so much. Okay. Is there a queue that gets created for the work items for approvals? Or will approvals be done from email or notifications?
Good questions. You're actually bringing up three different elements. The first is notifications. So we're designing Orchestrator to have a lot of sort of plug and play flexibility about how you get notified, so that you can choose, as a user, you can choose to get notified by email or in a Slack channel or both or something else. As an admin, you can craft specific notification for every step. So a given step might involve sending an SMS message. Another step might involve sending an email to a compliance address. And then in terms of an individual who's participating with Orchestrator, there's going to be a new component that we call the work list, which is simply going to be a list of all the work that is assigned to you. And so you can see at any one point across all of the different projects that are going on, what's assigned to you. And then the third part of that question is sort of who can be assigned this work. Initially, we're starting simple with users, but we expect to shortly make it possible to also assign a step to a group or a queue or a role. And we also expect to be able to assign steps to email addresses, which means that if you've got a customer or a consumer that doesn't actually have a Salesforce login, they can still participate in these larger orchestrations. So a lot of fun stuff is coming in that direction.
Yeah, that's really exciting. We have a follow-up question to that. Is this replacing the approval automations?
So yeah, we've actually been getting this question a lot. It's a good question. I think what I'd start with is that I think that our what I call legacy approval processes product, which is I believe been in Salesforce almost 20 years now. I don't think that's going anywhere. So that's always going to be this free available baseline product. Maybe in the distant future, we'll get full parity in Orchestrator and figure out a way that you are incented to convert over. But there's unanswered questions about how Orchestrator will be packaged. And so there's just a lot of unknowns. But I don't think anyone is going to have to leave approval processes. I think we're going to try and encourage people with carrots by making it easy in Orchestrator-driven approvals to do some of the things that approval processes doesn't make easy today, like customizing what the user sees when they're asked to approve something, or making it easy to approve or reject right from within Slack or some other chat system. So it's been frustrating over the last while that we have not had the ability to prioritize improvements to that legacy approval process product. I'm hoping that what we're able to do in Orchestrator will provide some really nice alternatives.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. We have a question for Hector. How complicated is the flow management for developers? DevOps. Yeah, developers.
I feel like this is a good opportunity for Hector to ask in more detail. If we could get him on live.
Yeah, let's see.
While that's being worked on, I'll answer Sudeep's question. Will it be possible to have approval chains enabling more than one approver? Yes, as a matter of fact, one of the first tutorials we recorded as a video for the Orchestrator pilot shows a parallel approver chain where you are asking two people at the same time to approve something. And then another video in that same set is showing a two-stage serialized approval process. So it's already possible to do some very nice approval processes using the Orchestrator technology. And those videos are available at what was sort of the unofficial homepage of Orchestrator, a place where we're posting everything that we can get public. And let me see if I can post that here. There's a link where you can find those videos.
All right, thanks so much. Hector, I'm so sorry I can't set you live. I don't know why, but if you want to elaborate in the Q&A, please feel free to do so. And Alex, whose question did you just answer?
Sudeep's.
Okay, great. So we have one from Pete. Can approvals be given to multiple people? If so, then is the approval be approved by one and or by all?
Well, you can craft pretty much any scenario you want in Orchestrator. It is an incredibly powerful application development environment. We do expect to deliver a lot of out-of-the-box approval templates so that you don't have to customize or craft something. An internal SE published a solution he built, and he had two different approval use cases. One was essentially majority wins. So you could essentially assign the step to three people, and if two approve, then that step is deemed completed successfully, and the orchestration moves on accordingly. But he also implemented a variant he called CEO, and if any one of those three assignees happens to have the role of CEO, they automatically win, even if they're in the minority. Which I thought was very clever, and that's the kind of thing that we know that, like, in your organizations, that's the kind of thing business users ask for, and those kind of subtle variations are very difficult historically for us to deliver sort of in a official every checkbox right in setup. So I'm very excited that already we're seeing features being packaged and installable on top of Orchestrator and Flow that lets you go beyond what we've been able to do in approval processes all those years.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's see. We have a question from Douglas. What about automatic overdue reminders after a predefined overdue internal is set?
Yeah, so we call that essentially time-based steps, and that feature will be familiar if you've worked with Service Cloud entitlements. It's the kind of feature where you can have a step that says 12 hours after this other step starts, if it isn't complete yet, then run this escalation step, and that step can send warnings or alerts. And so there's a lot of platform level capability that we'll be able to build on there to provide things like after a certain deadline, if it's specified by a field on a record, then this needs to happen unless this other thing got resolved complete. So those kind of important relationships between different pieces of work and time, that's not been something that Flow has been super strong about. And that's something where Orchestrator really will demonstrate a lot of strength.
Thanks, Alex. Looks like we got time for a couple of more questions. We have one from Mia. Will we be able to filter the users that can be selected to assign work? Not a queue, but filter by criteria, similar to what we can do with user lookups today.
Yeah, let's see. The first thing that we're planning is the ability to override the built-in assignment logic and provide your own assignment flow. And that's one of the things we're trying to, right from the start, we're trying to make it possible in certain places where we're providing out-of-the-box functionality, like how do you notify someone, or who do you want to assign this to? We're trying right from day one to make it possible to bypass that built-in functionality and use a flow so that you can get sort of infinite flexibility from day one. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to add features that don't require that. And so if I wanted to have the admin choosing from a smaller set of the total user base, that's one thing that could be done. We're also talking with Service Cloud about being able to tap into things like skills-based routing, so that the orchestration will dynamically assign steps to whoever, say, has capacity. That also we think is going to be powerful. So a lot of different use cases that we're working towards to support in the area of assignment.
Stephanie, you're muted, so you're not coming through.
Oh, my bad. I was saying it's 2:58, wondering if we had time for one more question. Let's see, we might. Do I have to worry about Governor? Oh, go for it, Alex. Go for it.
Well, right above that, I noticed Mike asked a question about templates that ISVs can put in their packages. The answer to that is yes. We think this is going to be a really nice new platform for ISVs to add a lot of domain expertise. You're going to be able to not only do what you always have been able to do, which is package up flows, and including those flows, your own invocable actions and your own screen components, but you're going to be able to group all of these into these more sophisticated orchestrations. And that means that an ISV can go find some more specific problem that needs to be solved, say a onboarding problem or a return processing problem, go and solve that for one customer, but do it in a way that's not that involves all of these declarative building blocks, that not only allows you to then give the provision that those building blocks to another customer of yours, but it also makes it faster for you to create variants, because it's just all inherently modular.
Thanks, you guys. Okay.
But now, Stephanie, to Douglas's question about governor limits, yes. That's a very astute question. One of the things we do use paused flow technology down at a low level in the Flow engine, but we have architected it in a way that is more efficient, and so it will not be subject to paused flow limits. And so those pauses, you can think of that an orchestrator, when it's sleeping, you can think of those as free.
Okay. Thank you guys. Thanks so much. We are at time. I just want to thank Sam and Alex for being on this demo and answering these questions, giving some really great tips and suggestions. Thanks you guys so much. And want to confirm that, yes, these will be on demand on Friday on the TDX website. So go ahead and check those out. And be sure to check out the resources page for more information and links to great Trailhead modules. We hope you all had a fantastic TDX, and we will see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one. Bye.